This video contains gratuitous use of profanity
and uncomfortable pauses to compensate for lack of professionalism and original thought.
Viewer discretion advised.
Oh shit! Mud shark. You're not a mud shark. You're barely even a fish.
This is a Pink Podcast.
This is fucked up.
Win by Two, they're actually a podcast out of Philadelphia.
Kudos to Win by Two Radio.
Where's John Di Caprio? Did he ask about me?
Fuck Carl. He's effectively done in this business. On the podcast, catching people like John Bingo.
So I'm a dumb guy.
I'm hoping John Di Caprio is, but...
Take your fucking bra off, Barry!
Like, let me guess, does he attack everyone?
I'm gonna be yelling at him the whole time tonight. Your show sucks!
Oh shit! I can't see nothing. Oh god, it's not good. Yo! Ladies and gentlemen, we are so back. Like we never left. How's everyone doing? Whoa! Explosion! Just picture it in your mind. Thank you so much. This is amazing. Thank you. Your party. Now, please have a seat. Thank you. You over there. Hey, Thompson. You can now sit. Thank you. Jeff Gloser. We appreciate you guys so very much. I am your host, the number one. Where's my foam finger? The name goes Blade. Am I Blade? I don't even know anymore. Blade, yes! Black gentleman. Guys, it's been so interesting traveling the galaxy. You know, despite my travels, I've been a very busy man, despite what many people may think. I just appreciate everyone sticking by and sticking. If you're sticking here today, we appreciate you here. Just know that. Welcome into the show! It's going to be a doozy here today. We are, I think, right on the heels of Hackamania. You guys ever hear of this event? Hackamania? Anyone going to Hackamania here today in the chat room? By show of hands. I am not going to Hackamania. A lot of updates to get to today. I got a new purchase that I've purchased. I'm very excited to debut what I actually went out and bought. Very excited. Chad Zumock inspired me to do this. So shout out to Chad, the Mud Shark, Zumock.
Come. Just constantly come. Fucking sucking.
Come, baby! Woo! It feels so good. It feels so good. A lot of updates. Did I mention that already? You know, I don't take notes. This is just all off the dome. This is just, what do they call it? Mind to mouth speaking. Flow state. I'm in what they call flow state. I'm just enjoying this music. This is all written by me, recorded by me, so I'm just basking in the glory. Anyway, thank you. That was the intro. Thank you. Okay, so there's a lot of business to get into here today, a lot of updates I'd like to discuss with everybody here today. Again, a new purchase by me, the one and only Win by Dose.
Who knows to Win by 2 radio?
We're going to have to turn that one up. There's just so much to talk about in the 2 short days that I haven't been on. There's people making just complete asses out of themselves. I mean, what else is new? Shocker, right? I'm looking right in front of me. There's a new Kanye West song I think that just dropped called Hail Hitler. This is pretty edgy stuff from Kanye. It's been, you know, well, I'd say the song's pretty decent. You know, if you just, I see what Kanye's doing, and to get all worked up over Kanye West's new fascination with Hitler is kind of foolish. I mean, you know, people are allowed to like what they like. That would be ridiculous. That'd be like me saying, guys, you can't like Nobody Likes Onions or Carl from WATP. You just have to like this. You must like, you can like whatever you want. If you like Hitler, I mean, like Hitler. I mean, I might not associate with you, but nevertheless. This Karmic X character is, well, I don't know if he's like Adolf Hitler. I don't know if he worships Adolf Hitler like Kanye West does. But this guy, I mean, he's all over the fucking map, man. Who is this Karmic X? I've refused to cover him because it just seems like that's what everyone's doing. They're all, oh, who's Karmic X? And it's like kind of cringe to like now just start to be like, who's Karmic X? So I've refused to look into him. A. Thompson says, send him the link. I don't, you know, we don't do links, but, you know, he's welcome if you'd like to call in. We could possibly arrange something like that. But anyway, this guy has been a busy fucking man. And we're finally going to take a look at this Karmic X character here today. This guy, I mean, really goes balls to the fucking wall. You know, he hates Patrick Melton, so we see eye to eye, at least with one thing. That might be the only thing me and this Karmic X character has in common, is our hatred for Patrick Melton. But outside of that, he was streaming the other day, Monday, Cinco de Karmics. And my point of contention with this man is not only did he go on Steel Toe, morning show, Aaron M. Holt's radio show in the morning on YouTube, not only did he go there, but he follows that up that night by inviting Nick Ricada. Now, this guy might be one of the best trolls have to offer, or he might just be a complete and utter fucking boob. If I were a betting man, I'd say option B. That doesn't mean he might be a nice guy. I've heard a lot of rumors about this guy. He's cashed in his 401k to pursue his dreams in podcasting. And I actually salute that. I was listening to Patrick Melton and Moody last night. I was going to see if there was anything to clip from that show. Turns out there wasn't really much. Just Hackamania talk. Aren't you so excited for that fucking performance? By the way, we are full-fledged, full steam ahead. Operation Snipe Hackamania is a go. And the way we're going to do it, it's going to be streamed on, I'd like to do it on YouTube, and I'd like Melton to copyright strike me. I'd be like Obi-Wan Kenobi with Darth Vader striking me down. I'd be a martyr, you see, Melton. it would work against you. You would think you were silencing all of your people who are taking money out of your pockets. That's all this guy cares about. It's all Melton cares about. He's consumed by the almighty dollar. He might as well be Patrick Melton Owitzkowitz or something of a Jewish name. It's insane, man, how, like, just consumed. Look, I'm all for getting the bag, bro, but it's like, at what cost? At what cost? You know, what are you willing to do? What morals are you willing to corrupt by simply getting the bag? So, I don't even know what my point was to that. Oh, Operation Sniping Hackamania. So, I'd like to do it on YouTube. Most likely it will be there, as well as Rumble. As well as Rumble. And there's a lot of people doing it. Now, my first thought was just to pop on stream and do, you know, however many shows, you know, he does in a given day. So let's say Thursday, the events start, the shindig starts at 6, it goes to 10. You know, we'd pop on from 6 to 10 and do a 6 to 10 stream, 4-hour, 5-hour stream, however long it takes. Same thing, you know, if Friday he comes on at 4, ends at 10, well, we'd be on for 6, 7, 8 hours, however long it took for the event to happen. And then I started tossing around the idea. I owe Kush King, and not even just Kush King, but everyone, right before we transported and went down to Studio K, I'd posed the question on the community tab here on this very YouTube channel, which you should be subscribed to. You should be liking every day. You should just be going to all of the videos and just liking them all. And I posed a question, would you support a 24-hour stream? Which I wasn't expecting anyone to say yes. You know, I was actually expecting a lot of people to say, Blade, you're insane. We've already witnessed a 24-hour stream. Why would you do another one? To which a lot of people, not a lot, but a few, had said those very words, you know, and we've already seen the 24-hour stream. What's the point? The point was, and the reason why I wanted to do it again was because if you remember that 24-hour stream on that election night where Donald Trump was crowned king of the world, I mean, we did a full 24 hours, but the stream itself wasn't 24 hours. I think the 2-part stream was, I think in total, like 18 hours or 19 hours. And the last like 6 hours were just cut off because YouTube, and I didn't even know this. I wish I would have contacted somebody in YouTube, or somebody would have told me this, that YouTube actually doesn't store videos over 11 hours and 55 minutes. So I was very upset to know that 6 hours of that stream was just poof, gone. And the last 6 hours were the best 6 hours, I have to say. It was some of the best material I've ever done. I was doing bit after bit. We were lighting stuff on fire. We were doing backflips. You know, I think I drove in a monster truck here in the studio, and I was just crashing through walls. It was must-see TV. And just gone. Just fucking gone. So now that I know that you can only store 11 hours and 55 minutes worth of 1080 by 60 FPS, I could kind of work around that and adjust accordingly. So why am I bringing this up? Well, because I was thinking about doing just a whole fucking 4-day stream, a 4-day live stream. Now, that's not to say I'm going to be on however many hours that is, 96 hours. That's not going to happen. I mean, just understand that. But there's a few things I have to do this weekend. But we would invite guests on and just leave the stream running. Like I said, most of the time I'd be here, but there's a couple hours Friday and Saturday I won't be here, and I hope it doesn't interfere with This Little Piggy, because that is, to me, what I want to see the most. What Patrick has been gearing up toward, this whole evidence. You've been hearing this? Patrick's got some evidence of Aaron actually eating Nick Ricada's cream. I don't mean to be vulgar, but that's just what's happening, okay? These aren't my bits. These are his bits. Imagine that being your, like, main bit, Hackamania. Now, look, again, and I said this on Cinco de Mayo on Monday, it's like, we already pretty much know that Patrick, or I'm sorry, well, maybe Patrick too, but we already pretty much know that Aaron H is. And whether he did or didn't, I choose to believe he did. Any further evidence to me, it's just like, I mean, it better be so fucking good. It reminds me of like the Kate Meany tapes part 2. During, I think it was this Dabble Con meetup. The Shuli, Carl, they all met up in Florida like a month ago to do like this DabbleCon meetup, and they had the Kate Meany tapes part 2, and it was very underwhelming. It just did not deliver, and this is what this is giving me vibes of. You know, Melton's promising the world, and I don't think this. I mean, Aaron M. Unless there's a video of him sucking Nick Ricada's cock, which I don't even want to see, by the way. You know what I mean? It's just like it has to be that or nothing. It's either that or it's a complete fail. And trust me, I don't want that. I don't want it. I'm just putting that out there right now. It's no mas for me. So, okay, that's my thoughts and plans. Regardless, though, the streams will be up on Rumble. And you could go follow the Rumble channel, The Last Frontier. And you should see a Win by 2 logo. I know it's very confusing. I wasn't thinking when I created my Rumble channel like 5 years ago or 4 years ago, however long it's been, to name it Win by 2, because I never thought I'd be streaming on a fucking Rumble. I mean, imagine streaming on Rumble. Where Gino Bisconti, I mean, pretty much where dreams go to die. Gino Bisconti streams here. Pat Dixon streams here. Mersh streams here. I mean, just all like the YouTube's rejects go to Rumble. So, but no, yeah, just for copyright. And I can't believe I'm even having to discuss this. I can't believe this is even a thing. Where the big bad Patrick Melton is actually considering copyright striking channels. And again, you know, he's not going to be able to strike us all. So there's going to be ways. I think there's some discords that are going to be sniping it as well. So, I mean, you'll have your, fair share of where to watch Hackamania. I mean, if you're even concerned, some people don't even give a shit. Some people are like, Hacka, what? What are you talking about? What is this Hackamania thing? To which I'd say, W-Man for $5. That's nice and simple right there. 5 bones with no messaging. That's the way to do it. Because I don't really feel like reading a chat attached to money. Even though I will do it, I'm required by law to actually read chats that are attached to money. But just know, I'd rather just have money. I'd rather just have the money with no chats. So anyway, that is the plan. Possible 96-hour stream this weekend. By the way, thank you one more time, W-Man. We do appreciate that. Possible, keyword possible, 96-hour stream. And the full coverage of Hackamania. Operation Hackamania is a go. Regardless, whether it's 96 hours or whether it's broken up into many different sections, we will be there and we will be covering it. So there's that. And yeah, so let's move on. How you guys been doing? Huh? How's everyone been? Kush King says porn fatigue. I don't even know what I don't want to know what that means, Kush King. I don't want to know. So what should we talk about today? I'm very nervous here. Just kidding. No, there's a lot to discuss in all seriousness. If my mouse would work, if my goddamn mouse would work, I'm clicking this Google Chrome and it's just not popping up. I have all my tabs saved. Now I'm just looking at myself. I mean, this is unreal. This is unreal. I mean, you buy, oh, there it goes. There it goes. I was going to say, you buy, but I mean, seriously, maybe I need to buy a new mouse. You buy expensive shit. And I think this was my problem last time. You invest all this money. It's like, for what? For what? It all goes to shit anyway. But there's a lot to discuss. Like I mentioned, this Karmic X character, Nick Ricada, had joined the stream. We're going to be taking a look into that in its entirety. So strap in if you enjoy Nick Ricada coverage. We also have Third World Aristocrat. You guys heard of this YouTube channel? Does excellent, phenomenal work. I'd say probably one of the best as far as putting together not only just a clip. He's not just a clipper. He's a storyteller. So I do appreciate that. He has a Nick Ricada drop part 2, which we're going to be watching here at the top of the show. which I'm very, very excited for. It's called Baldo Season 2. So, again, if you're into Nick Ricada Baldo stuff, this will be the video for you. Furthermore, I mean, there's a bunch of other Ricada stuff I like to talk about and discuss. We have coverage of This Little Piggy from Friday, and boy, was it a doozy. I'm going to save it. Obviously, there was a lot of Hackamania talk, but there's a couple clips I'd like to go over and show you just how pathetic these three gentlemen are. I think it's like 4 straight episodes of This Little Piggy, 4 or 5. I could be wrong. It's either 4 or 5 straight episodes or like 4 out of 5 episodes where Tukey, which is one of the staples on This Little Piggy, has been absent in their shows. So it's very interesting. Maybe is Tukey done? Is he not doing This Little Piggy anymore? Is he too good? Has he gotten too big for his britches? I don't know. This is just a theory, possibly, but it's very weird because the show started with Carl, Melton, Moody, and Tukey, and we haven't seen Tukey in quite some time. So I wonder what's going on there. Maybe there's a little bit of a riff in these guys. They all have a group chat. If you haven't known this, they actually have multiple group chats with each other. It's very insane, actually. You know, I don't have any group chats with anybody. I mean, imagine having, like, the last time I had a group chat, I opted out of it simply because there would be people speaking in this group chat over things that I could give 2 fucks about. But that didn't stop my fucking phone from blowing the fuck up. And it's so annoying. You got people sending GIFs. You got people sending emojis. You got people talking about, you know, the ball game. It's like, I could give 2 flying fucks, man. I could give 2. Like, is there a way? And there's no way to, like, mute that conversation, because if you do, God forbid, you might miss something when, I mean, out of 300 messages, one of them might be talking to you. So I just chose to opt out of all group messages just forever. It's a waste of time and very annoying. These guys, however, This Little Piggy, the Melton and the Carls and the Shuleys and, you know, the rest, they're in multiple group chats and they're talking. It's not even like they're communicating about like what they're going to be going over on their shows or like, you know, like important things. They're discussing Aaron Emholt. They have multiple group chats about Aaron Emholt. Could you imagine? Could you actually imagine? That's actually a reality. That is an actual reality in which these people exist in. I'm all for Aaron Emholt. I mean, look, I pretty much cornered the market on Aaron Emholt coverage, but I mean, I'd be out of my fucking mind to be in not only 1, but like 7 group chats about Aaron Emholt. I mean, how fucking preposterous of a concept. Insane, man. It's fucking nuts. And they'll be discussing that. And then Carl like gets up and, you know, has a hard out because he has comedy tickets. And we're going to find out what comic was more important than doing the show that he basically co-created. I mean, these people, man, they really fucking grind my fucking gears. That's the wrong sound drop, but you know, you get it. I got to get used to this soundboard again. I forgot how to work it. I don't even know where the buttons are anymore. And this is if the show stinks today, take it up with HR. You could email win-by-2radio hr@hr.com, and they'll be taking all of your annoyances and grievances, and you can take it up with them. So moving forward, I want to get into some chat. Zumach coverage. Or actually, we're going to, and this is amazing, by the way. I don't know who made this. Fractal Synth over on Reddit made the first of its kind Hackverse Bingo Mud Shark edition. Very cum-worthy.
Come. Just constantly come. Fucking sucking come.
Very cum-worthy, and we're going to actually be playing that here today. We're going to take some clips that I didn't get the chance to go over on Monday's episode with Chad, the Mudshark Zumach, who's, I mean, as of late, I mean, as a comedy sense, feeling himself. I mean, Chad really isn't, you know, feeling himself normally on a podcasting sense, but Chad prides himself a comedian. And there was a tweet last night. I guess he was doing some comedy on Monday and Tuesday. Therefore, there was no podcast to be had, so we don't have any new Chad coverage. But that's not going to stop us from covering Chad. because I want to play this first of its kind hack versus bingo card, and I'll drop the link when we do get into this, and we'll see if we can't all win and win $1 million and some gold stars along the way. And then there's a new character I like to get into at the end of the show. His name goes by the name of Elijah Schaefer. Not sure if you ever heard of him. He does a show called Slightly Offensive. It's this right-wing political, basically anti-black show. If you're black, if you're a dark-skinned Negro, he don't like it. He wants it to be known that he don't like blacks. He wants it to go back to the way it was in early America, where there was just whites roaming around the world. This is actually true. I didn't even think this was possible. Like, people existed like this, but there is. Look, I'm all for black hate, right? But I don't want blacks not to exist. And this is getting racy, but it's true. But anyway, Elijah Schaefer is Slightly Offensive, and not only are we going to cover one episode from Elijah Schaefer, where he has on the legend, the radio icon, superstar Anthony Cumia, and his butt buddy Gavin McInnes. Is it McGinnis or McKinnis? Like a Guinness or Kinnis? Like Sam Kinison. Anyway, we're going to cover one, and then we're going to cover another episode where he has on Mersh and Royce from Revenge of the Sis this past week. This guy got, seriously, like, as far as guests go, really some of the best guests you could possibly get. So we're going to be taking a look into that show later on. And we're going to get an update from Anthony Cumia on his new studio endeavors as well. So I'm very excited, and you should be too. So strap up, grab yourself a fucking smoke, a fork, tie your shoes. I don't even know what you have to do at this point. But if you're not fucking pumped, then, beat it. All right, let me start off with a little I want to get into before we jump into anything else. A few weeks back, I wanted to cover Anthony Zenhouser's comedy special, or lack thereof, I should say. That's a fucking fact.
That's a fucking fact.
Where it was shot black and white, in black and white. Now, again, I don't know the reasoning why Anthony Zenhouser chose to go black and white. And some people, their first thought would be, well, if you take the color out, it'd probably be cheaper. You don't have to spend all that money with colors, right? But I'm here to tell you, taking color out of modern cameras is actually more expensive than just simply keeping the colors in. So it was a very odd stylistic choice that Zenhouser chose. And I wanted to go over this like 2 weeks ago, but unfortunately, it was not only paywalled, but two, the short time that it was on YouTube behind the Shuli, the Shuli Network? The Shuli Network's YouTube channel, the short time, the only person that I did see cover it, Menser Math, actually got a copyright strike. And the entire episode that Menser Math did covering Zenhouser's comedy performance was taken down. So, I didn't really want to go that route because Shuli, will be a Shuli, I guess, as they say. If I could be a Jew right now, I'd be a Jew. If I could find that sound drop, it'd be great.
If I could be a Jew right now, I would be a Jew.
But we're going to watch a little clip here today, and then that's going to take us right into a clip from WATP. And the guys from the Shuli Network, we have Anthony Zenhouser, Mike Morris, and Bob Shuli. And they're discussing Opie, Greg Opie Hughes. Now, again, I guess all these guys just have a hard-on for Opie as of late. Everybody's covered him to an extensive length. And it's like, I get it, dude. He's got purple lips. It might just be a lighting issue. He's old. He says weird things. But again, I've always kind of said this, and same thing with Stuttering John, is like these guys like reached the pinnacle. They reached the furthest place you could reach in their field at the time. Opie in radio and Stuttering John in radio and TV. And you got guys like Mike Morse and Anthony Zenhouser and Carl from Who Are These Podcasts. Like, every day, they're relentless. Going after, like, it is kind of nuts. And I guess because Stuttering John isn't on YouTube anymore, this is a prime time to go after Opie. But it makes no sense to me. And some of their takes are just, I mean, so fucking, do I dare say, not good. I mean, it really is bad. It's just awful. You know, you think you're going to cover Opie and like uncover something new. Like, what's Opie up to now? Oh my God, he's like molesting prostitutes on the streets of New York. But he's not. He's not. He's live at Get Parts like he is every fucking day, drinking a fucking beer, having a little fucking talk like a normal guy. And they're like, oh my God, did you hear what he said? Oh. It's like, I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know. Opie, like, I've seen Opie stuff. And look, I'll be the first to tell you I'm not watching Opie material. But I'm also not like, let's watch Opie and then critique his every move and do the fake accent, you know, the cringe accent that they all do. Or well, I guess it would be an accent, but the voice that they do, you know, it's just like, it's so pathetic. And all of it stems back. It's not, they don't even want to cover Opie. This is the thing. This is the actual phenomenon of it all. They don't want to cover Opie. But in order to get into Cumia's good graces, in order to get a little pat on the head from their Lord and Savior, Anthony Cumia, they cover Opie. And Cumia sees this and he's stroking his fucking Cumia schlong. And he's loving every second of it. And anyone who speaks bad on Opie is in Cumia's good graces. And that's where all these guys want to be, in Cumia's good graces. For what reason? I don't know. We're not in 2010. We're not in 2005 where he's like, you know, oh my God, if you're connected with Anthony Cumia, you're actually going places. You're going nowhere. Have we been around the last fucking year? There's no compound media anymore. I mean, yeah, he's on WABC radio, but it's like, do people really want to go back on radio? I mean, I don't know what's happening anymore. Why these people are like so complicit in and with Cumia. I don't get it. I really do not understand. Like, the man is a menace who's bitten human flesh before, right? Don't see a problem with that? Okay, it's just weird, but okay. I mean, we'll act as if nothing is happening. Very strange. So we're gonna get into that, but here, before we do, let me show you this Zenhouser little. Do I dare say stand-up special? I mean, can you even call it a special anymore? I mean, if I filmed myself on a stage in black and white, doing like knock jokes and dick fart jokes, like, could I call it a special? Because at that point, it's like, it stops becoming special. If everyone could just call it a special, what they're doing, they're telling a little jokes. If I'm at like Christmas dinner and someone's filming me on an iPhone, I do like 5 minutes at the table and then post that on YouTube. Is that a comedy special? It's not so special anymore, guys. I'm here to tell you. Maybe move on. Oh, Christ. This mouse, man. It's going to be the death of me today. This mouth is, and mouth too. This mouse is going to be the death of me today. To get a clip over onto the screen is going to be like, oh, no, it wasn't that bad. All right, for the first time here today, let's go over on to camera 2, and we will check out Big Zen. Big Zen. Now, again, this guy apparently has lost a bunch of weight. I speak on this every time I cover Anthony Zenhouser because nobody else will. This is a guy who all these people applaud for losing weight. And you look at the guy, you get one little look at this fucking feller, and it looks like he has, he's more heavier than he's ever been, Anthony Zenhouser, in its entirety. Look at that gut. I mean, those buttons are about to fucking pop off and hit the fucking spectators in the first row. Could you imagine, man? Yikes. Yikes. All right, let's show you this. It's about a minute. Anthony Zenhouser. Guys, get ready to laugh. If you came here to laugh today, Zen's got me covered. Trust me. Zen?
The thing I'm really sad about is that I'll never be able to fuck 20-year-olds. Ever. I was never able to fuck them when I was 20.
So, you see, he's got... What a complicit little cuck, by the way. With his Shuli Network hat on here, representing the Shuli Network. What happens if you leave that network one day and then you look back on this special? I think this is maybe your first special, I believe, from what I heard on the grapevine or whatever the saying is. And you look back at this special and you think to yourself, why am I wearing what appears to be the Shuli Network, but a Suzuki hat doing jokes? It seems a bit nuts. You better, I mean, you better stay on that network for the rest of your life. If not, again, to wear this hat is insane for your comedy special. But let's listen to the joke. So he's bummed he can't fuck 20-year-olds anymore. Aw.
20. And I can't fuck them now. It's too late for me. It's just, I'm too old. It's too weird at this point. You know? I'm 45 years old. Everything I say to a girl in her 20s just sounds like I'm about to put her life in danger. Every pickup line I have just sounds like a threat. And I'm like, well, where do you go to school? Are you on Instagram? Can I follow you? Skibbity Riz.
Boo! Boo!
Skibbity Riz. Skibbity. What's your name, Amber? Oh, that's my favorite alert. How'd you know?
Doing Amber Alert material. I mean, really. How long did it take you to write that? Shuli help you?
How'd you know?
I always have questions for like these kind of people. These are like the people that are in the comedy, just mindless chimps going through life thinking that Anthony Zenhouser is like the pinnacle of comedy. It really is fucking bonkers, guys. It really is. It's like, this chick, what are you doing with this dude? Is this fucker's idea? Look, she don't get the joke whatsoever. She's doing a nervous scratch on her mustache, chin, face. And this guy who looks like kind of like Bill from Jersey. Is this Bill from fucking Jersey, by the way? He's a diehard comedy fucking nut. Loves fucking the Shuli Network, probably. He hates Stuttering John, loves that anti-Stuttering John material, and this was his great grand idea to take this broad to a beef and beer style. I mean, what is this? It's like, you cut to a shot here, and it's pretty bad when you could count the amount of people on one hand, mind you. Well, maybe two, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's 8 people in this shot. Like, when you cut to the crowd, and this is just like, a good rule to follow for any crowd shots, you want the crowd shot to look full. At least 20 people in the shot. At least. I mean, that would still look kind of slim. But when there's 8 people, it's just not a good look. It's just not a good look, Zen. I mean, whoever edited this for you, really did a piss poor job. And furthermore, you thought I was joking. He really shot this thing in black and white. The entire, I think he did 33 minutes, was shot in black and white. So anyway, that's Zenhouser's anti or whatever comedy thing he chose to dump some money into. This is what Chad Zumach wants to do, by the way. He wants to actually get back into it and try to... Actually, I haven't heard anything from that as of late. Chad was on this whole kick that he wanted to fund and crowdsource a comedy special, and I haven't heard squat from that. So interesting. I wonder what happened, Chad. $10 from W-Man coming in says, in today's world with YouTube and social media, can anyone ever achieve that level of stardom again? The road to fame was way more narrow back then. Well, and you always hear this too, and I do agree. I mean, look, I think you can achieve that level of fame. Look at TikTokers now. They go on, they do fucking, a 20-second stupid little jump. They do a little dance, and they're mega viral. The question becomes, what do you do with that viralness? Can you parlay that viral moment, that 20-second viral moment, into something more? And most people can't. Most people can't. Very few can. But you still can get there. And you always hear this too, that you had to have more talent back in the day to get there. Not anyone with an internet connection could just blow up, from a little stupid video. You actually had to have some talent, W, man. But no, I do think, you definitely still can get there. It's just the question becomes, what do you do when you're there? You turn it into something, or do you fumble the bag? I mean, it's basically like Keanu Thompson. I mean, she was basically there. She was getting like 500 viewers for like 4 days. People tuned into Keanu Thompson. You know Keanu Thompson, right, guys? Where's she at? Bing, bing.
Okay.
You know her, and she turned on Steel Toe because she found out he was a monster. Ooh. Because of the headbutting and recklessness that Aaron, was doing to April. The restraining orders and blase. Keanu had this little moment. And this is a perfect microcosm, I think, of today's world that we live in. Keanu had this moment where she was, again, 500 plus viewers. People were tuning in to hear what she had to say. And within fucking a week, she fumbled the fucking bag. So, again, it's what you do. Karmic X, perfect example. Blowing up right now. I say that term loosely. I mean, 100 live viewers isn't really blowing up. But, in this little universe, 100 live viewers is, I'm not shit-talking his live viewers. I'm just saying. His trajectory right now is, his stock is high. If you're in the Karmic X business, right now you're making some money. What's he going to do? Because after a while, people are going to tune out of a drunken, rambling buffoon because you start to become Gino Bisconti.
Thing is, Gino's a bitch.
And that's what I equate this Karmic X to. He might be a swell guy, but what are you going to do next? What else do you got? From the drunk rambling, nonsense that you're spewing, it's just what's next for Karmic X, I guess. And these are perfect little microcosms, I guess, to answer your question, if that makes any sort of sense, W, man. Thank you for the $10. NJ Ranger 201 says, when he croaks, Carl and company will jump in the pyramid. Talking about Zen? I don't know what you're talking about, NJ Ranger. When who croaks? Thank you anyway for the $1.99. Skies, the neighborhood says, giving hostage video vibes. Oh, Zenhouser. Yeah. I mean, I don't understand why you choose to do black and white. I mean, you could have the best cameras here in 2025 at as quick as anyone could go on Amazon and order a fucking nice camera, and then you can return it the next day. You know what I mean? By the way, cameras that have color in it. No, I want to go black and white. Oh. And then I thought there was another one. No, maybe not. All right. Anyway, thank you guys. You're far too kind. All right, let me show you this WATP episode. Well, not an episode, but a little clip from Carl and the boys. Anthony Zenhouser, Mike Morse, Carl Hamburger, and Shuli Agar.
Who are these podcasts? WATP.
Yeah, on today's episode, we're going to talk about Opie. Check it out.
This is a guilty pleasure for us because we don't cover him.
I love it. Opie's been doing a great job of filling the void that John has left. And you guys might not know this about Opie, but he's also trying to be a TikTok star. Oh. So Opie does 3 things when you watch his YouTube channel. He does his morning streams, and that's every morning. Okay. And then he does live at Gebhard's, and that is with his buddy Matt, who owns a bar down the street from him in his block. And he goes over there once a week or sometimes twice a week and records a show with him. I'll get some clips of that coming up. And then he also does the Unleashed stuff where he just walks around New York and talks to people. And he takes clips from all of those things and reproduces them for YouTube Shorts and TikTok. And he's very wacky. This video right here is a great example of how 62-year-old men behave on TikTok. Let me read to you that's the whole video, by the way. Let me read the hashtags that he included on this to try to get it to go viral. Hashtag funny dance, hashtag dance comedy, hashtag silly moves, hashtag dance memes, and hashtag funny shorts.
How is the hashtag?
So let me get this straight. He's doing what you're supposed to do when putting out videos. He's incorporating hashtags to try to fit his video into the algorithm of quirky dance style videos. So he's doing the thing he's supposed to do. I guess that's a slam. I guess that's an own. Exposed, Opie, you're exposed. Carl exposed you. You're putting in This is an expose, guys. I mean, really take notes. You want to expose somebody? Look at their hashtags.
Hashtag funny dance. Hashtag dance comedy. Hashtag silly moves. Hashtag dance memes. And hashtag funny shorts.
How is the hashtags more embarrassing than the video?
I know. That's why I always point it out. Whenever we're on Who Are These Socials, we'll look at Opie's TikTok, and I always point out the hashtags that he puts out there. It's so bad.
Horrific.
Wow.
You know, content is dry when you got four guys discussing hashtags. That's fucking actually bizarre. Jeff Closer for $1.99 says, just want to say thank you to Big W and Clown Town. I don't actually want to say thank you to those guys. I want to say beat it. No, I'm just kidding. Clown Town, check it out. Stellar show. Amazing stuff. Riveting, I will say. Riveting. I find myself watching Clown Town more and more as time goes on, making myself some popcorn and hot chocolate as the guys gear up to take my mind away for the next 17 hours. No, seriously. Check it out. Clown Town, I believe. Guys, thank you, Jeff Closer, for bringing that to our attention here today. And we got Opie exposed for using hashtags. And Carl's like, dude, the guys are going to love this, man. The guys are really going to love this shit. I got some hashtags. Hell yes.
Wow.
That would have been a big hit about 5 years ago.
When everyone was dancing on TikTok.
Yeah. If only you had a Vine account.
People are still dancing on TikTok, by the way.
Man.
If only he was like 22 and had and was female and had huge tits, that might actually work for him.
I just downloaded the TikTok app. I follow one person, and that's that dude that we make frog videos. He's that's always crying on TikTok, and that's the only thing I follow.
You got to follow Balin Dupree, and you got to follow Woke Dad. The shoe fits.
I'll look into it. I barely want to
follow our TikTok account too. Surely.
I don't want to open the fucking thing. I hate and the fact that this guy's like, let me put the right hashtags in to help send this along. Like, what the fuck?
And I did pull these from YouTube. These are YouTube shorts, so he's putting them across platform. And here's another example. I don't know if you guys.
So I'm not sure if anyone picked up on this, but Carl, I guess, is one of these people. I can't stand one of these people. Relaunch to update. Relaunch. Carl does not update. I mean, he don't update nothing, man. He don't update nothing. Carl, what do you have against updates? Are you anti-update? Are you racist against updates? Why not update your browser? Seems weird for a nerd like you who's surfing the internet all day looking at people's hashtags. The least you could do is update your browser. Anyway, let's keep watching this because this is about to get pretty good. We're going to have some good knowledge over here by Anthony Zenhouser. He's going to drop some fucking dimes on us. Again, he's gone full Tim Pool. Full fucking Tim Pool. When Zen wakes up every day, he looks in the mirror. He's like, you know what I want to be when I fucking step foot in front of a camera? In front of my little Logitech C920 web camera? I want to be like Tim. I want to be like Tim. I want to be like Tim. Pool. Let's watch.
You guys know about Opie's obsession with poop?
Yeah, he's got a weird thing. I remember him telling a story about shitting in the ocean and stuff, right?
Yes, he's
oh boy, Opie's obsession with poop. This can't excite the guys more. Let's keep listening.
He's got a weird thing about poop, and he loves when dogs poop in New York City, and he turns it into hilarity.
Can I just say, hold on.
Hi, duty.
Can't look back.
That's the whole video.
Can I just say about shitting in the ocean? The whole, I think, bonus of shitting in the ocean, which I don't condone, let me just say that. The whole point of shitting in the ocean is you don't go then tell people that you shit in the ocean. Nobody knows you shit in the ocean. That's the beauty of it.
The anonymity of it is the the selling point.
If you shit in a pool, that story's going to get out either way. But if you shit in the ocean,
there might be some fingers being pointed.
Right.
That could be a very rare breed of fish. You don't know what that is.
I think Shuli, and nobody ever should do what Shuli is. Now, he's saying he doesn't condone this, but I do venture to guess that Shuli once in his life probably shit in the ocean. In my older age, I'm starting to become more anti-ocean simply because of guys like fucking Shuli. Again, you would never admit to such thing. You would never admit that you actually shit in the ocean. So Shuli's not going to be like, guys, the one time, even for comedy's sake. I mean, that's disgusting. But he seems to know a little too much about shitting in the ocean. For my I don't know nothing about it. I don't know. I couldn't tell you what shitting in the ocean is made up. I don't know. I've never done it. I'm going to go back just a little bit. Listen to Shuli again. I mean, he really gets a kick out of shitting in the ocean.
The selling point.
If you shit
that bonus of shitting in the ocean, which I don't condone, let me just say that. The whole point of shitting in the ocean is you don't go then tell people that you shit in the ocean. Nobody knows you shit in the ocean. That's the beauty of it.
The anonymity of it.
Right.
Is the selling point.
If you shit in a pool, that story's going to get out either way. But if you shit in the ocean,
everyone's bouncing and laughing. I missed that sound drop.
That story's going to get out either way. But if you shit in the ocean,
bing bong.
There might be some fingers being pointed.
Right.
That could be a very rare breed of fish. You don't know what that is.
Yeah. If you're in the ocean, you're like, is that seaweed? Is that a jellyfish? And you move. All it's got to do is brush against you and you're out.
Yeah, you see a log floating by you. Holy Christ. Look at the size of that fish.
Yeah.
I don't know about you guys. I love poop humor. There goes on. Now I'm fucking bouncing. Watch, that'll be clipped. I love poop humor. I really do. I really fucking do.
You see a log floating by you. Holy Christ. Look at the size of that fish.
Yeah.
But he's walking away from this thing like he's thinking to himself, like what a 10-year-old would do. Like, totally.
All right, let's move on. 8:35. What's happening here? 8:35. Carl used to get excited when Opie was absent. Him and his wife first text about Opie and Anthony. Check this out. So Carl and his wife, Jenny Jangles, you know her. She plays the mandolin or something. Puts him down for naps every day. This is how they met. They met over, I guess, Opie and Anthony. They used to text about Opie and Anthony. And Carl used to get so excited. He used to smile from ear to ear when he woke up every morning or on some mornings and found out Opie wasn't in studio. Now, I don't think this to be true. I just think it adds on to his persona of anti-Opie, pro-Cumia. But let's just give it a listen.
He did a great job doing what he did.
Honestly, I remember when Opie wasn't there and it was just Anthony and Jim. Because I remember I was dating my wife at the time, and she loved Opie and Anthony, and so did I. So I would get before her, and I would say, "Hey, Jen, good news. No Opie today. Great episode." She's, "Oh, cool. I can't wait to listen to it." So I remember looking.
See, I don't think any of that happened, but okay.
Looking forward to Opie not being there, but I didn't hate Opie or thought he ruined the show or anything like that. It was still a great show with Opie.
Right. I like how Carl's.
But you were just excited when he wasn't there, and even Shuli's going to point that out.
Or thought he ruined the show or anything like that. It was still a great show with Opie.
Right. I like how Carl's like, I didn't hate him. His first text of the morning. Fuckface isn't there today, hon.
Yeah, okay, good point.
Yeah. I love that this relationship, really the foundation of hate is what holds it up for you two.
The first text my wife ever sent to me.
Yeah.
Opie and Anthony was syndicated in Rochester. They were on from 2 to 5 in the afternoons. One day they were off. The first text I ever got from her was like, "Where are the guys?"
Right.
One day they were off. The first text I ever got from her was like, "Where are the guys?"
I just did that the entire show. I didn't even speak. I just rewound and just played the same thing over and over again.
One day they were off. The first text I ever
And I
got
was
from her
like,
was like, "Where are the guys?
Where are the guys? Where's my fix? Where's my Opie and Anthony?" He was shouting through text message to his wife, Jenny Jingles. I mean, could you imagine all these Opie and Anthony people, man? They're really some fucking wild, insane lunatics. All of these Opie and Anthony people, they needed Opie and Anthony every day to like put them in a mood, to really like, you know, blow off some steam. I didn't listen to Opie and Anthony once in my day. I was too busy skateboarding and listening to Sum 41. I had no time for Opie and Anthony. I've just now recently like started watching some clips, and to me, man, I don't know what all the hype was about. Again, you know, I've said this before, but Opie and Anthony are like worshipped as like, oh my God, that show at that time was like lightning in the bottle. And maybe it was. I don't know why. Maybe because that was the only thing on? Possibly? You didn't have like a variety of choices on the radio at the time? It was either listen to that or, you know, Enter Sandman for the 90,000th time on your way to work. So maybe that was it. Maybe it was just because Opie and Anthony was so good because there was nothing else on. You ever think of that? And then what it did to the people that listened. Like guys like Carl, like his whole life is structured based off of what Opie and Anthony said. Think about that. Think about how insane that is, by the way. And in Shuli's case, it's like guys like Howard Stern, like shaped their lives. It's fucking nuts, man. It's fucking nuts. Anyway, rant over. Keep watching.
In the afternoons, one day they were off.
Amy Staley says, I was selling drugs, hacky sacking, and going to concerts. Right. I mean, you know, this is a normal behavior of what you should have been doing. Not listen to Opie and Anthony. I despise the radio back. I still do. I still do. The only thing I need the radio for is to plug in my phone or connect via Bluetooth so I could listen to whatever I want to listen to at the time. I can't stand the fucking radio. It's the same shit. It literally is the same shit over and over and over. We have a radio station, WMMR, has been playing, you know, Eruption or Hot for the Teacher like every day for 57 years. I mean, it's like, oh, we get it. And I do like me some Hot for the Teacher. But it's like, out of all of the songs in the world, like, and it's they don't even play it once a day. That's a thing. And most radio stations are like this. It's like, if they just played the song once a day, okay, I could see, whatever. They got to play this, like, you know, host by host. You know, when one host comes in, they play it. When another host comes in, they play it. When the next host comes in, they play it. So you're hearing Hot for Teacher, Enter Sandman, you know, Man in the Box, like 17 times a day. After a while, it's just like, I'm good, man. I'm good. I'm okay. I don't need to hear Enter Sandman ever again. Anyway, hacky sacking and selling drugs is what you should have been doing. Was my
first text I ever got from her was like, "Where are the guys?
Where are the guys?"
Right. That was the first communication we had over a phone was, "Where's Opie and Anthony today?" So it's very funny how this whole thing has played out for us.
That was the first communication you had with your soon-to-be wife? Was where's Opie and Anthony? How romantic.
See, I think it was. I wasn't very comfortable what you did with me last night. I think that was,
this is long before we were dating. All right, so here's another fun thing that Opie does. I know Anthony has played this video before, but Opie will stop at a red light that he knows is going to take a little while in New York, and he'll jump out of his car and film himself dancing.
All right, let's go to 11:15. Zen says social media has a ton of talent. Funny, Zen. Funny.
Slowly walks back to the car with his head down.
Anthony Poole, ladies and gentlemen.
social media is unbelievable with the talent. The amount of talent that people have on social media is mind-boggling. And then here comes this guy thinking to himself, Yeah, I can get in on this. This is what they needed. This is exactly what they needed. A 60-year-old washed up radio host.
And you think the internet needs a fucking 43-year-old, never has been, was never fucking fat, alleged Ozempic comic? No, they don't. They don't. How are you going to shit on Opie when, you shot a comedy not special in black and white? You seriously have zero room to talk.
And then here comes this guy thinking to himself, yeah, I can get in on this. This is what they needed. This is exactly
And he's like so serious about
what
this.
they needed. A 60-year-old washed up radio host.
And you think the internet needs this? You? The delusion of some of these people, it's staggering. Staggering?
Yeah. And what's great, Zen, is that he's still trying this to this day. Like, he's been doing this for years. He's going to catch on one of these days. These TikToks don't get any views. It's just me and Mike on Who Are These Socials watching this.
It's like we're old dudes. We shouldn't be on TikTok.
No.
I'm gonna buy.
Oh, we'll just be on YouTube and we'll talk about Stuttering John all day. We shouldn't dance on TikTok. I don't watch Opie material whatsoever. Not because it's not good, but there's just simply not enough time in the day to watch everything. But that's not to say I would rather watch Opie dancing and filming shit on the streets of New York, like unironically, than anything Zenhouser ever does. Anytime I'm watching, I need to make this clear. Anytime I'm watching what these guys are doing, it's not because I'm like super into it. It's just a clip for my show. And if I'm not watching it, it probably means, you're safe. You're good to go. Dan from Nice Podcast, stupid. Well, he was an Opie and Anthony guy. He was a big, big O&A guy. Dan loved O&A. If I could find my goddamn mouse, Dan. Says, making fun of Opie equals these guys are out of Well, that's what I'm saying, Dan. At least we can agree there. And I agree. I agree. No, but it's the Stuttering John stuff. He's went away. He's doing his own thing right now. These guys are so, I guess, out of content that they're flying down to Florida, putting out Kate Meany tape part 2 that really, was a disaster. They're hoping to, fly to Florida in hopes to find Stuttering John at a bar to film him to use for content. And that doesn't work. So the next best thing is just, all right, Operation Opie, go. Again, we could probably all agree that Opie is a little fucking whatever. But at the same time, it's like, I'd rather honestly watch Opie normally. Like, if I didn't have a show and didn't have to clip shit, I'd rather watch Opie all day long than any of this shit. Trust me. Again, this is probably taking probably 10 years off my life. If you watch Opie, it'd probably add 15 years. Who doesn't like shit on the street and dancing videos? It's insane, man. Thank you for the what's that, 2? Kudos? Nope.
Kudos to Win by 2 Radio.
I'll get this soundboard eventually. Let's keep watching. Guys?
A fucking Corvette and pull up to a high school football game, and like, what the fuck are you doing? What are you talking about? Move on.
Yeah, you're not Bill Belichick. Get off social media.
Yeah. Let the fucking young people have their shit and we have our shit.
Right.
What? Are these guys okay? They're telling Opie to move on. Let the young bucks have their time in the sun. Meanwhile, all these guys are over the age of fucking 40 and do like the most boomerish style of humor where they laugh at Stuttering John's burps or Photoshop edits of, producer Phil, as like a gay cross-dressing, whore. That to them is fine. That to them is A-okay, but what Opie's doing, he should delete his YouTube. He should leave the internet. Do you guys like hear yourself when you speak? Serious, that's a serious question. Or are you just, much like Aaron M. Holt, just delusion? Well,
Yeah,
one
even
more,
even if a 60-year-old is hilarious, the young people aren't going to give a shit.
Oh, thanks,
Right.
Mike.
They want to see young people. I don't blame
Thanks, Mike. I was so uncertain, but thank God for King Morse for coming in and really like clarifying some of this up. Thank you, Mike.
Hilarious. The young people aren't going to give a shit.
Right.
Yeah.
They want to see young people. I don't blame them. Who wants to look at us?
All
right.
You got another one?
I have one more short for us here.
Yeah.
And this one, I'll give you.
It's not fun to make a Shuli make fun of Shuli like that. Carl just called Shuli short.
All right.
You got another one?
I have one more short for us here.
It's fucked up. Those are fighting words, brah. 1519. 1519. What's happening here? Let's just let the clip roll.
With the Opster, a.k.a. the kid.
Listen to this take. Zenhouser's going to chime in again. Zen's on a fucking roll. On a Kaiser roll.
Yeah.
So what I don't understand about Opie, one of the things I don't understand about him, and this is since he's been off the show, does he think it's cool to not have the up-to-date equipment that you need to make a professional broadcast?
It's not that you think.
This is bizarre, man. Zen really just asked the question out loud. It's okay to think these things, but to ask it out loud is quite bizarre. Coming from a guy who like just got, and I don't even know, I can't even be so sure that's a Shure SM7B. I can't even be so sure that's a Shure SM7B because they have like look-alike Shure SM7Bs, but they're not. And I caught Tony Mazer. I thought Tony Mazer all this time. I think we're going to check in with Tony later on in the show. He still does this Check Your Brain podcast. It's probably one of the best shows out there on the internet. If you're not hip to it, then you probably should start watching immediately. But I called Tony Mazer. I thought, remember the whole Chad Zumach and Tony, like 2 years ago, they made a blood pact. They tied their dicks together and they're like, we're going to build new studios for our fans. And we saw how that turned out. I thought Tony had bought the Shure SM7B, industry standard microphone, about $450 US. Turns out he didn't. He bought a mock Shure SM7B that's part dynamic mic, part USB mic. My point is, we don't see the logo, Shure SM7B. Like, Shure SM7Bs have white lettering around the circumference of the microphone. I don't see that here on Zen's mic. So this could be a knockoff USB version of this Shure SM7B, which is the USB version. I checked. They're like $60, and you got a green screen. So you're fucking shitting on Opie for having no production. Meanwhile, you have $100 worth of production. I mean, you know, this saying doesn't hold true here. Oh, some production is better than no production. I'd rather have no production than $100 worth of production. Like, you know, what the fuck? You're not even wearing headphones. Where's your headphones? I mean, what is happening here? And everyone's just going to nod along like, yeah. Opie should really invest in some equipment. Yep. I mean, I guess he should, but sometimes less is more in Opie's case, I guess. I mean, in all seriousness, I don't know why Opie doesn't just fork out like $1,000 and just upgrade. But, you know, whatever. You see what happens when you upgrade shit. Things, like, don't work still. So, I don't even know what the answer is anymore. Maybe just don't do the internet. Ever.
With the Opster, a.k.a. the kid.
Yeah.
So what I don't understand about Opie, one of the things I don't understand about him, and this is since he's been off the show, does he think it's cool to not have the up-to-date equipment that you need to make a professional broadcast?
Do you think your broadcast is professional? Because that's another discussion for another day, I guess.
It's not that he thinks it's cool.
That's crazy.
It gives him an out. So when people say, Opie, what happened to you, man? You're doing this show and there's only 3 dozen.
I'd like to throw Zenhouser off the top of a skyscraper and see if his fat would allow him to bounce off the ground. Seriously. That is a threat. 20 minutes. Zen says, okay, this is crazy. listen to, I mean, Zen is insane. Zen is one of the more recent guys, like Melton, to really jump on the Anthony Cumia hype train, for lack of a better term. He really wants Anthony Cumia to notice him and give him a pat on the head. So much so, again, they're just living in delusion. Listen to this take our buddy Anthony Poole or Tim Zenhouser is going to deliver here.
Yes. Or, I don't know, maybe like having an audience. A radio station might see that and go, oh, we should probably hire this guy. He has an audience.
It's crazy.
It's crazy. Anthony was supposed to be the fuck up, right? Anthony was like the wild guy, the fuck up, the dude who was a fucking punk rock guy or whatever kind of music he played.
Showed up late, drank all the time.
Showed up late,
smoked cigarettes,
fit women, fuck trannies. Almost, did take a 17-year-old to prom. So pretty much a scumbag, but okay, I'll listen.
Whatever kind of music he played.
Showed up late, drank all the time.
Smoked cigarettes, had threesomes, all that stuff. He had the foresight to build a fucking studio.
Okay, period. That's where the sentence should end.
After he got fired, and from there built his empire up again.
Build his empire up again. What empire, man? What empire? Compound Media closed. It closed down. Compound Media is like Rite Aid Pharmacy. They closed down. It's the only way they compared. Both businesses closed. What empire? What are you talking about? You should take that beanie off. I think it's cutting off the circulation to your fucking head. Compound Media's empire. Or Anthony Cumia's empire.
Smoked cigarettes, had threesomes, all that stuff. He had the foresight to build a fucking studio after he got fired, and from there built his empire up again. This guy just doesn't. It's crazy.
It doesn't matter. I mean, I guess it does matter. These guys. I think they really do believe if they just continue to suck Anthony's digital cock and just, give him his flowers day in and day out and day in and day out. Oh, he's built his empire. He's the greatest living broadcaster. He's the funniest of the bunch. I think they really do believe that, they're going to go somewhere with Cumia. I really do honestly believe, I think that's what they think. Because why else would you, really wash somebody's balls this hard? It makes zero sense to me. Zen's Guilty Pleasures, WATP. Okay, we got two more from here, and then I'll move on from these whack jobs, these delusional fucks. At 22:08, let's see what's happening here.
Bar. Yeah. Right now.
Poop and boner.
Well, keep us in the loop, Opie. Let us know when you're able to get an erection again. That's
2 weeks.
Really important for all of us.
Now, I'm a fan of WATP, Guilty Pleasure. Sorry, Shuli. I watched the show, and
it's not a guilty pleasure.
You know the rules, then.
Well, you know how things work here. Sometimes I got to put a stake in my eye when we have guests here because Shuli didn't like something I did.
Oh, that's interesting. So when there's guests around and Zen chimes in with whatever delusional take he concocts in his fucking fat brain, Shuli, either after the shows or before the shows, scolds Zen. He gets into him. So much so, Zen's thinking about contemplating sticking, what's he say, a stake into his eye? A fork into his eye? What's he say here? A blade into his eye? I will not be going into your eye, Zen.
You know the rules, then.
Well, you know how things work here. Sometimes I got to put a stake in my eye.
Why do you got to put a stake in your eye, by the way? Typically, you want to put that in your mouth, down your gullet.
When we have guests here because Shuli didn't like something I did.
Thank you.
So imagine Shuli giving this guy the how-to and the what's up after every interview. I mean, what a fucking... and why would you take this furthermore? If a guy like Shuli was bossing me around, do you need money that bad? You're willing to take shit from a guy in a French hat? What do they call these hats? Not fedoras. This is the guy you take orders from. And you let him boss you around. So much so you're thinking about sticking a stake in your eye. That's incredible to me. That's incredible to me, the abuse that some of these people are willing to take for $10.60 an hour. You know, go to McDonald's. They treat you better. At least you get fucking benefits, you know, a health plan and a 401k. What do you get at the Shuli Network? Black and white comedy, not specials? I mean, excellent career choice, Zen. Excellent, excellent career choice. Seriously. All right, we got the last clip here. Isn't it a flat cap? Is it a flat cap? I'm pissed off these people. Me too, man. Me too. Amy Staley says he won't get into heaven now. Big W says he smokes cigarettes. Holy shit. What a rebel without a cause. Yeah, it's super edgy and punk rock. Balls Deep says present. James P says he has horrible equipment, Zen. And you can't even say what he has as equipment. That's like disrespectful to equipment. You know? Like Shuli kind of has equipment. Kind of. It's just a joke. It's just really just a joke. I mean, I listened to this on my morning walk while walking Butters this morning. And I'm just like, this is bizarre to me to listen to. And it's just co-signed. All these people just co-sign their own fucking bullshit. I always say they love the smell of their own farts. Gets them going in the morning. All right, we got one more. Carl nut rides Cumia. Okay, so just, you know, in case Cumia didn't hear all the nut riding before, Carl's going to double down and do some Cumia ball washing. He's going to show the people how it's done at 2250 here. Check this out.
Controversial thing that'll get him clicks on TikTok, but that's why it's not interesting, because you're not interested in it. Opie doesn't have any like actual interests in things. So when he talks, it's just babble. If Anthony Cumia, for example, were to talk about Beyonce changing to a country performer, I bet he'd have some takes on it. I bet he has some thoughts and feelings around that they would be kind of passionate about. Whereas Opie just goes, I don't know, I'm just looking for clicks.
Yeah, you don't think he'd open with, what's with this white hat, folks?
So you see, this is what they have to do. They put down Opie. They have to raise Cumia up on this pedestal as if his take on Beyonce's country album would be so fucking much different than what, I mean, you basically could sum up Beyonce's country album with what Opie said. It's shit. And I'm looking for clicks. So click on my video. You don't need to make this whole elaborate Beyonce and the reason why she wore the white hat, and, you know, she's actually, you know, black, and I don't like black, so therefore she's worse and furthering slave. You know, it's just like, what is who cares, man? Who cares about fucking Beyonce? I liked one song from Beyonce, and that was Got Me Crazy Right Now. Your touch got me looking so crazy right now. And that was a collab with her and Jay-Z, so it's technically not even her song fully. But other than that, I despise Beyonce. She ruined a lot of things in my life, personally. So me and Beyonce don't fucking match well. But Carl, again, has to shoehorn in how Cumia is so good at takes. You know, you want a good take, go to listen to Anthony Cumia.
Hey, changing to a country performer, I bet he'd have some takes on it.
Where's he at? Wait.
If Anthony Cumia, for example, were to talk about Beyonce changing to a country performer,
I mean, you might as well just lay down flat back, open your mouth wide, and let Cumia just pump that fucking vampiric penis into your mouth, because that's what it sounded like to me. You just want to suck his dick. You really just want to suck his fucking dick. But ladies and gentlemen, the boys from WATP and the Shuli Network, again, never shying away from pro-Cumia sentiment and delusional takes on Opie's piss poor studio. I mean, very incredible. Very incredible from the bunch here. Again, I'm listening to this one. I'm like, this is, I mean, really fucking, it's actually aggravating to listen to. I agree with Jay. I wish none of these people existed ever. They're all Opie and Anthony guys. Very, very awesome. All right, before we get into this Nick Ricada stuff, how are we doing on time? It's almost 12 o'clock. It's almost noon here on the East. Before we get into this Ricada stuff, Kanye West has been on a fucking heater as of late. And he was on Piers Morgan with Sneeko. I think it was yesterday. And Kanye did some, well, he pretty much did what Kanye does, and that is leave the audience wanting more. And we're going to take a look at it here. It's a very short interview, but my question becomes, what is Kanye doing with all these people? With Sneeko, he's pounding around with, there was a time and place he was powwowing around with Milo Yiannopoulos and Nick Fuentes. It's like, Kanye might be a genius. He might be a weirdo. I don't know. Kanye might be many things, but the people he chooses to keep around his camp is insane. Like I mentioned, he was on Piers Morgan. I don't like this Piers Morgan guy at all. I do not like the cut of his jib whatsoever. The interview, I think, lasted. They were supposed to do, I think, like a full-on interview. Like 2 days ago, Kanye and Sneeko dicked Piers Morgan around. So Piers Morgan came into this interview a little hot-headed. He had a bone to pick with Kanye. Furthermore, Piers Morgan's going to claim not to like the Jewish sentiment and the pro-Hitler sentiment. And look at Piers here. Look how mad he is. Angry, stewing. It's like, bro, loosen up, man. It's not that serious. Let Kanye be Kanye. That shouldn't be that shocking anymore. The fact that people give it so much fucking fuel is the reason why Kanye keeps doing what he's doing. So if people just stopped reacting like the way they react, he'd probably dial it back. I don't know. I'm guessing. Or he might ramp it up and try to be a dictator himself. I don't know. But Piers Morgan, he's, like I said, was supposed to have on Kanye, or he did have him on for this extensive interview, and I think he got maybe 5 minutes. He disrespected Kanye West, and Kanye, in true Kanye form, gets up and fucking leaves. Let's check this shit out. Pierce?
2 years ago, I interviewed Kanye West on Uncensored after he'd made global headlines for anti-Semitic outbursts. Most outrageously, he tweeted that he wanted to go DEFCON 3 on Jewish people. It was a heated interview. It was a long interview. I held him to account. I told him his remarks were offensive. He'd caused many people a lot of pain. And he gave me some back, of course. He called me a Karen. Fair enough, I can take it. At least we had a mostly grown-up conversation. These constant tirades, against Jewish people.
Have you felt my pain yet? You haven't felt my pain. You don't want to feel my pain.
Well, no,
you don't hold accountability. You don't hold accountability.
By the way, I think I missed this super chat, and thank God I did. But W-Man came in for 5, says, I'm going to come take a crap in your house. Now, that's a threat. That's a fucking threat. How dare you, man? Well, if you take a crap at my house, I'm going to make a TikTok video out of it and post it and hashtag the shit out of it. How's that sound, man? Checkmate. So this was, thank you for the 5. This was the interview, their first interview Piers and Kanye did. I think Piers said 2 years ago now at this point. Let's listen.
To my pain, you're being a Karen.
Do you believe that you have any form of mental illness?
You're being a Karen.
I believe that I suffered from exhaustion. I believe that I suffered from exhaustion. I suffered from being lied to constantly.
Lied to?
By the people around me, by my management, by my ex-wife.
Do you still love Kim?
I absolutely love, I'll love her for life.
That interview lasted 2 hours in the end. We covered a lot of ground. There were moments of tension and moments, I think, of mutual understanding. Yeah, he got up and walked off at one point, but he had to think about what he wanted to say, and then he came back and he said it.
And we'll have the top lawyers like a Johnny Cochran, Robert Kardashian level legal team, looking at all of these contracts together. After that moment happens, then I will say, I'm sorry.
So this is all set up.
Okay, if that's your position.
That's clear. Interview adjourned. Love you.
Yeah, thanks for sitting back down. I'll change the subject now. Obviously, I have no idea what's going on in this guy's head, and he's unquestionably a genius artist with a global fan base and massive talent. He's lived most of his life under the microscope of intense fame, and that pressure alone can make people behave very oddly. Back then, I was trying to understand if Ye had any regret or remorse for what could have been a relatively isolated incident or some kind of episode. I wanted to know if he understood there are consequences for his words and whether he was genuinely a racist. What we now know is just the tip of the iceberg. As far as the watching public is concerned,
He's worse than a
in both his
racist.
personal life and his business life.
He's worse than a racist. Now he's gone full anti-Jew. You can't critique the Jews.
Most recently, he's taken the post.
You can critique the blacks. You can critique the Chinese. You can critique the fucking Indians. You start critiquing Jews, you got guys like Piers Morgan not too happy and wants to interview you and scold you every step of the way.
Endless, outrageous anti-Semitic slurs on X. He frequently professes his great love for Adolf Hitler. He poses in swastikas and cake.
That's amazing, by the way. That should be, picture of the year.
KK costumes. He says things like Jews were better as slaves and they should be whipped. We all know this because X has allowed him to carry on doing it to his 33 million followers.
So remember this. Remember he says 33 million followers. Remember that, because that's going to come back in a big way.
I've argued for a long time his account should be shut down. It should be stopped. That's my opinion. I believe passionately in free speech.
Why? Why should his account be stopped? And then your very next sentence you're about to say here is you believe in free speech? That doesn't sound like free speech to me. It sounds like free speech the way you would like it, the way you would have it. Well, thank God the Constitution of the United States, by the way, Piers Morgan, isn't written based off of your likings, because we'd have a lot of people silenced. You don't believe in free speech.
And I detest censorship because I believe in the importance of sharing honestly held opinions in a democracy. But posting endless, vile, anti-Semitic insults, encouraging violence against Jewish people in these unhinged tirades on a privately owned platform has got nothing to do with free speech. I invited him back onto Uncensored because at least on my show, I can call him out for what he's been doing and put myself in between the 33 million followers who see his posts.
So remember that again. He says 32 and then quickly corrects himself and says 33.
Without any challenge whatsoever. Our producer spotted that he was in Spain with his friend Sneeko, and we invited both of them on for an interview. They very quickly agreed, and Sneeko spent several days talking about it, but they mucked us around, a significant expense, both in time and money, to me, my crew in Spain, and my team here in London. More importantly, he didn't turn up yesterday and said wanted to do it today. So it seemed to me then it might all just be a stunt. But I went ahead and said, okay, we'll have another go today.
Kanye West
told Sneeko not
doing
to be
a stunt?
offended.
No. The guy who dressed up, in multiple KKK outfits is pulling a stunt? No, you say it ain't so.
If he stormed off very shortly before today's interview started. You can judge for yourself how it went and whether Ye has any respect or, frankly, any marbles. I'm not a shrink. But if you're so delusional or fragile you don't expect a journalist to ask you questions about your publicly stated love of Hitler, you should probably talk to somebody other than me. What followed, frankly, was a farce.
I'm getting you multi-tracks right now.
So I think the reason why Kanye didn't show up to do the interview the first time was he wanted Piers Morgan and his crew to hear the song Heil Hitler and really resonate with it. Go off, for 6 hours and write an essay about what Heil Hitler meant to them. To which I think they did, by the way. So that's why he's saying, I'll send you the multi-tracks right now. I think he's just sending Piers Morgan the multi-tracks of his new hit song, Heil Hitler.
I'm about to step in this interview, but I can hop back on in about.
We got this guy Sneeko over here. I don't know about this guy. I mean, I think he's one of these Rumble streamers who, or I don't even think he streams on Rumble anymore. Maybe it's on Kick. I mean, where is this guy? And what's he doing with Kanye? That's my question.
Whenever it's done. That nuance right there, it's idiotic. It just shows the hate that you put out for people that put love. There's so much love in the art that I put out.
What are you talking about?
We have to admit this is somewhat entertaining. This is going to be laughed at by many people. It's not what I expected,
entertaining?
That was funny.
Kanye West is rarely out of the headlines at the moment. It's fair to say the headlines are equally rarely positive. The rapper producer a fashion designer, is currently working on a new album. Several new tracks were previewed on a recent live stream with his friend Sneeko, and both.
So, Squid in the chat says, didn't he fire Sneeko? I don't think so. I mean, unless he fired him today, because this was yesterday.
Sneeko and Ye join me now. Well, welcome to Uncensored. Ye, we haven't spoken for a while. How are you?
I'm doing good. I don't use the term West, you know, the whole drop the slave name idea.
Okay, so we just call you.
Drop the you know, I don't go by my last name West. You know the whole drop the slave name, Piers. I briefed you on this right before you came on.
Hey, we haven't spoken for a while. How are you? Join me now. Well, welcome with his friend Sneeko. Album. Several new tracks were previewed on a recent launch. It's fair to say the headlines.
I gotta go back and listen to this whole thing. Hold on.
Ye West is rarely out of.
Ye West. So out of this whole fucking soliloquy that Piers Morgan put together, the biggest thing Kanye took out of this was, and he took it as a slight, nonetheless, was that Piers Morgan used his last name because it's his slave name. He wants to drop the whole slave name thing.
The headlines at the moment, it's fair to say the headlines are equally rarely positive. The rapper, producer, and fashion designer is currently working.
And a guy like this can't even like understand how Kanye is still able to like operate in modern society, like by saying, you know, some of the things he said. Now, look, some of the things Kanye does say is in fact bizarre. I mean, don't get me wrong, but I mean, he has the right to say them, you know, and Piers Morgan shouldn't be deciding what Kanye has, you know, is able to say or not say.
On a new album, several new tracks were previewed on a recent live stream with his friend Sneeko, and both Sneeko and Ye join me now. Well, welcome to Uncensored. Ye, we haven't spoken for a while. How are you?
I'm doing good. I don't use the term West, you know, the whole drop the slave name idea.
Okay, so we just call you Ye, yeah?
Yes, sir.
So that's strike one. Well, look, strike one.
When I last interviewed you, we had a long conversation. And since then, a lot has happened in your life. And so I'm grateful for the opportunity to try and talk to you about some of this. How would you say your life is at the moment?
So he's on this interview, and immediately within the first 30 seconds, because he's already been disrespected, just goes right to his phone. Goes right to his phone. Checking Twitter, probably firing off some sort of Jewish tweet, how he hates the Jews, and how Piers Morgan is, you know, connected to Jewish culture, and how he's trying to take Kanye down.
And so I'm grateful for the opportunity to try and talk to you about some of this. How would you say your life is at the moment?
I mean, you see that view?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Your life is good?
Well, judge it on the view as the answer to how my life is. Judge me by the view.
Well, the view is Mallorca. I've been there. It's a beautiful place. And for all intents and purposes, you seem very relaxed and happy. That is in direct contrast.
Should he not be? I mean, I don't understand. Like, all these people want to, like, mold Kanye into this thing. You know, you're saying all the most wild things that anybody could say. Why are you happy about it? Like, you should be sad. You should be mad. You should be depressed. You should be remorseful. What if he's not? What if he's not? By the way, that is an excellent view.
You seem very relaxed and happy. That is in direct contrast to your public image at the moment over the last couple of years, led by your ferocious... Well, hang on, let me finish the question. Led by your ferocious use of...
No, but I already disagree. It's not in contrast. There's so many people and artists that are championing the idea of someone being able to just express who they really are and have been able to go through the war of being attacked by the banks, being attacked, you know, by the banks. The banks. That's the best way to put it, being attacked by the banks and to still be here with this view is, you know, that's the win. So I think I'm in contrast to your contrast.
It's another win for the toe.
Okay, but the point I was going to make is that I watch what you put up.
Hey, it's like, you know, all this money Piers Morgan has access to, you know, he does this fucking, I mean, pretty big show, I think, in Britain, right? He's got big guests on, Kanye, Alex Jones, some of the biggest guests you could possibly have. you would think before doing an interview like this, you would probably invest either in some Benadryl or some Flonase, or I mean something, man. How is it that, like, you know, I'm just hearing you sniff all throughout this interview? That's rude to me.
Okay, but the point I was going to make is that
you just rub it, unless you just did like a fucking blast of coke right before.
Contrast to your contrast.
Like you're a pro broadcaster. Like this is like what Aaron M. Holt wants to be. This is exactly what Aaron wants to be. A stuffed up guy doing broadcasts from Britain, interviewing Kanye West.
Okay, but the point I was going to make is that...
And the point I'm making is why, again, you know, come on, man. It's too many nose snuffles. It's too many nose. Your nose shouldn't be this congested.
I watch what you put out on X. You got 32 million followers.
Okay, so remember that 32 million. Now remember, he corrected himself twice before doing the intro segment. Twice before, saying 33. That's one step too far for Kanye.
So you're one of the most followed people.
See, wait. Now look right now. You're not gonna take inches off my dick, bro. Like, how many followers do I have?
Sneeko thought that one was good too. Damn, Kanye. He too hot for TV, man. This shit crazy, dog. I can't believe I'm doing this. I cannot believe I am even here. While Piers Morgan trying to take inches off my dick.
You're not gonna take inches off my dick, bro. Like, how many followers do I have?
Well, how many is it?
I think you could do the study. You got a whole staff over there.
I thought it was 32 million. How many is it? You obviously know.
I mean, no. I mean,
Sneeko goes up.
Don't help them out. You know they.
I'm told it's 33 million now. So congratulations. You're slightly bigger following than I thought.
No, congratulations. Your information is correct. You're not just some, dude trying to sub. I'm a gift, bro. You know what I mean?
This is insane.
Why do all you people in media act like you haven't played my songs at your weddings or graduations or at funerals or when your child was born?
That's, by the way, that's exactly where all Kanye West songs should be played, is at funerals. Gold Digger, Bigger, Faster, Stronger, Harder. That song, I mean, seriously, in a moment of, I guess, just complete sadness and just, everyone's down and depressed. Oh my God, look at grandma, she died. Look at Ma, she's dead in the casket. If people just started playing Gold Digger, I mean, everyone would be fucking dancing and having a grand old time. There's all this like sad, ominous music, piano heavy, violins. It's like, Jesus, man. Like, we get it. She's dead, or whoever is dead. Playing the sad shit, it doesn't make it any better. It doesn't bring them back. So why not? Like, why not play Kanye? When I die, I want Kanye West music played at my funeral, okay? I'm saying it now for the record. All of the Lights is the song I want.
Songs at your weddings or graduations or at funerals or when your child was born.
When your child was born. It's another great time, excellent time to play Hail Hitler or Cousins as you're pushing out a child. I sucked my cousin dick when I don't even know how the song goes. Hail Hitler, Hail Hitler. And as your girl or your wife is struggling for hours to push the child out, you got Hail Hitler on. Amazing. I know what I'm doing at my child's birth. Playing the song Cousins. So when I die, I want All the Lights, and when my child's birth, I want Cousins.
Weddings or graduations or at funerals or when your child was born. You take somebody that's living like a Lennon, a Michael Jackson, and you just take all this time to just like that.
Numero uno, Josh Deddy Van says, I play Cousins at my family reunions. Exactly.
Right there. It's idiotic. It just shows the hate that you put out for people that put love. There's so much love in the art that I put out.
What are you talking about?
Uh-oh.
I haven't said anything.
What are you talking about? It's 30. Okay, now you're not taking accountability or responsibility.
You said it. You implied I haven't played your music. Of course I played your music.
I need a.
Of course I played your music.
Sir. This is what you get for now. We can circle back when you can count.
Oh, shit. And then he's out. That's about a 2.5. As far as interviews go, that is the quickest interview as far as interviews go. Holy shit. You got to watch how that ends.
Of course I played your music.
No, sir. This is what you get for now. We can circle back when you can count.
Okay.
Wow, how does it feel, old man? Snuffles?
This is what you get for now. We can circle back when you can count.
Okay.
Wow. I think it's time to play a Kanye song in this moment. Break the ice. I mean, seriously. All you have to do is get his Twitter following correct and drop his last name. And take some accountability, Piers Morgan.
We can circle back when you can count.
This face sums up the interview, by the way.
Okay.
Wow. How cocked. Basically like Aaron Emholt. This is Aaron Emholt's face while he's watching Nick plow April. Ain't that fucking...
Going to be a real hoot.
Thanks, Ape.
Where's he gone, Sneaker?
That's it for Ye. But it's nice to meet you, Piers.
Where's he gone?
I think he's just going back to work. There's several things he's working on. I was not aware he was going to leave like this, but it seems like he got upset about the...
So it's all just a game, is it? Is that the idea?
It's just like loosen up, dude. I mean, everyone is all so serious. We want to get to the bottom of why you're tweeting Jewish tweets. I mean, come on, anti-Jewish tweets. Who cares? Loosen up.
So it's all just a game.
I mean, until Kanye actually like hurt somebody, you know. Until then, it's just tweets, dog.
Game, is it? Is that the idea?
I mean, life is a video game, is it?
Okay, and this Sneeko character, you know, I don't know. I don't know about him. Wearing all black at the white party. Going around with Kanye. I mean, what is your story, Sneeko?
No, I just wondered what the point of this exercise was. Was he supposed to do an interview or not?
Are you supposed to do an interview? But I mean, the amount of Twitter followers, something like that, it's patronizing for no reason. You said his name incorrectly. You know his name is Ye. This is very public about that. Hopefully we could do it. I think this was good. We were prepared for a good interview.
I think this was good. You did 2.5 minutes. Solid interview. All right, I think we'll put a pin in that because it's just basically Sneeko and Piers Morgan getting flustered. Actually, you know what? Let's just show you the end here. Let's just show you the end because Piers Morgan gets himself worked up for no reason.
I've been here for a couple weeks and he hasn't whipped any Jews.
Really? Oh, shit.
Want me to break
I need that as a sound drop, by the way.
But what's the humor?
It's...
I mean, he's going sniffing again.
Sense of humor.
I'm missing the humor. What's the humor?
It's... I mean, do you want me to break down a joke for you?
You think it's a joke, do you, about whipping Jews?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's a joke because I've been here for a couple weeks and he hasn't whipped any Jews.
I haven't seen him whip any Jews. Pretty sure that's part of a bit.
Really? So because he hasn't actually whipped any yet, that's a joke.
He really has.
Yeah.
He really has. But Piers, before I leave, I don't want to speak on his behalf. If you're agreeing
what
that he's
choice do we
the
have? You
greatest
set
living
this
artist
thing.
right now.
You set this farce up. He's dicked us around. You're the one left. So you're going to have to be accountable for him. Unless you want to walk away too.
Accountable? Wow. What do you want to hold me accountable?
If you don't want to answer questions either, you are free to stand up and walk away like a little sniveling coward.
Well, you can ask questions.
Too.
If you have questions for me, then I'll feel free to answer those.
Here's my question for you. Why is your mate Ye?
Is this whole thing going to be interrupting, or is this whole thing just going to be interrupting? Or do you want me to speak at all?
You're sounding like Andrew Tate Light, like his annoying little younger brother we never knew about.
Wow, that's fucking actually pretty good. You sound like Andrew Tate Light, like his little brother we didn't even know about. That's a fucking burn. I need burns like that. I mean, that was quick for a guy who's all stuffy in the nose and I guess is incapable of using Flonase or Benadryl. That is a sick slam.
Is this whole thing going to be interrupting, or is this whole thing just going to be interrupting? Or do you want me to speak at all?
You're sounding like Andrew Tate Light, like his annoying little younger brother we never knew about.
Holy shit.
Okay? Doesn't work with me.
Doesn't work with me.
You set this thing up. It's obviously some kind of elaborate prank.
Okay,
that you're pulling
your team asked
with
me to
your
do
mate.
it.
I do like Pierce's no nonsense attitude. That's about it, though. Everything else, I mean, really, he's just so uptight all the time.
Yeah,
if you want to be Netanyahu light on TV,
but given you want to make, given
if you want to be
okay,
Dave
you think it's
Portnoy
all
with
funny,
the suit,
it's fine.
That doesn't work. You want to be Dave Portnoy? Why does he want to be Dave Portnoy with a suit? I mean, that makes no sense. So that's a swing and a miss. Sneeko. Oh, like he really had to think hard about this one because he knows he got slammed hard. You're not going to call me Andrew Tate Light. Wait, how do you say it? Andrew Tate Light.
Light on TV.
But given you want to make, given you
want to be Dave
you think it's
Portnoy
all
with the
funny,
suit,
it's fine.
Then
No. Mm-mm. Sorry. I'm deducting a point from you, Sneeko. Why does he want to? He looks like nothing like Dave Portnoy.
Sure. If you want to do ad hominem attacks, then why invite someone on your show? I set this up because your team asked me to do it. I did everything that I could. If I knew that this would, I'm not here wasting your time. You're angry at me for setting up an interview that you wanted. If you have questions for me, I'm happy to answer those.
Here's
If you
my
want
question.
to keep doing insults, there's no point in me being here.
Why did Jay stand up like a sniveling little coward and walk away before I could ask him difficult questions?
For the third time, Piers, I don't know if you have a hearing problem, but I'm not going to answer questions on another man's behalf. But
really?
Thank you for
Even though you set up
settle down, Tate Light.
The interview with him
another time, that'd be great.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, tell
you.
him from me he's a sniveling little coward, and he's an anti-Semite and a Hitler worshipper. That's what I would have asked him if he'd had the balls to sit there and take the questions. And there you are, proudly associating yourself with him.
And
Good luck
there
to you, Sneeko.
You are.
Everyone can see you for what you are.
Damn. Andrew Tate Light. We see you. We see you, Sneeko. All right, we're going to move on. But I saw that last night, and I'm just like, Jesus Christ, thank God. We played the rest of that. Andrew Tate Light. I mean, seriously, that was good. Good old Piers Morgan. All right, let's go into some Baldo news. Enough of this Jew talk here. I feel like my YouTube channel is going to get struck discussing all about hailing Hitler and anti-Jewish sentiment here. I don't associate myself with any of those things. But I do believe in people's rights to say whatever they want to an extent. Like Kanye. Let's get into some Baldo news, shall we? Nicholas J. Ricada. He's going to be at Hackamania, part of this whole fucking, what is it? The tapes, the evidence with Aaron M. Holt, apparently confirming that Aaron H. is. So without further ado, Nick Ricada. Fight like hell. All right, there he is. This is courtesy of, like I mentioned, Third World Aristocrat. Again, put together another phenomenal part 2 video of Nick here, kind of pretty much just contradicting himself for about 5 minutes. So let's watch it. This is Nick in its entirety. And again, if you'd like anti-Nick material, Third World Aristocrat is the person you want to be subscribing to on YouTube. Let's check it out. Nick. So set us up here.
I told people I've said this. I told people I've said this forever. I don't burn bridges with people. They'll burn them with me, and that's okay. And maybe I cause it, but I rarely will disassociate.
Some of you don't like Ralph, and that's okay. Ralph was good to me. Ralph had me on the kill stream when I had 2,000 subscribers. But Ralph has always been a good friend to me in this show.
I met Ralph once. I think he's sweet.
He's great. But again, Kurt's been a bro to the channel for a very long time, and if I can help him out, I absolutely will do it.
These are all the people he's currently beefing with.
Always been a friend to me from the get-go. The first time Kurt and I interacted.
Kurt from I believe Uncivil Law.
Kurt and I have always been friends.
Kurt is a stand-up, solid guy. He's a good dude.
He's a good egg.
Intentions. And Kurt has the courtesy to be honest with me.
Get it?
Guys,
courtesy.
It should be pretty obvious who I like on LawTube. Joe Neerman, potentially criminal, legal vices, legal
narcolepsy
mindset,
medication
Sean,
again.
And my good friend Sean says now you're getting into rule of lenity issues with the ambiguity. I agree. Yeah, Sean is great.
He's actually pretty funny. He's actually pretty funny, isn't he?
Have you guys ever been to KiwiFarms.net? My buddy My buddy Moon.
Was your narcolepsy?
Josh.
The top autists of the Kiwi farms have spent innumerable hours researching this topic. And
Why is the Kiwi Farms the funniest website on the planet? You know, I love the autists at Kiwi Farms. I really do. Speaking of archiving, what do you think of some of the Kiwis? Yeah, Anonymous, I believe, is a lawyer, and that guy's he's great. I like him. The Kiwis are great. You retards are bottom barrel farmers. It's getting really fucking embarrassing. I have never cared to follow the antics of Ethan Ralph. You know, I hope whatever is going on that Ralph's in good spirits. He's always been a friend to me. You're gonna find Ralph shoving a dildo in his ass, him shoving a fucking object in his ass. Because he is not a man. Ralph is not a man. This is a weirdo, an internet weirdo. Have you never heard of Ethan Ralph?
Is this the same Ethan Ralph?
I'm always thankful for Ralph for having me on the kill stream. I consider him a buddy. Ethan Ralph's a giant bitch.
Okay.
Dude, I'm enmeshed in all of the petty drama of the internet. I hate it. Guys, I fucking hate drama.
Sorry, I'm trying to fix something while this video plays.
I hate that people keep getting brought up in drama. I hate anything related to it. I know you got this thing, and you need to be cool with Kiwi Farms.
I don't give a shit about the farms. The farms can hate me. I'm a fat fucking all that.
I'm just a bunch of faggots, and I get it, but the farms is just the only people who don't know their day while they got a dick in their ass. Kiwi Farms faggots is the biggest hand-wringing group of Karen faggots on the planet. Oh, think of the children. It's where someone on Kiwi Farms will
Where one pedophile says to another, yeah.
One pedo says to the next. Kiwi Farms, no matter how much you hate them, no matter how much they dox people and swat people. And by the way, if you're getting doxed on Kiwi Farms, it's because you posted bullshit that doxed you. Doxing victim of Kiwi Farms right here. I posted all the shit requisite for them to find it. It doesn't matter. I'm like, Josh, stop being a fucking loser. There's no reason for us to be fighting, you gay boy. I've never actually been mad at Josh. I'm still not even mad at him because I know he's retarded. He's like the Down syndrome kid that you take to get cake, and he's like, I want ice cream. I'm like, no, it's the cake store. And that's Josh. And I'm still not, dude, I sent him a thing. I'm like, Josh, why are we fighting?
I know this guy is anti-Nick, this potentially criminal character. I'm not. This guy, he's bad news. Trust me. Just trust me on it. You know, I know somebody when I see him, when they're up to no good, or they've been up to no good, or they've buried a few bodies in their backyard. You know, touched women in inappropriate places many times. This is that sort of guy. He might, you know, be anti-Nick. Again, you might be anti-Nick as well, you at home, the viewer. But just because you aligned with somebody with one thing doesn't mean you have to be potentially criminal. This guy, Aaron Emholt, is vouching for him, and that should tell you everything right there. That should tell you everything right there. Let's keep listening.
This is so stupid. Cheers to Josh Moon, most autistic person.
And you really see, this video really does a great job, I think, showing the real just transformation of Nick's complexion and his, I mean, look at that. The man looks like a fucking zombie here, like a Nazi zombie, like something that you would play, no pun intended, I know you just watched Kanye, but, you know, a character right out of the video game, Call of Duty, zombies. And you know, a couple of years prior to this, he looked fine, he looked healthy, he looked normal. It just goes to show you what ketamine, booze, cocaine, and all that will do to you, man. It just ain't worth it. Trust me. Mind you, 5 kids. This guy has 5 kids. Imagine that being your dad, by the way. You look to this man. I say that term loosely. You look to this guy as your dad for like support and stability, and he's going to protect you. This guy can't protect nothing, man. He can't protect nothing besides his drugs. All right, let's give it a whirl. We got 2 minutes on this. Nick!
On Earth with zero human interactive experience. Go get him, Josh. I love you. I hope your suicide. Wait, oh shit. But you know. Sorry, Josh. Having a little trouble mustering the sympathy for you, you faggot.
Whoa. Oof.
There are people out.
That's what I'm gonna miss about. I do hope Nick relapses hard, and we could all see it live for moments like
For
this.
you faggot.
I remember when I first started watching Nick, and when he did this for the first time, I didn't even know what to say or do. Where's it at? The old bottle lick. This is going to be live at Hackamania. This guy right here. He's a, what do they call him? Like a featured star at Hackamania? Him? What else did I catch Melton saying yesterday? Featuring Nick Ricada and, Adams Bush. You're not going to want to miss it. Nope. I am going to want to miss it. Trust me. That's why we're doing a whole snipe of it.
There are people out there that didn't get bullied enough.
Oh,
And they're
God.
still fucking nerds. And all those people should be bullied and beaten to death. Is that a sandwich for Sean? No, I don't have 2 loaves of bread. By the way, you want a fucking nerd? There's one. I'm gonna paint my mom's. You have fun. What a loser.
I've been painting, like, you have to get a lot of paint on them. So I've been working on the gold on this belt.
Right, so he's calling other people nerds, and meanwhile, he's painting action figures. You know, I've been painting his belt gold. You cut to another clip from Nick. Oh, these fucking... Nick, you're one of the biggest of them all.
Painting, like, you have to get a lot of paint on them. So I've been working on the gold on this belt.
I mean, imagine working on the gold of this belt at the age of 40 with 5 kids.
I know about lard. Yes, I've encountered Sean and Kurt. Bunch of fat losers. I hope most of those people choked to death on something, so I have no compassion or pity left for any of them. Kurt, that's because you're as interesting as glass, man. You're dull. Being his friend is like pulling teeth out of a horse.
What's up? Hey, Kurt in the chat says he admires me. Well, thank you, Kurt. I admire you too, buddy. I really do.
Because if I wasn't empathetic, kind, loyal, I would not have been friends with you. We were in different echelons of YouTube, of life, of physical and mental health. Brother, because you are sad and have been sad ever since I met you. And it's soul crushing to be around you. It is soul crushing. That's what being a friend is, though. You should take some notes.
I see Uncivil Law. Uncivil Law sent a chat. He said, thanks for chilling with me on my channel. Always fun, my man. And congrats again for all your success. Looking sharp in that shirt. Hey, thanks.
But he's got this list. He's got a list, and it comes up whenever someone wrongs him. And he has the list of grievances, right? He's like a dwarf. Warhammer dwarves have a book of grudges.
Oh, I'm glad you explained that to me. I was very lost.
Warhammer dwarves have a book of grudges, and they have to check, like, they will go on death quests to check off to rectify the the grudges.
So, I mean, there you have it. Nick for about 6 minutes. Just, I mean, that's pretty much, that sums Nick up, I think, perfectly from his time as an innocent little law tuber, just trying to make his way in this little internet world to where he is today, where, again, it's just hot. Now, I wish somebody would do this. I wish Third World Aristocrat would do something like this with Aaron Emholt. Again, I've always equated these guys with being basically, you know, that's why I think they have so much, you know, just hatred for one another. And furthermore, I think that's why they thought it was a good idea to, you know, swap with each other, because they saw a lot of themselves in the, you know, in the other. But excellent work from the one Third World Aristocrat. Excellent stuff. All right, let's show you Nick. Last we left Nick on Monday, Cinco de Mayo. He was showing us his Adderall prescription, claiming that, you know, his doctors weren't, you know, they didn't diagnose him fully as a drug addict, alcoholic. He was basically had no cravings for drugs, and it was just a little fad in his life, and now he can move past it. He's better than he's ever been. Group therapy was fun to him. Rehab was fun to him. So that's the last we left Nick. Now, where we pick up with Nick Ricada is this past week. And by this past week, I mean 2 days ago, on Monday night, he found himself doing a stream with Karmic X, which is we're going to get into here in a second. I don't even know how this happened, but it did. And I guess maybe he was supposed to troll Karmic X on the behalf of Melton. So you're doing, Nick, you're doing ops for Patrick Melton. You were so bored that you're now doing stunts on the behalf of Patrick Melton. Days before you're flying out to Las Vegas to join Hackamania and sing Kumbaya on stage and release evidence that's going to further show that Aaron has ingested man goo. Your man goo, by the way. So, I mean, everyone I know wants to jump on Aaron for this. And, you know, he should be ridiculed and made fun of and mocked. Aaron, that is. But you forget the man's goo that Aaron ate was Nick's. So again, you know, it doesn't. Why aren't we talking about that, Patrick Melton? Why aren't we talking about that, Carl from WATP? Nick allowed that to happen. So, I mean, I don't know. These people just, you know, they're incapable because they hate Aaron. They do. I mean, look, I'm all for making fun of Aaron. I need to make one thing perfectly clear. I'm all for Aaron Emholt, you know, shit talk. But, you know, Nick is just as bad. He's just as bad. We're going to listen to a clip from This Little Piggy in a little bit where they're like trying to justify why they don't go after Nick. It's interesting. But let's listen. This is from Alyssa Clips. Ricada's narcolepsy meds and the advantages of coke later in life. So again, Nick has already relapsed. He's not sober. He's doing Adderall. He's taken, you know, scheduled substances. I think one of his medications, his sleep medication, is a scheduled drug. I could be wrong on that. I should have probably researched, but he is taking Adderall 1000%. And his justification is, well, doctor prescribed it to me. I'm fine. And it's not meth. It's not coke. I'm not buying it off the streets. No, man. Look, it's a narcotic. It's basically one molecule away from meth. And now what you've done is, because you couldn't stay sober for 5 years. You couldn't put everything down because you weren't ready. You weren't ready to. And that's fine, man. Look, but just admit that. Just admit that. Like, because I knew that was going to happen. You can't force somebody to get clean. They have to be ready to get clean at that time. You can't force somebody. You could take away their kids. You could throw them in jail. You could take away everything that they love in this life. But they'll if they're not ready to get clean, they won't get clean. And you know, the proof is in the pudding here with Ricada because, I mean, basically all that happened to him. And he still found a way to use. He found the loophole in the system to use. The substance being Adderall. And now, again, what he's able to do is he's only getting 10 milligrams, 30 capsules, 10 milligrams, 30 pills a month. But now what you're able to do is you're able to go out on the street and buy more. And, you know, a drug test isn't able to decipher how much Adderall you've taken. So you might only be prescribed 10 milligrams once a day, but now you could take as much as you want without it even being, you know, a red flag. But let's check in with Nick, Ricada's narcolepsy meds and why coke is good and the advantages to coke later in life.
Was your narcolepsy medication a gateway drug for coke? No. And are you still allowed the prescription coke? You mean the narcolepsy med? Yeah. Modafinil, I have that. I also have Adderall.
Okay.
Just a tiny dose, though. It's funny. A retard suggested that I would be like abusing my Adderall dosing. I get 10 milligrams of Adderall and I get 30 a month. And I don't know if you know this, but you don't get to refill Adderall like more than your prescription. They don't do that. You don't get to like do early refills or anything. So there's 300 milligrams of Adderall total for 30 days. Abusing it, it's not very much from what I hear. I think people do like 70 milligrams at a time or something like that.
And stop acting like, really stop acting like you don't know what the drug does to you and how much you need to really get high. And by the way, yeah, modafinil is it's a control 4, scheduled 4 drug. So it's a controlled substance here in the U.S. So you're on 2 controlled medications. Got it, Mr. Sober.
Pick it up. 50? I'm not sure. But no, I specifically like I don't use the Adderall for I use it for very small bursts of like whatchamacallit.
Nick, Earth to Nick.
First of all, Adderall, I've never had Adderall do anything more than just mildly keep me awake. But that's because I only use it for spot fatigue for my narcolepsy.
Oh, spot fatigue. Got it. The only reason why Nick Ricada uses Adderall is for spot fatigue for his narcolepsy. Yeah, that I mean, that all sounds good. I mean, it really does. But the real reason why you use it is because it's a way to get high while you're on 5 years of probation. I mean, let's be real. I mean, what the fuck are we talking about here, man?
When I get stressed out a lot is usually when it happens. But when I get stressed out, my narcolepsy kicks in a little harder. And
by the way, imagine like having narcolepsy, by the way. Now, again, some people may have this element. Narcolepsy basically just means that you're tired throughout the day. It's like you need modafinil and Adderall to combat that. You can't just go like run on a treadmill or drink caffeine. Like it's so bad. You need basically meth. And I don't even know what modafinil is, but it's probably another stimulant. So you need basically 2 stimulants to keep you awake for your spot fatigue. That's insane. That's fucking crazy, man. Go take a lap. Go drink espresso. Go be with your kids. You should, maybe it's your testosterone and your low T. Maybe it's that. It probably is. Again, you're just putting a Band-Aid over the bigger problem at hand. What, you're going to take modafinil and fucking Adderall until the day you die for your spot fatigue? I mean, do you hear yourself? Again, you know, some people might need these drugs. I'm not saying it's all a fucking, you know, hoax or whatever. Some people might actually need them, but those people that actually need them actually probably like nod out when they, you know, at 1 p.m. while the rest of us are, you know, just getting the day going. You know, some of these people might just be like actually really that tired. But I'm talking like, again, a very small percentage. Yes, doctor by 2. Exactly. You're goddamn right. Well, here, let's listen to him.
It's nice to have something just that isn't an all day thing. Like my modafinil is like, that's all day. That's 12 hours or whatever. But just a 10 milligram boost of Adderall helps get through those things. So yes, I'm still allowed to have anything I'm prescribed. And I have that. I don't know. It is not the same by any stretch of the imagination. Believe me. But that's fine. Like, you know, Coke is very intense in its own way. It's a lot. Like you wouldn't, I say you wouldn't want to do it all day, all the time. You kind of do, but it gets really exhausting.
Doing Coke.
Whereas these are both much more subtle. Don't worry, Nick, only 5 more.
Yeah, YouTube user says a hand over the stove worked. Exactly. Exactly. You know, cold water on the face, ice baths. I heard work. Just ask Joe Rogan. Jeff Closer says, win by Walgreens. Yeah? Now you're thinking. I'm here to diagnose.
More long, crushing years of no booze or cocaine.
And I'm here to write prescriptions. And I prescribe Nick Ricada as opposed to taking basically what equates to poison, ice baths, and espresso.
It's really not that big of a deal.
Or maybe you should, you know, be doing, you know, boring 9-hour live streams of trials. You know, because that might be the reason why you got some spot fatigue. I'm just going to take a shot in the dark and say watching trials all day might get a little tiresome. I'm not saying there's not interesting parts every now and again with a trial, but to watch it all day and then the stream and comment on it and make it interesting, yeah, that could probably put you. I'd say that's probably the number one reason why you got quote unquote spot fatigue, was it?
The principle behind it is way more annoying than the practical aspect of it. I do think that's one, I mildly disagree with something a lot of people say. They say, oh, you get this stuff out of the way in your 20s or whatever. I get the sentiment from, let's see, from sort of a life progression standpoint. Obviously, I had kids, which is a big thing that a lot of people had problems with, is that I was doing this stuff while having children. And though, like, again, I kept it away from the kids all the time.
Not according to Aaron. According to Aaron, you were dropping bullets of cocaine around children all the time. Now, again, take that for what you mean it for, with a grain of salt and a sliver of pepper. But I mean, I could definitely see a possibility. I mean, we see how Nick looked. He looked just disheveled and like he just didn't care about himself. And if you don't care about yourself, how could you care about anyone else? Like your kids or other people's kids for that matter. So it wouldn't be out of the realm of possibility that he was just, getting high as a motherfucking kite on ketamine, Molly, cocaine, drinking booze, and dropping his, paraphernalia around the children. Delco Lou says, if you have ADHD, Addies or Ritalin work with an adverse effect, it doesn't feel like speeds or coke. Yeah, to those who truly have the condition, which is extremely rare. Exactly. If you have ADHD, where you can't focus and, the sight of a bird outside will distract you, taking Adderall or Ritalin or Vyvanse or any of these things will actually, like, almost not sedate you, but calm you down. So you're able to focus and hone in on one thing at a time or whatever it is you're working on at the time. Nick, although isn't claiming to have, I don't think he has, maybe I missed it, ADHD. He is claiming to have narcolepsy, though, and spot fatigue. So therefore, he's taking these stimulants to keep him awake and drinking the Dr. Pepper. I mean, that's probably a big reason why you got some spot fatigue. I mean, your sugar intake. Ever think about that? Your insulin spikes. Dude, I mean, give me the fucking medical license now, man. Give me the medical license now. I'm out here fucking, doing the Lord's work, trying to get people off this shit. No, I'm just kidding. Really, I seriously want you on the shit. I seriously do. I seriously want you on more, actually. Why stop at Adderall? Start doing Percocet and oxycodone and Xanibars, Ambien. Do it all if you can. Live it up, I say. Live it up. Fuck those kids, man. Those kids don't fucking need you. They're old enough. They can take care of themselves. They know how to cook SpaghettiOs. Burn it to the ground, man. I mean, why stop? Why be such a bitch with 10 milligrams of Adderall? Lean into the fucking whole legal drug avenue. Start doing Oxycontin. Seriously. Heard it's a fucking hoot of a time.
No idea it was in the house. They've never seen drugs. They've never seen us on drugs or anything like that.
Your kids never... Come on, man.
That being said, it doesn't matter because it doesn't matter that you could like try and be safe and do all that stuff. When you have kids, you have a family, like that's just way too much risk to expose them to. And that was me being stupid, man. There's no way around that. So that said, one thing I disagree with, all in a vacuum, I actually think that that there may be some advantages to doing drugs later in life rather than earlier in life. One thing I don't think people consider is like I didn't really drink until I was about 35, and I didn't do any drugs until I was 40, which means I spent a lot of time as an adult not doing those things. Going back to them is really, really easy. It's actually easy.
Going back to the drugs is easy? Is that what you just said?
Them is really, really a lot of time as an adult not doing those things. Going back to them is really, really easy. It's actually easier than I expected. So I'm not too concerned with it. But Doesn't matter.
He's not too concerned. I guess he means he's not too concerned with going back to his normal life before taking drugs and alcohol. He's just gonna I'm just gonna get through. I'm just gonna power through it. Meanwhile, you're on fucking Adderall and modafinil, I guess it is. If you're on a drug named modafinil, I mean, seriously, you got bigger problems than I know how to diagnose. That's, I mean, out of my league of expertise. Modafinil. All right, I want to check out this Nick Ricada on Karmic's stream here. If I could pull it down. My mouse don't want to work with me today. Oh, there we go. All right, here we go. Nick on, I don't know how this happened. This Karmic X, he's, again, a hot ticket item
Take a
here
look at this.
around this universe. There's Ricada in the flesh. You got this guy, Stealth Chaos, who is, like, apparently into, like, threesomes, and he would, like, hook people up with, like, fetish. Like, if you were into a fetish, you hit up you hit up a guy named Stealth Chaos, and he was able to point you in the right direction of how to itch said fetish.
That's a fucking fact.
Very strange. How we've gotten here, I don't know. This is the guy, Karmic X, who I don't hate. I don't like. He's kind of just there. You see him on MLC a lot. You see him streaming all day long. Monday, he goes on Steel Toe, and right after the Steel Toe appearance, Aaron, by the way, I mean, was like up, over fucking, he loved him. Karmic X blew Aaron away. So much so, I think Aaron wants to have him back as like a revolving thing, like a revolving bit. Later on that night, Monday night, he finds himself on Nick Ricada, or Nick Ricada finds himself on Karmic X. And like I said, I guess the way I picked it up was Nick was going to do some trolling on the behalf of Patrick Melton. How did it go? Did Nick troll Karmics? Did Karmics troll Nick? Did Stealth Chaos pay attention whatsoever? Or was it just one big, basically just cuck fest? For lack of a better term. Let's check it out.
Look at what we got here, ladies and gentlemen. One, the only Nick Ricada. Let me put everything in perspective.
Put me in front of that chaos guy. Don't trust him at all. Got a robe on. What the hell is this?
I know, right?
I'm just kidding. Hey, thanks.
Nick, thank God. Thank God. Stealth Chaos was shaking in his boots. Nick comes in. He's like, yeah, put me in front of that Stealth Chaos guy. He's got a robe and nothing important to say. Just kidding, man. Just kidding. I don't want no problems. What?
Perspective.
Put me in front of that chaos guy. Don't trust him at all. Got a robe on.
Mind you, this guy, Karmic X, he drinks like a fucking fish. He makes Mersh look sober. That's how much he drinks. He makes Nick look sober, for that matter. This guy, is addicted to the bottle. He can't put it down. Rumor has it he's cashed in his 401k to pursue his dreams and aspirations into live streaming podcasting. He sits in front of a green wall with a nice leathered seat here. He's got the Shure SM7B. I was mentioning earlier how you could definitely tell Shure SM7B from fraudulent Shure SM7Bs. There you see it. The circumference of the SM has Shure writing on it. And we did not see that with Anthony Zenhouser. So again, that kind of furthers Anthony Zenhouser's fraudulent SM7B purchase. But I digress. Karmic, again, a fellow Minnesotan. So now there's 3 Minnesotans in this universe. We got Aaron, we got Nick, and we got Karmic X. Really, some bright people that we're dealing with. You take the law degree away from Nick, and it's like, they might as well be the 3 fucking stooges. And just because you have a law degree doesn't make you smart. Just look at Nick. All of Nick's decisions in the last 4 years are all dumb decisions. But here it is, Karmic X in the flesh.
What the hell is this?
I know, right?
I'm just kidding. Hey, thanks.
I
for
literally
having me
just
on.
got out. Thank you. Thank you for showing up, Nick. I appreciate you showing up to my streams.
Red Slime says, yeah, what do you say? Hold on, I lost that chat. Let's say crashed out or cashed out. Cashed out to invest in the Dabbleverse. Fuck yeah, dude. Hell yeah. And so fucking, I didn't even think about it like that, dude. Yeah, let me cash out my, $177 in my 401k from my corporate job. This is what he says. My corporate job. This guy's or had a corporate job and allegedly he was fired. And he, again, the legend has it, he's cashed out his 401k, all $177 of it, to pursue the life in the Dabbleverse. Could you even imagine? There's people that do this. There's actually people that do this. Karmic X being one of them. Allegedly, of course. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'd heard that just to be a rumor. But if it's true, that is some funny shit. That is some funny shit, man. Like, Godspeed, man. Fucking Godspeed. I hope it all works out for you.
So thank you.
Yeah, no problem, man. How you doing?
And he's so pumped to have Nick on. And this is a mistake I learned early on. I'm just going to pass along this information to Karmic X here at the top, if my mouse could work. But you see it here. When you wear sunglasses, it's typically not a good look to wear shades. And your lighting is just ring lights. You know? It's very tacky looking. In the reflection of your shades, we all could see ring lights. I know Karmic's, he's just getting his start, but, these are lessons, you should be learning right off the bat to course correct quickly. Ring lights are for, like, Twitch streamers, gamers, little, child Fortnite streamers. And even most of them that I just named, I mean, they upgrade to either key lights or Elgato lights. These ring lights, I mean, are probably one of the biggest scams next to pop filters on microphones. Whoever invented ring lights, I mean, seriously, should probably win some sort of award for biggest scammer. Like, they kind of work, but they don't really work. I mean, let's be real. You could light a room better with, like, I don't even know, a flashlight better than a ring light. I mean, that's the God honest truth. Get like a nice Duracell flashlight, stick it right above your fucking head, and that would be better than a ring light. Trust me.
Drink on a Monday night, which is not apropos, but a man's got to do what they got to do in this world.
And you see him, he's already gone to the bottle. I mean, we're not even 40 seconds into this clip. He's so nervous. Now, I don't know if this is a power move from Karmic's or just he's just so out of it and nervous that Nick Ricada, the big fucking lawyer, law tube lawyer, who was, powwowing around with Aaron Emholt, is on his show. Or it could just be, like I said, a power move because Nick can't drink, allegedly. So therefore, Karmic's is going to stick it to him by drinking right in front of his fucking face. Ha ha, I could drink, you can't. Sucks to suck, loser. Now, I doubt he's playing 4D chess, but that is a possibility. That's something I would do. If I knew somebody was sober and I didn't like them, I would be, doing mountains of drugs right in front of them and drinking like a fish. Anyway, I'm interrupting too much. Karmic's
world.
Yeah, I know all about it. Don't worry about it. I have no judgments.
Hey, Nick, do you want to? You've just been in rehab, right? Or
sort of. I was in outpatient recovery, but yeah.
So do you?
Don't get it messed up, Stealth Chaos. It's outpatient recovery. It's not the same as inpatient.
Well, I mean, what Karma's been doing for like the last 2 weeks or so, he's like he's on a drive to get monetized, and he's getting.
Aren't we all, Stealth Chaos? Aren't we all?
He's going to be monetized faster than anyone in the history of YouTube, I think. But could you but he's doing this whole balance of alcohol versus streaming and entertainment. Do you want maybe you could talk about, give him your thoughts on that. And Comes, if you want to drop.
Is he doing the guest spot here from a bathroom? This looks like a bathroom. Interesting choice.
Stop me off because this is big, man.
That's okay, Stealth. You're welcome here, but go ahead there, Nick.
Well, I just got a question, man. How do you think your stream's going tonight?
Tonight, it's a little...
Excellent question by Nick.
Wishy-washy so far, as you have seen.
He's on fire, Nick.
I can tell. He's lit up, dude.
It's a weird
man.
dynamic. It's a weird dynamic to bring this out.
It's not that
Yeah,
weird.
the first guy to do it.
A dungeon,
I
they're
came
saying.
from the corporate world, so I'm like, how am I supposed to be a human being again? That's how I'm looking at the stream world personally.
So how are you a human being before the corporate world?
Very not likely, just simply because they had a ethos, a mindset they wanted me to, you know, inject in my own being, if that makes any sense.
Sky's neighborhood says probably a fetish dungeons.
I mean, they wanted you to bring like your own self to the workplace, not just do the job, but have something about you that was, you know,
Taylor says Stealth didn't want that Melton smoke.
Valuable to the company.
They wanted me to empathize with everybody, if that makes any sense. They wanted me to care on a level that was out of my scope simply because the workflow didn't allow me to empathize with anybody, if that makes any sense.
So you're like a guy who works better from home, working like in your own space, right? So you don't have you can interact with other people at the like at the business level, but that's about where you need to be for your mental health when you're working.
Exactly. Yes, I need to have that. Yeah.
So this is kind of the opposite. Like I work alone.
This quickly turns into like a fucking therapy session.
Like I love working with other people. I like work the opposite way. That's all. But I also get pissed off because they really suck at their jobs.
Cool. Let's talk about work. Hey guys, there's nothing more than I love in a podcast. I'll just let this be known here too. On my list of what I love in podcasts, this is what I love: work talk. What we did in our work lives and how it, you know, relates to me now as a podcaster. Oh, I'm a big podcaster. But my work. I mean, seriously, that's so exciting. I love work talk. It's amazing. It's a hoot. I can't wait to hear more.
Indeed. And how do you deal with that on a daily basis when you're dealing with individuals with their individual mindsets? And it's like, okay, now I got to program myself to deal with this particular situation. I guess on my front, that's how I go about it.
Oh, is it?
But maybe you have a different idea simply because of the line of work you are in, sir.
Well, yeah, man, I just worked to become my own boss and not have anybody I had to ever deal with, like outside of who I chose to deal with.
Right.
And so, you know, when I opened my law office, it was just me, and I would bring in my friends from the community, other business owners and stuff like that. We would strategize about how we could either, you know, cross promote each other's businesses. Mostly we'd sit around, drink scotch, talk politics and religion.
So you pretty much fucked off. No wonder why you were never a successful lawyer. I mean, he just admits it right there. So you went to the office, strategized about slaying puss like Chad Zumach, and then discussed religion, politics over a glass of scotch. Got it. So you're really committed to the job.
Promote each other's businesses. Mostly we'd sit around, drink scotch, talk politics and religion. But, you know, that's how work goes.
Oh, yeah.
Is it? Is work drinking scotch, discussing religion and politics? I don't know about your job. My job, I mean, if I did that, I'd be fucking immediately fired. I don't know. Maybe this is a new thing in 2025 where drinking scotch and discussing religion and politics is allowed. In, you know, maybe Walmart's terms of service. Maybe that's a thing. You have to read in the fine print.
And after that, I started doing YouTube, man. And then I get to talk to thousands of people a day. So it's, and they're kind of my coworkers now because without them, I don't have a show.
Exactly.
So,
yeah. You're dealing with your audience. You're getting into each other's head on a certain level. Yeah, it becomes a different element once you cross into that YouTube threshold, if you will, the stream threshold. And I just want to know, I personally, for a person who has went into the law for work, so to speak,
yeah,
is that element so far and devolved from the work that you personally had to do on a law level?
I mean, I had to do, it was just a one-person firm, so I had to do all the work on the...
So now we're actually getting into interview mode. Karmix is now fascinated about how Nick Ricada got his start in becoming a lawyer. All the questions you could ask Nick. And you decide to, you know, ask him about his law job. I mean, how fucking insane, dude. I get it. You know, you might have been nervous, Karmix. I'm not here to shit on you, or maybe I am. I don't know. You seem like a decent enough guy with ring lights and a cuck chair. But, I mean, seriously, let's step up the questioning, or at least have something prepared. I mean, I don't know. See, I think Karmic X, is a huge Nick Ricada fan. I think that's the problem right there. You never want to interview somebody like you're into. It makes for a very weird interview. You know, you start coming off like with oozing with just, I don't know, like you're just so thankful for them to be there. How'd you get your start? Please pass on some of your knowledge to me, sir, please. No, it's very lame. I don't want that interview. You know, we have enough of those interviews already. We could have talked about anything. But all right, maybe I'm being too harsh. Let's listen to the guys.
Law level, I had to bring in clients. I had to do all the billing. I had to do the administrative stuff. I had to keep this, the calendar. I had to make sure that we hit court deadlines. I had to draft the motions. I had to do the research. I had to argue everything. Yeah, I did all of it from soup to nuts. It's a lot of work and it's a lot of responsibility. And I hate billing people. So when I found out I could make money by talking and educating people and interacting with people, because like I said, I actually do empathize with people and work really well with them. That's just my personality. So when I found out I could do that with, tons of people, but also like have control over how I engage them, it was like, that was perfect for me.
Hey, cool stuff, guys. Cool stuff. All right, I got to fast forward here because, if I don't, I'm going to need a fucking Adderall and a Modafinil for my spot fatigue after watching this interview. Fuck, man. There's a couple, I think there's 3 decent parts here I'd like to get into here. I'm just going to fast forward and just see what happens.
I got the grasp of it. It felt to me personally, that there was a little
everything the Karmix is personal.
EI afoot where they got rid of me.
Why aren't you a black woman?
Not quite.
Oh, you should try being one of those. It's awesome.
He's into disco music though.
Oh, say again there yourself. Go ahead.
He's into disco. He's a disco DJ though, so he's got a little bit of black in him, I think.
Only on Thursdays, probably.
Yeah, probably.
Why does he keep doing this?
Only on Thursdays, probably.
Yeah, probably.
Is this like some Illuminati symbol from this guy, Stealth Chaos? He keeps throwing up the peace sign. I don't know if he's throwing up the 2.
Kudos to Win by 2 Radio.
Or if he's part of some sick, weird cult that you throw this sign up and it's, a symbol to like, start undressing yourselves and chanting to the fetish gods of the world. I mean, I don't know. It's very bizarre. Seems like a swell guy. Seems like he would know how to skateboard. Anyway, okay, let's see. I think Karmix is going to press him on something about the Aaron Emholt stuff, to which Nick don't want no smoke.
If the time is right, I'll bring the blackout. That's for damn sure.
Will you bring it in? That's the real question.
That is, yeah. It's in my heart somewhere, deep down. But
that's big, man.
Okay, symboling to me. Crowley by 2.
I hope you breathe deep for that one.
It comes out on the DJ level, that's for damn sure. But I digress. But anyway, Nick, I also have to ask you, how many years personally have you been involved in
Don't say lawyer.
Working within law, if I may ask?
Let's see.
So how many years have you been doing lawyer type work? I mean, could you spare me, please?
Enough.
Did in the law firm world, if I may ask.
We're really doing this. And like this actually happened. talking about how Nick got his start to be a lawyer. I mean, are you trying to be a lawyer? Because then I'd let it slide.
Feel more productive and more enriching to you personally than it did in the law firm world, if I may ask.
Yeah, man.
POTUS says Baphomet signal.
Yeah, it's personally enriching. It's I'm one of the most successful super chat earning YouTube streamers there is. I haven't really done it.
Okay, so he's I'm one of the most successful YouTube streamer, law streamer, that there is. You might be, Nick. You might be. But how are you with your children? You're probably one of the most unsuccessful fathers. So, I mean, there's a trade-off
Super
there.
chat earning YouTube streamers there is. I haven't really.
Furthermore, what kind of shirt is this motherfucker wearing? Like there's a dove on this motherfucker shirt. Like he really got dressed, looked in front of a mirror and said, you know what, guys? This is the shirt I'm going to wear for my big Karmic X interview, where I'm going to be asked about my lawyer history. I mean, what the fuck? Seriously, what is in the water in Minnesota? I need to know. Everyone who's from Minnesota is like literally batshit, not crazy, but retarded. And you should sue whatever company sold you this shirt. I would guess maybe TJ Maxx or Kohl's. Look into filing a lawsuit. I mean, you still have that capability, right? You're still a lawyer, I think. Then looking to suing them, because this shirt is fucking horrendous.
Really done it a bunch lately, but so yeah, I mean, it's been really great.
Yeah. And there's nothing wrong with that. You made your bones, you worked your way into this world, and you gotta give a man props for putting his mindset out there. So most definitely, Nick, I
always give men props when they put their mindsets out there, by the way.
Putting his mindset out there. So most definitely, Nick, I appreciate you on that level, man. I don't know the ins and outs with that.
And he's smarking. Yeah, he's smarking. He's smarking with a farkin. He's smoking. What are these Marlboro Lights? My 82-year-old grandmother smokes these. With her apple fucking martini. What the fuck? I'm a Newport guy, man. I'd even accept Marlboro Reds. Cowboy Killers. This is a cigarette Patrick Melton would smoke. Actually, Patrick wouldn't even smoke this kind of cigarette. He'd find it to be too flamboyant. Melton's like, I smoke Camel Crushes. I like the little bead in the tip of the filter. You know, you're smoking an un-nicotine cigarette 1 second, the next second, pop! Now it's nicotine. Look at these, dude. That's disgraceful. That really is disgraceful.
Aaron Imholt. So maybe that helps me on some level that I don't know what's going on there. You know what I mean? But
well, you should. You should have. I mean, to bring Big Sauce vapes, not when he's out, Mole Nose. Not when he's out. Watch him this weekend. He's going to be fucking chain smoking them heaters. He don't like to smoke in his house because his wife allegedly doesn't like him to smoke. But when he's out with the boys, he gonna smoke. And he gonna smoke a lot.
Can you pair?
Karmic, yeah, you should know some of the backstory. I mean, it's very simple. Nick and Aaron met up, did a bunch of gay shit with one another, did a bunch of drugs, swapped their wives. Nick got arrested. Aaron claimed that, he was somehow better than Nick because Nick was arrested first. Meanwhile, Aaron then got arrested like another 2 times after that. I mean, that's pretty much the story in a nutshell. But you should know some of this before bringing Ricada on. Instead of talking about his past and how he got his start in becoming a fucking lawyer, shoot me. I know, it's so fucking boring. You should ask him some more of these questions. Again, unless Karmic X is like looking to like get into law school and like actually become a lawyer himself. Then I'd let it pass.
Paraphrase the history between you and one steel toe if you can.
What's the history?
I'm not going to do that. Not here.
Wow.
You can come see that at Hackamania, baby, in Las Vegas this week.
Oh, Nick's going high pitch. He's going high pitch Nick. Taking a page out of high pitch Eric's book. Trying to promote Hackamania. Check this shit out.
And one steel toe if you can.
I'm not going to do that. Not here. You can come see that at Hackamania, baby, in Las Vegas this weekend.
That's right.
This weekend. Why does he sound like he's pooping? This is what it's. Yeah, look at that face. Yeah. I'm crushing it over here. I was once the most successful lawyer on fucking YouTube, and now I'm headlining at Hackamania. Yeah,
I'm pathetic. I'm gay.
Yes, I am. Hackamania. But no, why is he like 7 octaves high? And he sounds like he's like really like pushing out a nice turd.
Oh, if you can.
I'm not going to do that. Not here. You can come see that at Hackamania, baby, in Las Vegas this weekend.
That's right.
What?
You think that's what he sounds like when he's like arguing with Lady Rackets or when he was arguing with Steel Toe? Because then Aaron is completely right. There's nothing to be afraid of.
I'm not going to do that. Not here. You can come see that at Hackamania, baby, in Las Vegas this weekend.
That's right.
Why would I do that on a live stream of Karmic? No offense, man, but I'm saving all that shit for Hackamania.
Where dreams are fucking made of. Hackamania, where I get to finally tell my tale how Aaron ate my coom.
Come and hang out with me in person.
Are you going to Hackamania, Nick?
He just fucking said it. Hey! You with the gray little fucking patch of hair on your chin. I think that's hair. I think those are some whiskers we could yank out of his fucking chin. If not, listen up. This is your boy's biggest day of his life, and you're butting in with questions that have already been answered. Get it together, Baphomet. This is unbelievable.
Mania.
So you got
come and hang out with me in person.
Are you going to Hackamania, Nick?
No, he's not. He's just, just promoting it for the fuck of it.
Yeah, I'll be there.
May I ask you a question?
You can ask me any questions, sure.
I'm sorry I've been f***ing around on X while you two legends have been talking, but
I mean, come on. Okay, if this is a troll, awesome troll. I see what you're doing, brilliant. But for some reason, I really do think you believe that the two people on the screen right now are legends.
Have you answered this already? How did you find Karmic today? How did you get here?
I was just, I was in Patrick Melton's chat.
Right back to the phone. And Nick said, I was in Patrick Melton's chat.
Karmic today. How did you get here?
I was just, I was in Patrick Melton's chat.
You shouldn't admit that, by the way. No one should ever admit they're in Patrick Melton's chat watching Karmics, and now that's how I found myself here. I mean, don't you have fucking 5 kids you need to be taken care of, man? All day you're in chat rooms and on Kiwi Farms and on Twitter. How are your kids doing, dog?
Today, how did you get here?
I was just, I was in Patrick Melton's chat. They were watching.
Okay.
Is this? Oh, look at this guy. Okay, that makes sense.
I was just, I was in Patrick Melton's chat.
Is this guy like trading meme coins or like, why is the phone so important?
They were watching, and I was like, who's this guy? He's in Minnesota.
Be careful when you bring up that person's name because you don't know what's going to happen, dude.
Oh, good. Tell me all about him. Tell me about his stupid hump. I'm going to go ride it in Las Vegas.
Nick seriously should be a fucking comedian.
Yeah, Patrick Melton put his focus on me, and I'm just returning the favor in kind, you know what I mean? But
yeah, Karmic X is holding court, as they say.
What's it like having the focus of Patrick Melton on you? Because like that, like that can mean a whole lot.
Now, mind you, the whole time Melton's watching this, trying to get something going here. And it completely fails because the first fucking you see it 13 minutes they're talking about lawyer talk.
A lot of things.
It is a weird it is weird for me personally going into this stream life, and then all of a sudden here I am, a fan of comedy, being wrapped into the. I started out in MLC simply because I was a fan of Kevin Brennan, and that's how I got.
Oh God,
wrapped
why?
A lot of people say that, but I'm one of those oddities that finds Kevin Brennan's humor to be salient, I guess, you know. But I think a lot of people can understand where they look at him with a little adversity, most definitely.
I don't look at him. I don't actually know anything about him at all, other than his name.
Would you go on MLC?
That's, well, look at that. You know, just grew another fucking 7 inches, Nick. If you're in Patrick Melton's chat all the time, you're watching the shows, which you do. You've been in the chat, super chatting away, super tipping away. Melton covers Kevin Brennan a lot. And you, I mean, unless you just don't listen to Melton's chat or Melton's show, you know who Kevin Brennan is.
I don't look at him. I don't actually know anything about him at all.
So you're just another one of these guys that just don't know what's happening around you. You're on the internet all day, but I mean, how could you be bothered actually fucking knowing what the fuck is going on? You know, you're too cool to know what's happening. Got it. You're too cool for it kind of guy. Gotcha.
Other than his name.
Would you go on MLC if Karmic introduced? Because I think you and Kevin would be very, very interesting.
Oh God, yeah.
I'm sure it'd be great. No, I mean, I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah, Jeff says started on Clowntown. So is that true? He started off on Clowntown and then worked his way up to MLC? Wow, talk about a diss. If true. Big if true, Big W. The level of disrespect. Not even being able to recognize where he got his fucking start from. Karmic, that is.
It depends on my schedule. Dude, if Melton was looking at me and I was you, you got that hair, you kind of look like a corn dog. I'd be worried.
You kind of look like a corn dog, he says. What, implying, I guess, Melton's fat, so it's a fat joke on the behest of Melton. But in no way, shape, or form does Karmic look like a corn dog.
Looking at me and I was you, you got that hair, you kind of look like a corn dog. I'd be worried.
Who, me? Or...
No, not you. You don't look like a corn dog.
I look like a dog.
Yeah, but I said that affectionately.
No.
You gotta love dogs.
I don't take any offense.
You gotta love dogs, Karmic says.
But I said that affectionately.
No.
He's like scratching his head.
You gotta love dogs.
I don't take any offense, Nick. And
yeah.
Please, no offense. When I'm doing on a stream, I don't know what the f going on. My computer's about to blow up. So.
Oh, good.
I hear you.
I'm glad you're here.
Call me what you like, man. Call me what you like. I'm in Tokyo, so I'm kind of don't give a shit about Dabbleverse shit. So you can.
Yeah, me either.
Come at me, dude.
But yet here you guys both are. I don't care about any of this shit. Meanwhile, you're flying to Las Vegas this weekend to like do an expose on Aaron Emholt. And meanwhile, you, I mean, I'd even give you the pass, but I've seen you around in a few. I've seen your name once or twice. Stealth Chaos. Long neck and all. Actually, if you look at him from just this angle, it kind of looks like Kevin Brennan. Or the Emperor from Star Wars. What's his name? Emperor fucking Palpatine or some shit. Pulpatrain. Emperor fucking Palpatine. You sandbagging son of a bitch.
I don't mind.
I have no reason to come at you. I called you dork literally like, oh, look at this dork. Like I would say that to my wife.
You would call your wife a dork? What?
To come at you.
This is their, by the way, that's probably his like sexy talk with Lady Rackets. Come here, dork. Sit on Papa's lap. You know damn well Ricada is one of these guys who calls himself and refers himself as daddy.
Literally like, oh, look at this dork. Like I would say that to my wife.
Nick, to be fair, one day maybe we could talk about threesomes over a coffee because I've had my Karmic's DJs. I used to like DJ in strip clubs and fetish parties. Actually, I used to be part of organizing fetish parties in Tokyo. So maybe we could reminisce over old times next time you're in Tokyo.
Dude, if I ever get to
maybe we end up right back to that phone, shoots his shot, and then right back to trading fucking meme coins. This guy is a meme coin trader, or he's watching, the Avengers or something. He just shoots his shot about he just shoots his shot about having a cup of coffee over a discussion over threesomes. Yeah, maybe next time I can't even do the accent. Next time you're in Tokyo, we'll have to discuss and catch up on the threesomes. Because, you know, you love to do them. How does Nick handle this?
So maybe we could reminisce over old times next time you're in Tokyo.
Dude, if I ever get to Tokyo, we'll definitely talk.
Yeah. Mutagrass says strip club DJ. It sounds like mersh.
That'd be hilarious.
I guess. Yeah. You'll dig it, man. You love it. You'll have a good time. I mean, they'll love you over here, Nick. It'll be a shit show when you arrive.
That's the story of my life.
You're tall, right, Nick? You look like a tall dude.
Yeah, I'm 6'2". Yeah.
Oh, me too, you see. I think tall recognizes tall. I think Karmic's kind of big. He's a real man, so I don't mess with Karmic, you know what I mean?
Yeah, he worked with his hands in corporate. Getting those calluses.
What the fuck is going on?
No more. No corporate, no more, man. He's out of the mindset right now. He digressed.
You change the oil on the printer every
he's full on podcaster now.
day. Like,
oh,
you Maytag.
The printer toner, man.
You digressed out of that mindset, Nick.
That is, when Nick said that, I'm like, holy shit. I had PTSD right when he said that. I'm like, oh, great. I got to fix the printer. Oh, it don't work. Well, let me do this. Let me do that. Yeah, there's a lot of that weird element in that corporate environment.
Yeah, printers, you know, fucking weird.
Okay, so I need your help. I'm going to Vegas, and Melton's going to...
Again, you know, almost 17 minutes in, and Nick's trying to shoehorn little bits here for his new butt buddy, Patrick. Let's see what he does.
Be there, and so I've got to dodge him because I look like a hamburger sometimes, but what do I got to watch out for?
Why does Nick equate people, humans, with food? He called Karmic's a fucking corn dog. He called himself a hamburger. I mean, what?
Because I look like a hamburger sometimes, but what do I got to watch out for with this guy? Because I'm told not to trust him. It sounds like you don't trust him.
Well,
so,
I know Melton just from the way he treated me, and he treated me kind of like a little shitty since I became a MLC standby. So I'm just going by that.
God, that's embarrassing, though.
Yeah, you know, it sucks. And I'm a fan of Melton. I used to appreciate the guy.
Aww.
And now he just turned on me for views and publicity.
Yep.
So
yeah, but that's kind of like Melton calls women whores all the time. Do you think they just start sucking dick like crazy?
Yeah.
Like,
just drop his pants and
Melton made fun of you. Who cares?
So I like Melton. It's just that he wants to look at me a certain way that kind of goes against the way I'm projecting myself to the world.
He's looking at you in a homosexual way, is what you're saying.
More of like you don't.
Nick right now is like, this is gold. Melton's gonna love this.
Deserve to be here type of way, if that makes sense. Like you
Karmic.
He takes him to
Karmic, you do deserve to be here, man. I'm here to tell you, don't listen to Melton. Don't let that fucking pus pocket faced guy get into your head, man. You deserve to be here, Karmic. Trust me. Marlboro lights and all.
Type of way, if that makes sense. Like you don't deserve to be.
Well, he takes him to base. You can't have people crowding in.
Yeah, and I will tell you, if Melton wants to play that game, of course I'm going to return fire like a fire man. You know what I mean?
Is that what they do? Shit. I missed the memo.
Yeah, me too. I'm just going with my primal instincts on this one.
Mine came with a bra and it said the women's department on it. It's not good.
Not a good thing. That's for damn sure. But Nick, I have no problem with Melton. He just kind of went a little heavy, and I'm just trying to figure out.
Have you seen him? My God, it's like a meteor falling to the ground when he gets out of bed. Of course he went heavy.
Nick's, swinging and missing all over the place.
He's like a meteor. It's like a meteor. Yeah,
what is with the high pitch, dog? Look at this. Oh, this still shot. He's like pretending to have a drink in his hand here. God, that drink looks so good. I miss the days I could drink.
He just kind of went a little heavy, and I'm just trying to figure out.
Have you seen him? My God, it's like a meteor falling to the ground when he gets out of bed. Of course he went heavy.
He's gravity is his worst enemy. That's for damn sure. But in saying that, I have no problems with the guy. If he has fun from whatever I'm providing to the world, I say by all means. But
Well, yeah, man, you're the monkey, right? Like,
I guess
that's one of Aaron's phrases.
I did talk to Aaron tonight for the first time, which was
I'm
kind of
sorry.
a trip.
Yeah, Aaron would always tell me how to do my show and how to grow my channel. It was amazing.
He seems like a guy who has all the answers. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I took all of his advice. I've been doing great.
Nick, may I digress, Karmic?
You go ahead.
Sorry, I'm kind of like, so there's somebody.
All right, then they get into another weird thing here about shouting out milk. Let's see how this thing wraps up.
So one day I would actually, maybe when Karmic is feeling a little bit.
Karmic's doing a nice pose for the camera here.
Bit more.
He's white girl wasted.
When
just laughs out of nowhere.
One day I would actually, maybe when Karmic is.
I think he caught himself. I think he was doing this pose and then looked over into his other monitor of him on OBS. Caught himself doing this pose.
Feeling a little bit more when he hasn't been
sober,
doing this all day. No, well, he was on. He's on still. He was on another Minnesotan YouTuber of note stream earlier. So one day I would like to delve into your mindset and because you've got my name is Stealth Chaos, right? So I've got this yin and yang.
I couldn't tell. Couldn't tell.
Kind of thing. So you've got this whole law image.
Again. Couldn't tell.
And then you've got this whole other thing that you have, this whole interesting side. Some would, people might throw barbs at you and try to drag you through the mud. But for me, it's just an interesting side that makes you a more interesting, multifaceted person. But anyway, that's for another story. But yeah, shout out, Nick.
Yeah, yeah, that's for a different story. But shout out, Nick. You got two sides to him. I'm like, why is that going to Italian accent?
For me, it's just an interesting side that makes you a more interesting, multifaceted person.
Right.
But anyway, that's for another story. But yeah, shout out, Nick.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, shout out, Nick. Yeah, I'm just going to lean back now. Yeah. Fuck yeah. Stealth Chaos. Yin and yang.
I wouldn't be opposed. What I do got to do though is I got to get to bed. I got to get back up and be streaming at 8 in the morning. I just wanted to say hi to the Minnesota Ed Sheeran over here. I like your leather chair, man. That thing looks cozy as hell.
Everybody does, Nick. It's kind
I like your leather chair, man. It looks cozy as hell, he says.
I like your leather chair, man. That thing looks cozy as hell.
Everybody does, Nick. It's kind of trending on Twitter right now.
It's not.
Cozy, but far from practical, unfortunately.
He's getting offers, man. He's getting offers. Do you want to put in an offer for this thing?
If anybody wants this, have at it. 500 will start.
I'm not auctioneering for you, no. No,
I don't
just
have the
wanted to,
auctioneering vibe yet, but I do know people who, that type of cattle auctioneering, but I digress.
Not again.
I have to.
Well, man, I gotta run. Look, keep going. I wish you well on your streaming your streaming journey today. It sounds like it's going to be a blast, and try to live through it.
That's all I can do there, Nick. And then thank you for dropping by and having a chat with us. I appreciate it, sir. More than you would ever know.
Good. I hope it takes
Scout's honor.
It's off.
Thank you, sir. You have a good one.
Good luck, brother.
Now everyone's throwing up twos, man.
Kudos to Win by 2 Radio.
Look, again, very, very cute. It's like a little kid meeting, their fucking hero for the first time. Karmic's very innocent in this whole matter, just a little bit on the sauce, too heavily. But I think it makes for an entertaining watch. So keep it up. Don't stop drinking. In fact, Blade here, Win by 2, is prescribing you actually more alcohol So you need to actually double it up. The only thing I don't like, though, is the Marlboro Lights. That freaks me out, dude. Again, it reminds me of my grandmother who makes like key lime pies and was always trying to get me to eat it. I'm good. I don't want the key lime ash pies that your fucking stupid Marlboro Lights falling into. I'm good on that. I don't got a problem with Karmic's, again, because I think, well, I hope he doesn't bitch out and start becoming Team Melton, because then it wouldn't be that good for him. But as of now, we share that in common, our dislike for Melton. Stealth Chaos, I don't know what this guy's into, man. He's like a Japanese samurai by day, and by night he's like facilitating fetish parties. All the meanwhile, playing Gold Digger as he's DJing fetish parties as well. I mean, it's fetish parties. Okay, I mean, to each their own, man. Who am I to judge? I'll tell you, I'm a Blade, and I do judge you. So yeah, it's pretty weird. And Nick obviously will be Nick, doing Nick things, trying to stay sober one day at a time while he's taking Modafinil and Adderall. Give it up for the boys. All right, where do I want to go? What do I want to do? Whoa! Sorry. I feel like Steel Toe is stealing that from me secretly. Keep an eye out for that. What do I want to go? What do I want to do? I want to jump into, I think I'd like to do, speaking about all this Melton talk, some This Little Piggy, if you'd allow me to. From this past Friday, again, Hackamania is right on our heels, and I'd like to get into their last This Little Piggy before the big reveal and the big evidence day this Friday. Again, if you missed the beginning of my show here today, we are definitely going to be bringing you the streams throughout the weekend, and it even might be packaged up in a 96-hour, I mean, can you even call that a marathon? I don't even know. But we'll find it, we'll do it, we'll figure it out, and it'll be on Rumble. For sure, possibly on YouTube. But Melton's already threatening strikes to people if they rebroadcast it. Again, don't get scared. Do it anyway, even if it's on a backup channel on YouTube. However, I will be doing it on Rumble, possibly on YouTube. I'm just going to have to figure that one out. But without further ado, This Little Piggy from this past Friday, we have a few things I'd like to show you here, and then I might take a little smoke break. What time we got here? I might take a little smoke break if you'd allow me to. It's 1:30 here on the East Coast. Stretch my legs, get my string cheese in me, maybe make another cup of coffee, come back, and then there's still so much left we have to get into. We got some chat, we got some Cumia, we got some mersh. Without further ado, let's get into This Little Piggy I'd like to show you. Guys?
There's a show in town, it's going down. Every week we're back on solid ground. Steel toe slipping, but we're gripping. Got the tea to spill, it's always flipping. From April's script to Aaron's glee. Oh, this drama's just a spree. Polydrama, legal trauma, another win. Oh, that's the karma. This little piggy went to YouTube. This little piggy's on Rumble now. This little piggy's begging for dollars, and this little piggy's breaking down. Wow! Every week we'll recap and explode. Tune in for This Little Piggy Show. See, begging for dollars. Oh, this little piggy ain't missing a thing. Just sit back, laugh, and watch the king.
The guys!
Welcome to This Little Piggy, a weekly roundtable discussion about the Steel Toe Morning Show and its soon-to-be confirmed semen slurping host, Aaron Imholt. I'm Carl from Hootie's Podcast, and with me is all...
And Moody still got this thing on his forehead. Now, he claims that it was, a hunting accident. I don't believe that to be true whatsoever. I mean, I don't know what it's from, to be quite honest. I mean, it probably just as simple as, like, he opened the door too quick and it fucking smacked him in the forehead. I don't see Moody and think of Moody as a hunting guy. He owns a fucking Tesla, for crying out loud. Anyone who owns a Tesla ain't fucking doing no hunting. That's a fact.
Always is Moody was our favorite Indian. What's up, Moody?
Guys, if we put our scalps back on yet, we can't start the show without our scalps.
Yes. I didn't even know I handed mine over to him. I wish someone would have told me.
It's been in progress 50%
Progress.
for a while now, Carl. So
Do you think he focuses on scalps and hair and stuff because his is so insane? It's like one of us looks like we've been scalped and it's none of us.
Right.
Like,
Also, Patrick Melton from Nobody Likes Touches is with us today as well. Rocco's out on assignment, or Tukey, I should say.
Yeah, again, Tukey hasn't been on this show for like 4 or 5 eps.
The fourth member of this
What's going on there?
show. Yeah, it's interesting when he was saying things like, these guys are just handing me their scalps. Like, that's not a saying. That doesn't mean
right.
anything.
That's not what the
Native
Indians used to be
Americans
like. Give me your scalp or I'll take it from you. Like,
Right.
all right, I'll do it myself.
Doesn't even make sense.
Funny stuff, guys. I love scalp material, by the way. Funny stuff from the boys. Let's go to 520. And we're going to check out what's happening here. What Carl is doing. Carl spends all day on the internet, I think, is the first clip. Just a little small one to get us going here. At the top, at 520.
And gossip. Like, you have to know
more than ever.
Yeah, you have to know who Kurt is and Sean and Citizen M, and he just throws out all these names. And I'm even lost. I spend all day, every day on the internet. As Aaron just
follow
told me.
this stuff. It's hard to keep track of who's who and who's done what.
I mean, it really isn't. It's not that hard to keep up with these people. I mean, you got Clippers putting out clips all day long, titling, some of these people in the clip. You guys claim to watch all this shit. Or do you claim to be too good for it? Which is it? Are you too good for it, or do you know it all?
I'm even lost. I spend all day, every day on the internet. As Aaron just
follow
told me.
this stuff. It's hard to keep track of who's who and who's done what. The required watching, the prerequisite watching and reading that you need to do. You need to be following him on Twitter and looking at mentions of Steel Toe to know what he's reacting to. Because he never shows anything. It's just here's what happened.
These guys single-handedly, I mean, I think drove the Steel Toe coverage, Aaron M. Holt stuff, like directly into the ground. You know what I mean? It's once a week they get together and discuss all of this shit, like as if it's breaking ground. Now, some of it is, I will say, some of it is, some of his court proceedings and a lot of the other shit that's come along and come out about Aaron are nuts and does deserve to be covered, but it doesn't need to be a weekly roundtable. Nobody in this little universe is that important to be doing weekly discussions about. Stuttering John or Aaron M. Holt or Chad Zumach or any of these people, Kevin Brennan, you just, I mean, really saturate the fucking market with the overindulgence of Steel Toe coverage. I mean, trust me, look, I'm all for Steel Toe hate, but I mean, the guy mostly just misses his goal and begs and lies. Like that, those are the 3 things, the 3 biggest takeaways from any Steel Toe episode. Lies, begs, cheats, and, lies some more. There's This Little Piggy in a nutshell. You didn't need 2.5 hours to break that all down. 550, Melton spending time. Okay, so this is interesting. I thought, is it at 550? Or no, it's at, I think, 650. 650, I think this is where Melton always claims he's never on Discord. But time and time again, you catch him on Discord.
Okay. And seeing in the chat, banned everyone who was clowning him in there.
But it's a couple wrenches kicking around.
Right. So if I'm watching on YouTube, which is where I watch the show, and he's just going, "Oh, Citizen M, I don't think so, man." I mean, you listen, man.
I think it's at 550.
Know what he's reacting to because he never shows anything. It's just here's what happened. Here's these people did.
It was my observation this week, and I said it in our Discord, and I think on my last show. But like, it's driving him insane. We've known for a couple weeks that Nick coming back has been just really, really upsetting him. Some of the spirals we see on a daily basis, him snapping at people in the chat room and stuff, it's getting worse and worse. But his show has devolved. Before, he used to talk about internet drama and all these little beefs and arguments with chat people a lot. It's almost the entire show now, and Nick is the one doing a pro show.
Yeah, and your entire show is covering Steel Toe, and then you do another dedicated show covering Steel. It's insane. It's insane. So, I mean, who's, bigger in the field of delusion? 4113. Let's just go here, see what's happening. I don't even know what's happening. We're just skipping around. 4113. What does Carl like to do? Let's find out together.
It's like ballpark, right? I just need to around those dates. Is what
Also,
I
this is confirmation that Aaron does not have a passport. Because if you have a passport, you don't need a real ID.
Right.
So
well, he's never left the country, so he doesn't need.
Doesn't he live close to Canada? Wouldn't you want to go to Canada sometimes?
No, what? Doesn't he live close to Canada? Doesn't he want to go to Canada sometimes? No, who wants to go to Canada? No offense, Canadian audience. It's not one of our first picks here in the States. Not looking to go to Canada. And if I go to Niagara Falls, it's going to be on the U.S. side. Sorry. I'd rather go to Mexico. I don't want to go somewhere where it's colder than where I live. Either Mexico, Cancun, south of the equator, South America, Europe. Carl loves Canada.
Country, so he doesn't.
Carl is a Canada guy.
If you have a passport, you don't need a real ID.
Right.
So
well, he's never left the country, so he doesn't need.
Doesn't he live close to Canada? Wouldn't you want to go to Canada sometimes?
Why? For what?
Yeah, I live
for a bag of milk.
I live close to Canada. We like to go to Canada sometimes. There's cool shit up there.
Like what? Elk? Snow? Hockey?
Bag of milk.
I live close to Canada. We like to go to Canada sometimes. There's cool shit up there.
Holy shit.
Anyway,
let's move on from the Canada travel talk. Jesus Christ, man. Are you okay, Carl? Are you okay? See, I start to worry about some of these people. You're just like openly saying some of these things. While you're trying to make fun of Aaron and like slam him, you're like obsessed with going to Canada. Okay, cool. I mean, I guess. What's this? Melton and the boys are in other group chats.
I had to read, and thank God it wasn't. I would not have gotten through that.
The amount of culture he's going to teach us about Florida and
So they're talking about Aaron's going away, I think next week or the week after, to Florida. And, you know, Aaron probably will come back and do this and talk about, you know, his great luxurious trip down Florida. That's not really the point of contention. The point of contention is what I heard right after this, where they admit that they're in multiple group chats. Check this out.
and all of that
Oh,
next week.
We're in another group chat. We're in another group chat.
Muted Grouse says, I like Canada. Well, that makes one of us.
And we were all just fantasizing about the stories.
Wait,
from
I think he missed
group chat.
Out Florida and Cubans and all of that
Oh,
next
yeah.
week.
We're in another group chat.
So they're in another group chat. So they're already in one group chat about Aaron and what he does. And then now they're in another group chat about Aaron. And I'm sorry, Steel Toe isn't that interesting where you need to be in several group chats. Again, I don't even want to be in group chats with people discussing normal things. It's such a fucking hindrance and annoying to be in a group chat. All day your phone's bzz, 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 and nothing even has to do with you most of the time. And then you always get in a group chat. You always get like two people having just one conversation just with themselves in the group chat. It's like, guys, can't you just text each other on the side? Why do you have to be doing this in the fucking group chat where I have to hear about it and see it? And my phone just won't stop. Again, these guys are, I mean, probably, I'd venture to guess up to 10 group chats discussing Aaron's every move. They probably, they have a group chat for the morning show, the night show, Aaron's copes, Aaron's lies. They probably have a group chat about all of Aaron's exes, all his legal troubles. I mean, the list does, where does it end?
I'm through that.
The amount of culture he's going to teach us about Florida and Cubans and all of that next week.
Moody, it's Florida, not Florida. I mean, you sound ridiculous.
Culture he's going to teach us about Florida,
Florida,
and all of
Florida.
that next week.
We're in another group chat. We're in another group chat, and we were all just fantasizing about the stories from when Aaron comes back from Florida. Like, you guys
were fantasizing about the stories Aaron was going to tell you when he comes back from Florida. Think about that. Grown men fantasizing about another grown man's trip. Again, these guys, I don't know how they're doing it, but they're almost starting to make Aaron look fucking cool. Don't ask how.
Cubans and all of that.
Notice how we haven't done really any Aaron material in the last 2 shows, and that's coming from a guy like me who basically covers a guy every day. Or not every day, but every show.
Next week,
We're in another group chat. We're in another group chat, and we were all just fantasizing about the stories from when Aaron comes back from Florida. Like, you guys, the ocean is insane. He just keeps going. He's gonna have a show.
So you're having fantasies about Aaron M. Holt. Got it. Got it. Got it. 5005. Melton's going to use the famous tagline. If you're stream sniping this week, he can't stop it. Just know that you're a fucking hater.
For the live stream. The live stream is for people who want to support the event and give to the creators. And we
and
appreciate
see it first.
and see it live and join in all that stuff. And we appreciate everybody who does that and supports the show. We understand that we can't stop people from sniping it and like you just can't. Haters are gonna hate.
Haters are going to hate. So if you're stream sniping this weekend, if you're rebroadcasting Hackamania, you're not just doing it to stick it to Melton because that's what Melton would do more than likely to you. No, you're in fact a hater. Hi, hater. I mean, imagine saying this. You know, we can't stop. Haters are going to hate.
And join in all that stuff. And we appreciate everybody who does that and supports the show. We understand that we can't stop people from sniping it and like you just can't. Haters are gonna hate. But people who want to support the show and give $30 to help support the event, it's a very big event with a lot of.
Now I have one. Oh, look at this. Wait. It's a big event with. Listen to this.
People who want to support the show and give $30 to help support the event. It's a very big event with a lot of costs involved in it. So yeah, they'll be up for the weekend. Yes. Private jet motherfucker. This no, but like so they will be up. If you don't catch it live and you
all right, let's go 5112. Carl gets pressed.
Now. Thank you very much for becoming a YouTube member. If you become a YouTube member.
Opie's an Asian now.
Opie's an Asian now.
because his eyes are
Opie's
slit.
an Asian. I like that. Okay. Opie's
Purple
an
lips,
Asian
yellow
now.
eyes.
I'm going to put that into AI and see what it comes up with. Thank you for becoming a YouTube member. If you want to become a YouTube member, there's
All right, so a super chatter comes in and going to ask Carl, I mean, basically what everyone always asks him. You know, why, a few years ago when asked to cover Steel Toe, you didn't even want to touch Steel Toe because, and this is a direct quote from Carl. I'm sure you could go on the Steel Toe Boring Reddit and go find this quote where Carl goes, I don't want to cover Aaron because the community around Aaron, they're so vicious and they're out for blood. Here at Stuttering John material, we just goof around. We like to have fun. But that Steel Toe Morning Show community, I mean, they're something else. They're like fucking a pack of savage animals.
2 bonus episodes every month. In fact, last month we had 3 bonus episodes. And you get those all under the membership tab on the YouTube channel.
Plug.
Queefer, Comic Book Adult Stutterland, says, can I have a poor pass to watch TLP? # Mexican and poor. I mean, it's kind of redundant.
But
I'm not going to tell
But
you.
we're not. Again, if just wait. If you can't afford it, you'll see everything. It'll all be out. But it's for people who want to help support
So the chatter asks Carl. All right, I'll let
Show,
Carl
man.
read it.
No. If you don't have $30, steal it from someone.
Oh, that's good.
Okay.
Support the show.
Get your mom's credit card.
Reluctant hand job, $10. Carl, remember when you refused to bash Aaron because Aaron's haters were too toxic?
Yes.
Wanted blood, and that
Yes.
you couldn't hate
Never
him
forget.
enough to satisfy
Never forget.
them? Wahapa. Oh, that's right. SJ quit. Well,
Right. Now that SJ quit, it's full on Steel Toe, full on Opie.
I started talking about Aaron long before SJ quit. I started talking about Aaron when he.
That's not the question, though. The question was, you were given Aaron basically on a silver platter. I go over this time and time again because, you never bring this up. You failed to bring this up. You were basically given Aaron on a silver platter. No one else was really covering him. It was brought to your attention to cover Aaron, to which you viewed Aaron and said, oh, he seems like a normal guy. He seems like he does a fun little quirky show with him and his wife. And that's how it started. And then it went on. And then when asked again, you made this whole fucking wild claim, which the chatter says right here. You refused to cover him because Aaron's haters were too toxic. That's an exact quote from fucking Carl.
Pathetic fucking loser and stupid fucking bitch.
They're too toxic. I can't cover Aaron because his haters are Too toxic. Imagine me covering a guy because their haters are too toxic, or not covering a guy because their haters are too toxic. That's lame. And they wanted blood, and that you couldn't hate them, or you couldn't hate him enough to satisfy them. These are all direct quotes at Carl.
Long before SJ quit.
Listen to this.
I started talking about Aaron when he lied about the April situation. I got his back.
Right. We know when you talked about Aaron. We know when you turned on Aaron, but that wasn't the question. Was it? Marketer.
And I'm like, I bet April's going to show up on the show on Monday and show all you guys you're idiots.
Okay, yeah, but we remember that, but that's not the question. The question was, do you remember when you refused to cover him? And now you're just, I mean, basically joining on because Stuttering John is gone. And that was your fucking meal ticket.
And Patrick Melton's just like, okay, Carl, we'll see. He knew Aaron a little better than I did.
I mean, I think everybody knew better than you did at the time. Carl's theory was that Aaron was going to, or April was going to come back in like a week. Meanwhile, everyone else is like, no, she's probably gone.
About everything, Carl. You don't know what you're talking about.
And then I realized I was wrong about everything, that Aaron was lying to us the entire time. It was a real piece of shit.
Well, now the new sign has his back.
Well,
funny stuff, guys. Funny fucking stuff. Carl, you're a snake. Where we going? 1 hour 26. Melton loves Love on the Spectrum. Okay, so Melton's gonna get so fucking excited about this. He watches this show on Netflix called Love on a Spectrum. He also watches a lot of TLC shows. My 500 Pound Wife and 30 Day Fiance and all these like weird shows that chicks are into. The latest one we're gonna get is Love on a Spectrum. And he's going to make this comparison. He's going to compare Aaron Emholt to a character on Love on the Spectrum. And he gets so fucking excited to do this. Meanwhile, like I said, the comparison doesn't even look the same. They don't sound the same. They don't do any they don't do anything similar. So it's a complete swing and miss by Melton. So let's check it out together at 1 hour 26.
do we need to bring bed bugs or yes, you need to bring your own bed bugs to this event?
Don't put up the thing I shared yet, but
Check
so Slow Wife, bless her heart,
Cause that's his wife, allegedly.
doesn't like to get involved in this world at all. But I was watching Aaron with her recently, and she told me that Aaron Emholt, she's made a connection to a guy on this show. I don't even know what the show's called. It's on Netflix. It's some dating show for like slow people. She likes to watch her own kind.
Love on the Spectrum.
Love on the Spectrum. Yes.
So meanwhile, he has no idea what this show's about. Had never seen it, and then he somehow knows everything about it. We've seen this time and time again before. That's why I always bring it up, because they use that to seem like they're not doing something that they shouldn't be doing. What's that show called again? Love on the Spectrum. Oh yeah, Love on the Spectrum. And then he'll proceed to tell you everything about Love on the Spectrum. He says his wife watches the show. You know damn well he's watching the show.
There's a guy on this show, I guess, named James. And
why do you guess? Is his name James or not?
Once you see it, you cannot unsee it. So go ahead and share the screen, and I'll show you James from Love on the Spectrum.
So mind you, he thought about this. He was like, this is going to be perfect. The boys are going to love this. The audience is going to love this. This guy, James, I think, from what's that show, Love on the Spectrum, that my slow wife watches. It's going to kill.
Oh, hold on. I got to get rid of this first. All right.
So here this guy is. Looks nothing like Aaron. It actually looks more like Carl than it does Aaron.
Okay.
Now watch, he plays it. Check this out.
I would like to give a most heartfelt thanks to the people at Printed Wicked for...
So Melton's over here dying. He can't contain himself. Meanwhile, you point up here, Carl doesn't find this amusing. Moody is trying to find the humor in it.
Customizing my stainless steel drinking flask. This shall make it look very nice and stylish when I bring it to medieval Renaissance fairs or other costume party themed events. And not only did they put etch a very nice design on the front. They also wrote a very wise saying on the back also. So yes, I am very pleased with the quality of artisanship of the work that they did on my flask. And as a nice little bonus, they sent me this wooden coffin also, which I believe is simply a very nice decoration, or maybe it'll make a good coaster or a paperweight or something. But yes, the
Not going over so well, is it, Melton?
Wooden coffin is also most exquisite. So again, thank you very much.
It's remarkable.
It
Wow.
looks like Aaron.
It
He's
doesn't.
into like these trinkets people send him. He describes.
But this guy is so nice though. He's such a sweet guy.
Rudy, I'm not asking your defense of the fucking man. I'm just saying once you start watching video, like just again, real quick, I only have one other one. This is more close up on his face.
Again, this looks more like Carl than it does Steel Toe.
But he looks like Aaron. He's wearing wild shirts like Aaron bought in Las Vegas.
This looks like the shirt Carl wears when he's out performing. The palm tree shirt.
If you remember, of course, Moody's going to be like, oh, he's just sweet. Shut up. Look at him and listen to him is what I'm saying.
Of course, he's also watching the show,
stories about how some wealthy people are seeking to construct doomsday bunkers where they can stay safely in the chance of an apocalyptic event. But have those people thought that perhaps if they spent that money to help improve society and prevent the apocalypse from happening in the first place, that they would not need those doomsday bunkers? Yes. Has anyone ever given thought to that? Or are they just simply so self-centered that they care about only themselves, not others? So
hot takes. I look, man.
That's a hot take.
I just thought it was like, I thought it was interesting. I thought it was an uncanny.
It's funny too because I was searching the internet the other day and I found a video that looked exactly like Patrick. You're never gonna believe this. Check this shit out. Can you believe it, everyone? Lizzo. I seriously could not tell the difference when I stumbled upon this video. I'm like, oh my god, it's nobody likes fucking onions. Let's watch.
Too close to the sun.
God damn it. It's Melton, guys. Patrick Melton in the fucking flesh. You really can't tell the two apart. I mean, they're basically twins. Lizzo and Melton. Look at them. You really can't. You really can't decipher the two. Patrick, fucking give it to me, Lizzo. Give it to me.
Don't even gotta try. Like shot and make it better over time. They just say I'm not the baddest bitch you like.
Look at that. Look at that. That's exactly Melton there, right there, ladies and gentlemen. Patrick Melton in the flesh. Yeah, uncanny. Anyway, I just thought that was funny. I thought about that bit, so you got to at least give me a fucking A for effort. Anyway, if you didn't like it, take it up with HR. Okay, where do I want to go from here? 150.45. And remember I told you earlier about how they basically carry Nick's water. No matter what Nick does, it's okay. But what Aaron does, well, it's got to be called out. Very disingenuous. 150.45. Check it out.
No, it's just every time something makes him look bad. It never happened. Coke on my nose on a stream, powdered donuts. That's probably the funniest one.
Did Nick say that?
Yes, actually, he did. And then he said, yeah, you know, it wasn't powdered donuts. It was a cookie. At least powdered donuts are fucking, you know, explainable. Cocaine's white, powdered donuts are white. Nick completely changed the fucking powdered donuts theory and leaned into, no, it was a cookie I got on my nose. So yes, Melton, he did say that. Why don't you fucking look into it?
Powdered donuts. That's probably the funniest one.
Did Nick say that?
Yes.
Did Nick ever say it was powdered?
I doubt it. No, he did. He did. That was an actual thing that came out of his actual mouth from his actual state in his actual home in Minnesota. Actually.
Powdered donuts?
Yes.
If he did, he was joking.
Obviously, he was joking.
And, and he's 100% said it was cocaine now.
No, he says it was chocolate chip cookies. Fact.
And that's a fucking fact. He talks about how he was doing drugs all the time now.
Yeah.
And what is he talking about? Like bad things that have happened to Nick aren't real. He pled guilty to a felony.
Yeah, and now he talks about it, but he didn't before
Right.
that because that's what you do. You don't admit to things before the sentencing.
Oh, so when Aaron does it, it's a crime. When Nick does it, oh, that's what you do. Right. I can't believe you guys got me in this fucking position. Not Chad, but the guys from This Little Piggy that just they just can't make fun of Nick.
Because that's what you
Not even make fun of him. Because I think they can make fun of him. They just won't call out the same behaviors that Nick has or the same as Aaron's. It's the same fucking thing.
do. You don't admit to things before the sentencing.
No, I'm just recovering from who I used to be. I mean, look, you know, addicts cope in different ways, and it's understandable, but don't get mad when people don't buy your bullshit.
I can't believe that we are in May, and this is still his show. This started in, what, late April? Or was it mid-May, actually? Now?
All right, we got to go to we got two more from here. We got 207:35. And there's a lot happening here, so I'm just going to let this roll. The Great Debate, I think this is appropriately titled. 207:35. And let's just listen. Give it an old spin.
It's like it's madness.
All right. This is finally coming. Naturally negative. You skibbity rizzlers just blazer past Nick dropping nose candy where the Toes kids play. Sounds like they need a hair test for real, for real.
So yeah, earlier in the episode, I think it came out where, something was being mentioned about Nick dropping the bullet of cocaine around Steel Toes kids, to which they found no problem with that. They just brushed right by it. Listen to what they say.
You want to test Aaron's kids for cocaine use? They're not that cool.
We don't even know if it's true, but also
Right. We don't know.
Then what? Nothing happened? I don't know. You absolutely should not be having that level of look, I don't even I'm sure there's parents who sit and smoke weed around their children, and I'm sure it's fine and a regular thing. I'm not saying it's good, I'm not saying it's bad. You probably shouldn't have drugs that can kill children laying around or in the vicinity of children.
You're not.
Well, just how about not do drugs at all around children? I mean, I don't know. Is that a hot take these days? Just why don't we just practice not doing drugs? I mean, I'd say around children, but I'd take it even a step further and say, if you have children, your time doing drugs should come to a stop, right? But if you can't stop, if you're so addicted, then at least, wait till they leave the house. I mean, for God's sakes, you really have no self-control where you need to smoke weed around your children or in the backyard while they're upstairs, fucking doing whatever kids do these days.
You're not
Insane.
saying smoking weed for your kids is good or bad. I'll go out there and say it's probably bad. I'm going to say it's probably not the best idea.
People drink. Do you think drinking around your children is more dangerous or less dangerous than smoking weed?
The old pot versus alcohol debate. Gotta love this.
Well, okay, so you can. I'm sure people will call me out for this. You can have a glass of wine at dinner and it doesn't affect you in any way.
Right.
And you can have a beer. When you smoke weed, you get high.
Mm-hmm.
It's a very different thing. Alcohol is a very different thing. Like if you're binge drinking around your children, I think that's way worse. Agreed. If you're getting wasted, if you're getting drunk, yes, that's bad.
Post Filoni says, Blade, would you ever consider bringing the toe on to the Mothership for an interview? And thanks for a great show today. Kudos, bro.
Pathetic.
Oh, wrong one. Fuck. Oh, I ruined it. See, the thing is, POTUS, I have tried getting Aaron on this show. I think twice at least. And both times have resulted in him claiming that I was begging him to, for his presence, basically. So I would definitely bring him on the show for sure. But it's not something I'm going to go out and facilitate and try to reach out to him because I know how that story goes. I know how that fucking, how he'll spin it, claim that I'm desperate and begging and everyone needs to tell. No, that's not going to happen. So he could reach out to me if he'd like to join the show. I would happily have him on for sure. 1000%. I've been wanting him on for 3 fucking years now. And I think I've tried multiple times, I think more than 2 times, to work with him in some sort of way, whether it be a boxing match or an interview or a interview boxing match all in one. Ever see those? People getting in the ring boxing, and while they're boxing, they're doing an interview at the same time. It's quite remarkable, actually. Box Review, I think it's called, or Interox, something like that. Anyway, yeah, but that is, in short, yes, I would. But he'd have to reach out to me in order for me to bring him on. What is there to even say to him at this point? I mean, that is also a good point as well. I mean, it's just everything that I've ever said about him, just to his face, I guess. It would make for interesting, I think, an interesting watch to see how he would dazzle around things. And furthermore, it'd get these 3 guys all worked up. And maybe it might not even be an interview as far as like where it's an attack style interview or like any shenanigans. You know what I mean? It could simply just be to piss these 3 off. But I wouldn't close the door. That door, I think, is still open. Anyway, let's see. All right, so we're talking about alcohol and weed and how, Melton thinks, smoking around children there's parents out there doing it, and there's probably is. You probably smoke weed around children, Melton. That's the thing. That's why you're even saying this. You probably smoke weed around children. Why? It beats the fuck out of me, but you probably do. So, all right, let's listen.
Same way that alcohol affects different people in different ways, I think weed affects people in very different ways.
That's true.
So, like, I know people who can't work when they're high. I know people who can't drive when they're high.
Yep.
I can do both.
Oh, so you're admitting to just driving while intoxicated, which is a crime, last time I checked. Okay, it's one thing to drive when you're stoned, man, but don't admit it. You're admitting to a fucking crime.
People who can't work when they're high. I know people who can't drive when they're high.
Yep.
I can do both.
I do both.
I can't play guitar when I'm high, and everyone else in my band is smoking up before the show. I'm like, you guys are nuts. What are you doing?
So, like, yeah.
I was one of these guys who were just deathly afraid of weed. I can't smoke weed before I play music. What are you, gay?
Who can't drive when
music was invented for weed and vice versa.
Yep.
I can do both.
I can't play guitar when I'm high, and everyone else in my band is.
POTUS for Felonious for $2 says, I know he doesn't want to box you. I don't know if you're saying that in a joking way or what, but there was a time. I mean, I don't know. You probably already know this, but I think that ship has sailed, the whole boxing thing. But nonetheless, thank you for the 2.
Smoking up before the show. I'm like, you guys are nuts. What are you doing?
So, like, yeah, I just like, I don't know. There's things that are very legal that are irresponsible to do around your children. So, like, everyone has their own morality. I'm not gonna sit here and judge on that stuff. Like, as a person who's done cocaine and stuff, I can't sit here and be like, cocaine bad. But yeah, I would agree you shouldn't leave. If you left a joint half smoked in an ashtray around your children, I don't think they're gonna eat it. And if they do, if they're like a toddler age and they do eat it, they're not gonna die. Cocaine is it is in a different class, and I don't think that's an argument. Your kid or your pet or whatever could die from eating cocaine.
All of that aside, there's these group of people who think that if they just prove how bad Nick is, that will suddenly make Aaron better. We're not trying to find.
No. That's not what it is. We're not trying to make Aaron better. Fuck Aaron. after I'm like, yeah, you can come on the show. No, but seriously, it's not about trying to make Aaron look better whatsoever. It's just pointing out that what you call out Aaron for, Nick does the same things, if not worse, and you just turn a blind eye because you hate Aaron, or maybe not even hate him, but your guy, and you're about to admit it here, is Aaron, and you're fixated on him. You're too blind to see what Nick is or has done. So it becomes very disingenuous because they do the same things.
The worst guy. We've got our guy. He's this little piggy. That's who we're focused on.
Right.
Nick could be the worst person in the world. Go start a show about Nick. There's plenty of them.
I'm
Go
starting
do
one.
that.
This lying lawyer.
It's not some sort of like, if you can show us a worse guy, oh yeah, that's the one who we're going to focus on now.
No, but it's not even about that. It's just about being consistent. I think that gets lost in translation. It's not about finding you the worst guy. There's plenty of worse guys than Aaron Emholt. The problem is being consistent, consistency. If you say it about Aaron, it has to remain true about Nick. And just because your guy's Aaron doesn't give Nick a pass. You don't have to do a full fucking expose on it or start a show. No one is asking that. But to at least acknowledge that that's happened. Again, when you heard that Nick was, had donuts on his nose, or that's the excuse he used. I mean, you completely laughed it off and said he was joking. That's an actual fact that actually happened. And then again, he downgraded it and said, no, it wasn't even donuts. It was cookies on my fucking face. You immediately give him a pass and said he was joking. It's like shit like that, you know? I don't know. At least that's my gripes with it. Anyway, let's listen.
We want to see this shit show. This is what we're tuned into.
Yeah, somebody makes a good point in the chat too. Kids can get like secondhand high off. I'm assuming you don't live in a trailer, you're not hotboxing your children. But I'm just saying, I know for a fact that there are parents who like sit around and smoke weed in a house where their children are. I'm not, and I don't.
Well, then they should be arrested, Melton. Instead of fucking doing nothing, get off of your fat fucking ass and call the cops. I mean, I don't know. No, it's not that serious. But I mean, again, parents shouldn't be doing. If you got kids, man, what are you doing drugs? Your time to party is over. It's passed you by. Now, maybe when they grow up a little bit, or if they're out of the house. But you just know all these people smoking fucking, blazing up the fucking joints around children. Why? How? That doesn't bother you?
In front of their kids. I'm just saying, like, if you think there's not a parent that goes out on the porch and has a joint while their kids are home, or if their kids are upstairs playing, they don't hit a bong, like, you're crazy. Like, that has to be, especially in a state like Nevada where it's legal, that has to be happening all the time everywhere. Right? Like,
of course, yeah.
Of course.
It's a good thing.
I'm not saying.
And again, just because it's legal, again, would come on. If you go there, it's such a slippery slope to go down just because it's legal argument.
It's a good thing either, to be clear. I said that.
All right, fair enough.
I'm not making a.
Now look, Carl. They have the show once a week. Carl has a hard out here, and I could see if he was going to a ball game or taking Jenny Jingles out for a year or their anniversary or whatever. They're taking her out to dinner, or the Isotopes even had a gig. I'd even give you a pass there. The reason why he's about to tell us why he has to leave, and cut the show short, is going to leave your fucking jaws on the floor.
You're saying it wasn't good or bad. I
yeah, I'm not making a statement on it.
Gotcha.
Do we have time for 2 more clips, or where you need to
Yes,
go?
we can. I do have to cut off in about 7 minutes. My brother-in-law's in town, and we're going to see Joe List tonight.
What the fuck, man? You're cutting out early because you got tickets to see Joe List. That's pretty fucking lame, dude.
Yes, we can.
I got to cut my own show early because imagine if I said that. Guys, here at Win by 2, I got to cut the show, an hour early here today. I got comedy tickets to see fucking Anthony Zenhouser. I got tickets to see Mark Normand. Mike Moores. I got tickets. Sorry. Show's ending in 3 minutes sharp. We only got time for another clip or 2. Joe fucking List? You sad sack of fucking shit.
I do have to cut off in about 7 minutes. My brother-in-law's in town, and we're going to see Joe List tonight at the Comedy Club.
Oh, fun.
Let's I've got a couple clips that I want to show. If that's
good.
okay.
All right, we have one more clip here from this show, 2/18/35. And now, mind you, they just watched, hours worth of steel toe material. And Carl's biggest takeaway is, you're never going to believe it, but Aaron was fucking stupid. Listen to this.
The judge can be like, oh, yeah, there's all this stuff. Why are you winking at your victim? That's what this is.
He's not a bright guy, I think, is what we're discovering on today's show. Turns out he's kind of dumb.
Love Chowder for $1.99 says these parenting experts have 0 kids. And that's another great point. I even forgot to mention that. All these people giving parenting advice and what you should and shouldn't do around children don't have any fucking children. That would be like me giving culinary advice to people. And, I'm not a chef. No, I can cook. Maybe that was a bad example. But me giving, tennis advice to people. No, but I do play tennis on my spare time, so. You get my point, man. You get my point. I'm not going to go around giving lessons on how to skydive if I've never skydove before. The fuck are we talking about? Thank you for the $1.99. And it's a great observation, and rightfully so. To point out. Carl's big takeaway from the 2 hours plus of covering steel toe was this.
Well, I want to thank on today.
That's what this is.
He's not a bright guy, I think, is what we're discovering on today's show. Turns out he's kind of dumb.
Again, this is something you learn day one. This is intro to steel toe, day one. You learn he's not a bright guy, and he's also dumb. Are you dumb and stupid or dumb, huh? Are you dumb, stupid, or dumb, huh? Someone says tennis sucks. Well, not if you play with the right people. Now, you might be right. Pickleball, however, is the better of the sport. Carl thinks steel toe is not a bright guy, and he's dumb. Yeah, you might be onto something, Carl. You should start a podcast about it.
He's not a bright guy, I think, is what we're discovering on today's show. Turns out he's kind of dumb.
I don't think you're a bright guy. I think you're pretty stupid and dumb. Them teeth, man. Can we file down your teeth at Hackamania? Is that a possibility? Anyway, that's the boys from This Little Piggy. Had big revelations and exposés all across that episode. Taking down steel toe one clip at a time. Surely in no time, steel toe will be, disconnecting his internet and selling his computer because the likes of Patrick Melton, Carl Hamburger, and Mohammed Moody were on the case. So, yeah, there's that. All right, I want to take a short little break, if you'd allow me to, here today. I haven't taken a break in quite a while, but we are going to take one. A quick one. I just need to smoke a half a cigarette and put something in my stomach. It is rumbling. I'm surprised you guys haven't heard it. Brian says, Carl sucks. I don't know what song I want to do, though. Anyone got any suggestions? I should have this all preloaded, eh? Like I said, my first few paychecks I dedicate to getting that fucking grill. Well, you'd think, you make $10,000, $15,000, $20,000 a month. You would think you'd invest in some braces. You would think. One second. Rock B, Mutagrow says. Ghost Party, Cypress Hill. All right, I like Cypress Hill. We'll do Cypress Hill. All right, guys, thank you for rocking with me here today. Make sure to like the hit button, share the show. We'll be right back in about 2 minutes and 42 seconds. Don't go anywhere. Don't touch that dial. We'll see you right on the other side. Thank you. We have a lot left to do. Don't go anywhere. Is this the song? Welcome back in. Welcome back in, welcome back in, welcome back in. Let's do it. Heil Hitler, I guess we're playing. What a banger. Wow. Inspirational. Wow. Wow. Epic stuff. Kanye West. Sorry, Ye West, who's got, 33 mil on Twitter. You can't get that wrong, otherwise he'll storm off an interview. All right, there's still a lot left I'd like to go through here on today's show. Welcome back in. Thank you for sticking around. Let's go right over to Chad Zumock and his big. By the way, I got to show you guys my new purchase here today. Would you allow me to show my new purchase here today? I'm very excited over this, guys. You know, it's taken me, I've had to save up, a lifetime in order to pull this off. Furthermore, Chad really inspired me as a up-and-coming podcaster like myself. The up-and-coming podcaster like myself. Chad really did inspire me to go out and, well, guys, I did it. I purchased a new pair of shoes. Aren't they fucking cool, man? I went out and bought these. Next, can anyone get Ashley Cummings on the phone so I could show these off to her? Huh? Aren't they something? Pretty cool. Pretty fucking cool. Wouldn't you say so, Aaron? Wouldn't you fucking motherfucker?
That's very cool.
Very cool, guys. Give it up for my new pair, my new purchase and pair of shoes. Oh, that was a bit. Anyway, rough, tough crowd. Tough crowd. No, all right, so let's get into Chad. He's doing some comedy as of late. Let's show you how fucking well he's doing. This is according to Chad Zumock on X. It says, for those you wondering. For those you wondering. Brian says a little bright. Amy Staley says I'm stoned. Damn it. Asking someone their next purchase is a great icebreaker. Yeah. Just show them your shoes. Did you get a new whip like me, Blade? Nah, come on. What do you think I am, K-Murph? Made of fucking money or something? I know nothing about what's cool or not. Ectoplasm kicks. Chad, this is according to Chad. For those you wondering, I killed tonight. By the way, no one was wondering. Wait, I gotta read it in chat. For those of you wondering, I killed tonight in Naples on a Monday. Sorry to all the losers that once upon a time shit on me when I was down, and now they are stuck to that brand. Now that I'm back, and he says it in exclamation point. So he's yelling it. So he's yelling this sentence. Sorry to all the losers that once upon a time shit on me when I was down, and now they are stuck to that brand now that I'm back. I'm amazing. I kill. Don't conform. Wow. Bold statement there from old Mud. The old Mud guy. We still have Chad on Twitter, I believe, right? This is where we're going here. Chad's Twitter. Oh, this was the big expose no one was talking
And that's
about.
a fucking fact.
So I don't know how true this is, but we're just going to roll with it as if... No, it is true. It's an actual DM. But we have Greg Edwards, who sometimes, I think, makes an appearance around here and in other chat rooms. I guess reached out to this Jonathan Geyer. Now, for those people who don't know who Jonathan Geyer is a gay. He's a half-breed, an inbred, from the great state where all retards are bred from, and that is Minnesota, home of Karmic X. And, oh, Jesus. Greg Edwards, so Jonathan Geyer is, he boxes at Aaron M. Holt's gymnasium. And he does live streams from the gym. He shows everyone, how they spar and blah, blah, blah. Coach Scott, that's how we've had the wonderful Coach Scott footage, is because this Jonathan Geyer, well, it turns out this Jonathan Geyer is more than just a, guy who just likes to box. Turns out he's trying to be like a box fluer, almost like a Jake Paul. He's trying to be the next Jake Paul. And turns out Jonathan Geyer also sells cool merch and so on and so forth. Well, according to Chad tried to order a piece of merch, a t-shirt to be exact, from this Jonathan Geyer. To which Chad said, Jonathan Geyer must have scanned me because I haven't gotten no t-shirt as of yet. And I think the last he's mentioned this was Friday or Saturday. It's definitely within the last week. Chad, that is. So Greg Edwards' post, I guess Greg Edwards took the initiative and found it within himself to reach out to the one they call Geyer. And he goes on to say, Greg Edwards says, your time's up at Chad Zumach. Getting caught in lies is basically your brand now. Can't wait to see the spin unless you do what you always do. Play dead and hope it blows over. You're not good, just loud and sad. Real embarrassing stuff, buddy. So here's the DMs. Jonathan Geyer. So this is from Greg Edwards here. It says, sorry to bother you, Mr. Geyer. I am currently working on an article involving struggled comedian Chad Zumach, and I wanted to get your statement on some thoughts he shared on his show. The quote-unquote comedian claims to have never received a shirt he purchased from your merch shop, calling you a scammer, attacking your character and family. He claims to have purchased the shirt on March 12th, 2025. It would be fantastic if you could help us get to the bottom of this. Best GE. And then he links Chad Zumach's website. To which Jonathan Geyer comes back and says, oh gosh, thanks for reaching out. I did hear a little something about these claims going around, and I couldn't say for certain if a purchase like that came through my shop. I don't handle the online stuff myself. My wife helps me with all that. Bless her heart. But she just couldn't find any order under that name or date. That's a
fucking fact.
Now I don't want to get into name calling, but I'm going to get into name calling or anything. But I did see what the guy looked like. And oh my gosh, he's a bit of a shrimp! He's a bit of a shrimp, isn't he? Not too surprised. These online folks talk big, but don't exactly match the energy in person. Heck, if he wants to stop by the gym, I'd be happy to give him a free lesson. First one's always on the house. But seriously, if there's anything else I could do to help, just let me know. Take care now. Best wishes, Jonathan Geyer. Wow. So, according to Greg Edwards and Jonathan Geyer, turns out Chad had never actually ordered the shirt and is accusing Jonathan Geyer of being a scammer. I guess we'll see how that turns out. We haven't heard anything from Chad rebutting this or rebutting this or speaking out against it. It's as if Chad was just lying, like he never ordered the shirt in the first place. So we'll have to keep our eyes peeled on that. Now, this is what I'd like to do here in the chat room today. I want to play, and this is courtesy of Fractal Synth over on the Hackverse Anonymous subreddit. Go give it a watch. I want to play the first of its kind Hackverse Bingo Mud Shark edition. Now, this is incredible. So we're going to watch 2 clips from Chad, and we're going to see if we can't play bingo with these clips. Anytime Chad does the whip drop sound drop, WATP Carl laugh. Show me the money sound drop. Let's go. Gear rocks drop. Oh, when he goes, oh no! Melton, what's that say? Melton backdoored his way into the world, or into this world. Not just the world, this world. I'm so excited. That drop. Cleveland Sports Talk. Chrissy's horse drop. Michaeline drop. Siren drop. I just put it out there. You guys ran with it drop. We get a free star right in the middle. Coked out April impression. Shows LaRue's book. I made over $100,000 and had a company car. Consistent and persistent. You're not good. He's a good egg. Oh shit drop. Dick Rider drop. Yeah boy drop. Stuttering John got my Patreon nuked. Explosion drop. And the last but not least, I don't need this. Threatens to quit again. So we got 2 clips from Chad. And we're going to see in both clips if we can't complete the bingo card here. So get ready. Get your bingo cards ready. We're going to see if we can't do it. Now, this clip, we got to take a little look in the past. This is where Chad, and this is courtesy of Chad Zumock, by the way. Basically, in this clip says, I'm going to start uploading these on the YouTube. It basically shows Chad's desperation, how back, I guess, maybe a year or 2 ago, how desperate he was to get on B Dabbler's show. So much so he dresses up like a velociraptor and was calling himself the Mud Shark. Very insane stuff. Let's give it a spin.
But
Chad
we're
Zumock.
doing it. We're having fun.
And we got to
We're having a good time.
keep counting them bingo cards.
My name is
Chad Zumock. Permaseal Finishing, Nick in Fort Wayne, Darren, Peggy in the Big Dork.
Bong.
So the $100 sponsor, did we get that? Is that on the card? $100 sponsor? I don't think so. Why wouldn't that be on the card, by the way?
Darren's promoting his YouTube channel, Penny in the Big Dork. Go subscribe. Everyone's promoting a YouTube. Time sure does fly in the Sharkverse. Nothing but fun and laughs along the way. What's all the N199A gotta do? Wait, oh, I get it. What's a gotta do to get a we're doing it shirt? You can't bully people, man. You can't do it. It's not cool. Oh, Tukey, you're sniping me. Really, Rocco? Really? Rocco, you're sniping me. Oh, the great idea, first of all. Great idea. Sniping, good job. Where'd you get that from? Looks like somebody didn't cover his nut. Wasn't it like 2 weeks ago you were kissing my ass, hanging out with me, and now you're trying to take away views and profits? That's the type of guy you are?
Views and Profits is actually Addicted to Profits burner account, if you were wondering.
Really? Did Melton give you your marching orders? Is that why you're doing it? See, these guys will just stab you in the back. All of them. They don't stand for anything. They don't. It's hilarious what shady fucks they are. It's so funny to watch. You try to be nice, try to be a nice guy to these people, and they're just fucking snakes, man.
I'm keeping my eyes on this bingo card. Nothing yet, guys. Nothing yet.
Good job, Puppet. Good job. You're doing it.
Chad Zumock, member for 22 months. Tukey, you broke Chad's heart. You were friends. I know. I feel so bad.
All right, so then it goes into Tukey's clip here. I forgot about this, but I wanted to show you the end here. Yeah, where Chad dresses up as this fucking velociraptor and calls himself the Mud Shark. It's insane.
Chad was when Cardiff tricked Chad into thinking he was going to come on with us.
So it does a little flashback and Chad Zumock. First of all, why do you own a raptor helmet mask? Furthermore, I mean, did you think this was a good idea? I mean, I don't know what's happening. So this is pre-Shure SM7B. So this had to be at least over, I think, 8 months ago.
I can't hear anybody. I'm just a mud shark.
So again, he's calling himself the Mud Shark while wearing the dinosaur mask.
I'm just a mud shark. I can't hear anybody. You guys don't want me on the show. I'm not invited to Detroit. Carl doesn't like me.
So Chad went and got.
Okay, so that I think it finishes up there. No, it doesn't. Hold on, sorry. I jumped the gun. Hold on.
Tukey. Great. How's the grift going on your end, Tukey? You grifting a little bit off my audience, trying to make some money, huh? Doing a good job?
So we got pissed at Tukey for sniping.
Disappointing.
And saying you're trying to make some money.
Beer.
Oh, God.
Dabbler. Don't do that. He's making it, at least when he snipes, he makes it transformative.
But this is coming from the guy who literally, used to call himself the sniper. Remember that whole arc? I'm the sniper. But he gets pissed when other people do it to him. All right, we have one more chat clip. We haven't got nothing on this bingo as of right now. We didn't get to watch this on Monday, but this I was hinting to this on Monday, where Chad is like beating on his chest in this clip courtesy by Doom, by the way, and he's claiming that everyone wishes we were Chad. We're all biting off Chad. We're all trying to steal from Chad. Chad's a fucking king of this world, and we're all just trying to fucking follow suit here. Look at, the arrogance he has about him now is kind of insane. Let's watch.
Ooh, my beer.
Shout out to the $100 tier. I got an email. Got an email. You can email me. Shock jock, burping in the mic. Yeah. Fuck you, Bob and Tom.
So is on the there's nothing on this fucking bingo card that Chad has done. He says we're doing it. He said but that is not on this bingo card. So we're not looking good so far here, folks.
Where'd that come from? Was that deep down? I think so. Email me, whatever you want. I'll read it. I'll read anything. I'll read anything. Running man! I got energy. I feel good. We're about to wrap it up. Ladies and gentlemen, it's over. Nailed it, dog. This was a fantastic show today. I don't give a fuck what anybody says.
What's with the yelling?
I'm coming hard as fuck with these #1 hits. I killed it. I'm the best podcaster out there right now. No one's better than me. Not one person. Rocco, you can suck a dick. I'm great. You're a follower. You're a bitch.
Wow.
I'm a great.
He's so fucking butthurt over Rocco sniping him. He thought they were friends. Well, you could be someone's friend and snipe them, right? So if someone snipes you, automatically you're not their friend. Got it.
Great podcaster. No one's better.
You're not good. I think that constitutes as one, right? On the bingo card here.
You're a follower. You're a bitch. I'm a great podcaster. No one's better. Not one person.
No, he didn't. I thought he said you're not good. You're not a good podcaster. No.
I'm better than everybody. The problem is I don't want to team up with any of you fucks.
Now, mind you, the audio is his. I always have to reiterate that. And furthermore, again, we went over this. Chad always has to try to team up with people. Always. Melton, Kevin, Shuli Network. Shout out to motherfucking Vince Griswold, who ain't teaming up with anyone for 99 cents. Says here, take some change. Duck, bitch. Thank you for the 99.
Carl, Melton, anybody at Hackamania can suck a dick. You wish I was there. You wanted me there. I'm not coming there. Fuck you, nerds. Go smoke your cigarettes.
Get your balls washed twice a year. I get it every weekend. On stage and off.
What?
You wish you were me. You wish you were me. You can't be me. I've overcome all adversity in life, and I'm still here. You gonna take me down, Dan? Bring it, bitch. Rocco, bring it. Bring me down. You're gonna need an orange. You're gonna need a potato. You're gonna need Melton. You're gonna need Carl. You can't do it yourself, bitch. Go live by yourself for 2 hours and be entertaining as Rocco Burrow. You can't. You can't. You don't have it. You have to use a puppet. It's like going into a fight on steroids. You get...
No, I don't. All right, so we're using air horn here. We're just trying to play bingo with Chad. Isn't the air horn on the fucking bingo card? What is happening? Is this the worst bingo card ever created for Chad? Why wouldn't the air horn... Siren... All right, so that's the siren, right? The siren drop? Or does he have another siren drop? Now I'm confused. I literally see no air horn sound drop. This is great. This is the worst bingo card ever made. This is the last time we're playing this game. Mark my fucking words, man. All right, so we got nothing on the board. Nothing.
You get it? You get it? You get it. Suck a dick. Suck a dick. I'm the best. No one better. I know you hate me. Oh, I know it. Bring it. I don't give a fuck. I don't want to hang out.
That's the thing. I don't think anyone hates Chad. I mean, there might be some people who hate Chad. It's just, I mean, it's hilarious to watch you get to this. Get to this where you're yelling and I'm the best. I'm the fucking best. That's hilarious that puppets are making you, and somebody would have named Dan from Nice Podcast retarded, is making you boil to this level.
Out with you in real life? I know it. Bring it. I don't give a fuck. I don't want to hang out with you in real life.
But you did. You hung out with B. Dabbler in real life. You went to the AC meetup in real life. So, I mean, what are we talking about here? You know? You do want to hang out with these people in real life. You have hung out with these people in real life. Hello? Is anyone home? Shit, man. I mean, it's just, I think these people forget what they say. And it's just like, no, this is easily verifiable. You were there. I've seen you.
You're a fucking bore.
That's not nice.
Quality show. I still didn't get to my other Rob Saw clip.
Should
I go into overtime?
No.
I have no incentive to go into overtime. All right, who's he calling?
Dare
Listen
you,
to this.
Rob?
How dare me? How dare you?
Listen to
This isn't. Hey, the inmates run the asylum on the show, and we do whatever the fuck we want to do. That's not how I operate, toots.
Looks like Rob Saul's been watching a lot of the Z-Man. He's picking up on all my shit. Everyone's copying me. Everyone wants to be...
Okay, finally, yes, we got one. We got one. We got one. If you would please go to your bingo cards, ladies and gentlemen. Whip sound drop is crossed off. So now we just need the I'm excited sound drop, and he's a good egg, and I don't need this, and threatens to quit. And we can have an across thing here, or we can go WATP Carl laugh, show me the money, let's go, Gearox, or an oh no. That's what we're looking for here on the bingo card, but we already got the whip drop sound effect as one. And back to the clip, Chad is going, I think Rob Saul's been watching a lot of the Mud Shark lately. He's wearing them sunglasses. He's a copying.
That's a fucking fact.
These guys, I mean, really either have the smallest brain capacity where they think somebody else wearing sunglasses on a podcast, they created that, or they created sunglasses. It's like people have been wearing sunglasses on shows. I mean, since the dawn of time. Howard Stern being one of those people. I mean, what is happening? He's wearing sunglasses again. He's biting off the mud shark. No, he's not. Probably just too bright in there. I mean, to be honest. I used to wear shades indoors while I was doing my show. Sometimes I'll still bust them out every now and again, but at the time when I would wear the shades, Chad would call me, he would say I was stealing from Red Bar. But now Chad throws on the shades and now people are stealing from me. I mean, which is it? Which is it? Which is it, Chad?
Me. Dan from Nice Podcast Stupid wants to be me.
We have 2 whiplashes. I think that counts as something. Look how fucking angry he's getting. Dan from Nice Podcast Stupid wants to be me.
Everyone wants to be me. Dan from Nice Podcast Stupid wants to be me. Everyone's trying to be me. Rob Saul's trying to be. I'm the man. Woo! Trend Center, baby. Put on your Stussy shirt. I'm Ocean Pacific, baby. Osh Bosh Kabosh.
Sound drop. Hopefully it goes for our bingo card.
I haven't
No,
seen that word.
that's not on the bingo card.
Oh my God, did you see that? He couldn't even say it. Chris, did you see it? Oh my God. Adam Bush, did you see that? Oh my God. What a fucking idiot. Oh my God.
Oh, that's the Carl laugh, though. That is the Carl laugh. Yes. All right, we're 2 down now on row 1. We need Show Me the Money, Let's Go Gearox, and Oh No to complete this and yell the words. Bingo! Let's see if we can continue. Hopefully I could win. Papa needs a new pair of shoes.
Fucking idiot. Jenny Jiggles. Did you think Chad? He misread it. There's a reason why people do not clip Rob Saul. Holy shit, was that boring as fuck.
Oh, so boring. Why am I even watching it? That's Chad's big take. Chad, again, has 0 takes on anything. Chad will watch a clip and be like, this is fucking boring. Snooze fest. And then, like, shut off the clip and be like, that guy sucks. Like, okay, but what is your take? If everything sucks and everything's boring, then nothing sucks and nothing's boring. You see how that works?
Rob, you're not good.
Oh, we got it. You're not good. All right, where's that at? I know that's on this fucking card somewhere. You're not good. All right, we got it right here. So that's row 4 right here. So we're 2 down here. We have the whip sound drop, the Carl laugh. You're not good. And where was the other one? Oh, yeah, that's it. The whip, Carl laugh, and you're not good with the star. So we can either go this way, we can go this way, this way. We'll see how it finishes out, and we'll see if we can get this bingo. Bingo, bango!
You're not good. You should just quit.
Is that on one?
Doodle. Let's go home. Back when I was in the depths, I mean the depths of alcoholism, I was depressed. I was overweight. My mind was just a fucking fog. I was a wet brain for sure. I wasn't thinking clearly. The world was against me. My whole podcast was against me. I was just a mess.
His own podcast was against him. Meanwhile, he's the only guy on his podcast.
And Cardiff Electric was...
The stickers behind me were against me. My big we're doing it signs, they hated my guts. My sofa was really pissed off at one point. I had nothing going for me.
Sniping me and doing things and fucking with me. I struck his channel out of anger. I was upset. And surely...
So again, it's cool when you do it to other people, but when Stuttering John allegedly did it to you, well, now it's a problem.
He actually called me and told me to remove the strike and told me why it was so wrong. And I said,
your best friend, Shuli?
Okay, I listened to reason, and I removed the strike. I didn't have to. You know, Cardiff was just being nothing but a cocksucker to me. But I understood. And then I was informed. I was new to the internet. I mean, not new to the internet, but the YouTube streaming and what's good and what's not and the rules and regulations and all that. And I get the livelihood portion. And, you know, after losing my Patreon and getting my channel struck,
God.
I get it. I get it.
There it is. Stuttering John got my Patreon nuked. That's on the card. Row 5. 3 down on row 5 if you're playing at home. He didn't say SJ, but he did say, I got my Patreon nuked. So we have a lot here on this board. If we're keeping score at home, we have right here, we have the freebie. We have, you're not good. Where's that at? You're not good right here. So we can go, we just need Cleveland Sports and Show Me the Money. We have bingo. But I doubt he's going to get into it on this clip. And we have Whip Drop and Carl Laugh. That Show Me the Money is going to be clutch because we can either get it 2 ways with that. So we'll see how it plays out because there's only, 30 seconds left on this clip. So let's see.
I removed the strike because of Shuli's advice. Now, I don't know what's going on right now.
I don't know what's going on.
But if Shuli's listening, maybe he should remove the strike. Maybe he should take his own advice.
I don't know what's happening.
He gave me. Because it's not right. I'm not about it. I learned a hard lesson the hard way. Takes a man to admit his mistakes.
Jesus.
Hit the like button.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. Chad, Anthony Zumach. Unfortunately, we did not reach bingo, but we will keep this card up, and the next Chad full episode I have covered that I'm going to cover. Obviously, he hasn't been on in 2 days, so that's the extent of my Chad stuff here today. The next full episode he does, we will continue to play Chad. Chingo. We'll call it Chingo. Chad Bingo. All right, I want to finish off with this Slightly Offensive here today. Thank you so much for rocking with us. We have Slightly Offensive, this Elijah Schaefer. He had on Mersh and Royce from ROTC. Also had on Anthony Cumia and Gavin McInnes from Compound Censored. And we're going to get a Compound Anthony Cumia update of where and what's happening to his studio. So let's start with that, and then we'll do the Cumia and Gavin part first, and then we'll do Mersh and Royce last. So you know the radio legend, everyone sucks his fucking dick. Anthony motherfucking Cumia. If I could get this clip to go over here. Oh my god. Today it has been good, but if I could just get my mouse to work. All right, here we go. Sorry about that. We'll delete that in post. Anthony Cumia. New studio.
Yeah, I talked about it at the end of the show yesterday, but I didn't really mention what's going on back here. I'm having it all redesigned. Had some, all the kind of cheap metal frame shelf units that were just against the wall. And, it's technically a podcast, so you have to have your RGB lights. You got to have your different colored lights. And then just a bunch of junk all over the place. And that's great. That's what I wanted until we revamped it. So the cabinet doors down here, they're coming soon. It's not just going to be open, white shelving and drawers over here. It's going to be nice wood doors. And there's shelves just out of frame over here. And then there's these shelves.
Nothing more I like more in a podcast shot than shelves. Really, I think everyone should take this a page. Now, this is the question. How many people are going to start putting shelves in their shot because Anthony Cumia did it? Carl, Steel Toe, all the other guys, Melton, Zenhouser. You watch Tony Mazer, all these guys moving forward, they're going to start implementing shelves into their podcasting shot.
And then in the middle area, there's going to be like kind of over my shoulder, a window.
There's going to be a window to the window, to the wall, to the wall. All these bitches crawl. All these ski scrawl. There's going to be a window? You're going to install a window? Say it ain't so.
There's going to be like kind of over my shoulder, a window.
Oh, cool.
Not like a real window. It's going to be a TV with a window frame. It's going to look like...
There was probably a few idiots out there like, wow, you're going to put a window to see outdoors right there? That's pretty cool. That's pretty fucking cool.
Outside in green.
It's going to be a TV. He's putting a TV in his shot. Did you check that off with, pass that along? Did you get the okay from Red Bar to put a TV in your shot? The paperwork I had to file to get TVs in my shot, where it was insane.
Greenville. And then on either side of the window are going to be a couple of rifle racks.
I'm going to get a couple of rifle racks. Put guns, a TV, and shelves. Sounds pretty ghetto.
To put some of the classic World War II rifles, the Garand, of course, the mainstay of the American.
He does almost a louder lip smack than Patrick Melton. Listen to this shit.
Classic World War II rifles, the Garand,
Jesus.
of course, the mainstay of the American troops, the British Enfield, the German Mauser. But yeah, put those up there. That'll look nice. And then on the shelves, some bric-a-brac, some guns, things like that, things I'm interested in. Picture of beef. But yeah, I've been wanting to do this for a while.
So he's going to put shelves of TV, guns, and some knickknacks. What? You looked at Steel Toes setup and you don't want a giant sign with the Anthony Cumia show behind you? That looks kick-ass. I was thinking about selling all my TVs and just putting one giant win by 2 sign behind me in crusty orange and yellow writing.
I finally got the guy to do it, and very happy with it. I'm probably also going to adjust the framing.
Oh, cool.
Of the shot. I just put the camera back here to do this. But
Right.
Maybe set up a little bit, maybe a different lens, maybe get a little more of the background, but put me closer. I don't know.
You actually need to be further from the camera. There's no reason why you need to be closer to a camera. What are you trying to scare people at home?
We'll figure it out, though.
Like, this is what it would look like if you were closer to the cam. If the background was like further and you were closer, this is what it would look like. Right here. Like, I'm good. That's too close. Too fucking close.
Together. No, not together. I'll do it all by myself.
All
but yeah, that's the plan. I
myself.
think you people should be in on the
people.
what I'm doing over here.
How dare you?
Building a
what?
Studio, a professional studio. It
Professional.
looks professional. Has professional equipment and things used that
It's a couple of shelves and knickknacks and a TV. Like, what?
Anyone that wanted to do a broadcast that wanted to come off as a professional would put together. I'm not talking about it. What are you talking about? I'm not talking about anyone in particular.
What you talking about, Willis?
No, I'm very excited.
You're talking about Opie. Oh, it's a little shot at Opie there.
Would put together.
Wait.
That wanted to come off. Anyone that wanted to do a broadcast that wanted to come off as a professional would put together. I'm not talking about it. What are you talking about? I'm not talking about anyone in particular.
But what if Opie doesn't want to be professional? I mean, you ever think of that? What if he just doesn't want to be professional? What if he's completely happy filming turds on the street of New York City and then ranting about it with his like $22 webcam and, $47 microphone? It's perfectly fine. It does the same trick, and he's got a gorgeous view. So, I mean, I always said a new camera and better audio would suit him, but who cares? He doesn't want to do it. He doesn't want to do it.
No, I'm very excited. What a beautiful day out today. I hope it's beautiful where you are.
God, I love weather talk in niche areas. You're never going to believe what the weather's like here at my place. Miserable. It's snowing.
Except New York. I hope it's just miserable there.
Oh.
Sunny, like brilliant, nice little breeze blowing. I'm walking outside and like I said, a beautiful day on the property. I got my little buddy now. my little dog with me.
His dog.
On the leash, and he's just a madman, grabbing branches, trying to run off, and nice, like I said, breeze. It's birds.
Did I mention breeze? There's birds. There's some grass. I passed by some grass and a mound of dirt. And, did I mention the breeze? That breeze, huh? That fucking breeze. And a tree. I definitely saw some trees out there. There was the sun, there was a few clouds. And, yeah. This is the Anthony Cumia show now, folks. This is the Anthony Cumia show. This guy was like, I don't know how anyone doesn't make fun of him, by the way. I mean, you can even ignore all of his past allegations. I mean, just on the fact that he's like old and senile now.
On the leash, and he's just a madman, grabbing branches, trying to run off, and nice, like I said, breeze. It's birds chirping. I'm just looking around going like,
I hate birds. How's that sound? I fucking hate birds. So it sounds like shit.
This ain't too bad. This is like exactly where I want to be.
Guys want to be this guy? Aaron Emmel bases his whole image and personality around Anthony Cumia.
At this point. So it was very nice. Like I said, I hope it's
Was
nice
it?
where you are.
Was it very nice? Was there birds and weather and trees and wind? Oh, he's drinking. Isn't that lovely? Ain't that lovely? A guy who had fucking triple bypass surgery, open heart fucking bypass surgery, was told it's probably a bad idea against medical advice to drink, is out there chugging fucking alcohol. And he's even going to be he's doing it at every show now. He's just drinking every day now, which is, I mean, I was going to say it's sad. It's not even sad anymore. It's just like, he's made the decision that, I'm going to die and I want to go out an alcoholic like Gino Bisconte.
Still had some Duvels left in the fridge.
Oh.
Don't judge.
For how long? Dude, would you have 2 years worth of Duvels left? And I will judge. I hate when people tell me not to do something because I want to do it even more. Don't tell me not to judge. Fuck you. I'll judge you all day long.
Don't judge me.
All right, so there's Cumia on his studio update and his TV and his muskets that are going to be hung up on the wall. We're going to go to this little slightly offensive show with Cumia and Gavin. And there's a couple things I'd like to show you from here. Let's check this out. Oh, God.
Lost. To move, check the. Well, there's.
That's actually insane. Put him in a home already. Big frickin' trees. His fave. Where's that? I'm breezy. Isn't that a Friends line? I'm breezy. You can't say you're breezy. If you say you're breezy, that takes away from the breezy.
There's a point of view. You ask a black person to move. Check this out. Live footage from the Austin Metcalf murder. I know it's a little too soon. This is what happened. Watch.
Excuse me, good sir. Would you mind moving out of my seat, please?
Nah, nigga. I'd rather kill you.
Yeah, that's the kind of humor we bring to the show today. Top quality stuff. You can expect a lot more of that coming up. We actually, this is what compound censored money brings you. That's why I told him, I said, fuck you guys, man. I'm taking Qatari money. So that's what we've got here. It's pretty good stuff. This is actually.
So here's this host guy. I suspect this guy is on massive amounts of what Nick Ricada is on. He's always so speedy. I think he's my age, 32 or 33. At least that's what he claims. He's trying to build his own thing. Gets about 10K views on YouTube. He's primarily on Rumble. He claims to be doing better there, but we all know how that is. Rumble numbers are typically exaggerated by like 50%. So yeah, he's got Big Gavo and Anthony in the studio. They're going to be, this guy, Elijah Schaefer, also despises black people. I was mentioning this earlier. Hates blacks, wishes their complete and utter demise, their death. He wishes if it were up to him, if he were the emperor for a day, he would, snap his fingers and all black people would cease to exist. Seriously. That's a fact. So let's check out Elijah Schaefer. Used to work on The Blaze. I did a background check on him. He's severely in debt. He's got weird sponsors that sponsor him. He's almost like Alex Jones-esque in his sponsorships that are like products you're supposed to buy and consume. One of the products we're going to take a look at here today is a product with beef tallow in it, and you're supposed to rub it on your face, and it's supposed to be good for you. I like Alex Jones, but some of his products are just insane. I mean, let's be real. I'm not, buying iodine crystals and using it in my ears. I'm good. I'll just get a Q-tip. I'm fine. These people are trying to sell you the most insane shit. And they act like the problem is, it might be good, but the problem is they don't even use it themselves. Like, you think this motherfucker's putting beef tallow on his face? No, he ain't putting no beef fucking tallow on his grill or face or nose or chin or forehead. Anyway, that's sort of the background of what's happening here. This might be a new guy we just start sniping and taking apart and trying to take down, trying to get him canceled. I'm just kidding. I don't want to get him canceled, but let's hear him out, Elijah Schaefer.
Actually about, so 15 bills. So 15 bills more than an average compound censored host gets paid. So that's good. We got a great show for you guys today. Today we got our guest. We'll introduce him in a second. Anthony Kamamania. Kamamania. They call him the Ant-Man, as they do. And speaking of the Ant-Man, the actual Ant-Man.
Yes.
Well, to be clear,
there's Ant-Man.
Anthony is the Ant-Man. I am a member of the Ant Army. I'm a fan. And Anthony's fans, he insists, call themselves Ant Army members.
He has a saying, right? A slogan that he says?
His slogan is leave some sugar out for the Ant-Man.
Yeah.
It's so creative, man. It's like shocking to me that people wonder how you ever got canceled or how you ever, didn't have a career earlier in life with that type of creativity, man.
Yeah.
I'm feeling a little bit ashamed of my own show.
Amazing. I can't take all the credit for it because Gavin was heavily responsible for the namesake. And, sometimes Gavin comes up with something a little crazy, puts a name to it, kind of sticks.
It sticks.
If you've noticed.
The Ant Army's gonna storm the Capitol next and kill some cops.
I already got in trouble with the Capitol. I don't need it again.
Yeah, he almost just went to prison for 5 years for
years.
JS6.
Oh shit, you were there.
They just let him out.
I'd break you out with my giant mandibles. Chew through concrete.
Yeah, well, we always know whatever Gavin shoots onto you typically sticks, Anthony. So anyway, we got to talk about a lot of these stories today. Plus, black people are still there, and they're doing what they're doing. We had a woman interrupt an Islamic gathering, and God knows what we need more in this world is women involved in politics at more extreme.
Why do you have an unbuttoned shirt with your fucking chest hair out? That's repulsive, man. Put a fucking t-shirt on, homie. What are you doing? You're in a room full of dudes with your fucking chest hair out. And you don't even have like a good set of hair on your chest. It's like very patchy and straggly. I mean, really. What the fuck are you doing, Beef Tallow?
Levels. I'm getting excited. Plus,
Are you? I'm getting nauseous staring at you.
We were talking about last night has fallen apart. It looks like soon it will be.
By the way, that's for anyone who has never watched the show. That is not his real hair. That is in fact a wig. I can just see some picture. He's like, oh my god, this guy is insane. He's like trying to be like Jesus Christ, trying to embody the look of Christ or a surfer or Thor. No, that is a wig.
It's already basically Indian. And Tim Hortons is now Sing Hortons. But the total collapse of the community is at hand.
Oh,
and that's why
God.
we're having a good time today. Anyways, it's approximately 3-something p.m. Eastern time in the United States. This is a special episode of Compound Censored's Slightly Offensive. Make sure you support the show. We're live there right now. Let's start the show.
So this is how they start the show, with a dance. You're going to see Cumia and Gavin dance like you've never seen it before. Live in 1080 by 60. I got the little confetti like Patrick Melton does. That's cute. And there's Aunt Cumia drinking a Coors. He can't put it down. What? You had some of those left over too in the fridge? Look at this fucking ghoul. Oh my god. People like Carl want to suck his fucking meat. That's a fact. Look at this. He's like, yeah, I'm fucking badass. My name's Tony fucking Cumia. Don't you know who the fuck I am? Eh? Joey fucking bag of donuts. Look at me. My cause and my fake money. I'm fucking killing it, man. This guy. He's wearing a leather jacket indoors, by the way. Mind you, this isn't Florida. What are you doing wearing a leather jacket? Why do you own a leather jacket in the state of Florida? And it was like last week, where it's like been in the 90s down there. So we're just dancing. That's how the show starts.
All right, let's go. We're right up the street from Parkland Community, and we're about to commit another Sandy Hook with the Ant-Man fan club. Let's go. Speaking of those who instigated those ideas and said that we should do that, the one and the only leader of those people, who's the man and the brains behind those great ideas, Anthony Cumia, welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me, Elijah. Big fan, big fan.
It's a big fan.
Love the dance segments. Anytime you can start a show with a dance segment.
So he just claims he's a big fan. But the thing he points out as to why he's a big fan is the dance segments, which they just did. So you don't know any other of their segments. You just know the segment that you just did. So you're actually not a fan. You actually don't watch this show, right?
Big fan. Love the dance segments. Anytime you can start a show with a dance segment.
Like, you don't have to say I'm a big fan, and you don't have to say any of that. Say, oh, thank you, Elijah, for having me here. You do great work, period. That's it.
Means you're either a rug-chewing lesbian or Elijah. I love it.
And
love
they say there's no difference sometimes.
No, I loved it. Dancing.
Yeah,
people that know me know I love to dance.
So you actually don't like to dance. So in fact, you just basically were cucked into dancing for no reason with a cause and fake money. Got it. So you'll pretty much just do whatever because you hate confrontation that much. Got it.
Yeah,
people that know me know I love to dance.
You know what? That's what they said. They said, hey, whether it comes to storming capitals, committing mass shootings, or dancing, we can't figure out which one he likes better, but it's one of the three.
Yeah. Dropping N-bombs in there too, because...
Well, not talking about what you actually really like to do.
So here's one of this guy's products here. It looks like it's called Jaws Edge? Or Man's Edge? Yeah, that's exactly what I need in the morning. A product called Man's Edge. Seriously. That's going to make me feel great. Hey, Nick Ricada, you should look into this. Man's Edge with a beef tallow. Instead of taking your fucking, what's it called? Modafinil, and Adderall 10s for your foggy narcolepsy. Look into Man's Edge.
Oh,
Don't
okay.
forget.
I forgot we were doing the what I don't like.
Correct. I'm buying
Okay.
you some freedom there. Of course, on my right, the one, the only Gavin McGinnis of originally you call your show Get Off My Lawn anymore. That's over.
Yeah, I do. You may want to tune into your own.
Whoa.
No, you had a new show I was on called Cops and Robbers.
Yeah, that's a different show. That's Thursday nights.
I know, but that's why I got
We do a lot of
confused
shows.
because
We do
I
a
got
lot of shows.
confused.
No one
because
just
I was
has
going on Get Off
one
My
show
Lawn
anymore.
My main show is Get
One
Off My
show.
Lawn.
What
Cops
are you,
and Robbers
gay?
Thursday nights. We have 4 cops come in and 1 felon, and we watch police videos every.
Sounds fucking gay. We have 4 cops come in and we just watch police videos. Sounds stupid. Let's go to the first clip, 1656. Elijah and the people are afraid of black people. 1656. They're they hate blacks so much they're even afraid.
Into women, okay? So women have one drink, and they all of a sudden turn into these like ethereal, like white women, these ethereal like goddesses of the new age.
So he's going to be talking about his story with his wife here. How his wife doesn't really drink. She had one drink this one night and like got like super like in touch with her, astrology side and wanted to like dance and align the planets together. Elijah didn't want to do this apparently and did it anyway, even though you could have just said no. And he goes out and takes his shoes off, I guess, in the middle of a park, and is actually going to get his wallet stolen. And I'd say, yo, you fucking deserve it, man. You know, if you're why wouldn't you just leave your wallet in your pocket? Why'd you even go dancing with your wife who was acting fucking crazy that night to begin with? Just tell her fucking no. Tell her to piss off. And even if you had to dance, all right, whatever, then I'm holding on to my wallet. So, but because of this and because of a black person stole this, these type of people blame everything, all of their problems on Black America, which, look, there's an argument as to why we have a lot of problems, but again, we're not going to get into that here today. We're going to keep it on these guys. Let's keep watching.
Or something. Like my wife barely ever drinks. She's breastfeeding. We go out on a date. She has one drink. And all of a sudden she's talking about star signs, you know? and then we're walking and we're walking down the street. She goes, a drum circle. It's a new moon.
A drum
we need
circle.
to let our energy out. I go,
Listen to this.
when did this happen? Like she's like she's like a Christian, like a good Christian. No, I'm not, but she is. And I'm like, what is this? And she's like, well, come with me, dance. We gotta let the energy out. We gotta move. And I'm like, okay, that's the big problem. So we go to the drum circle, and then I'm seeing some black people standing around. I'm going, hey, I don't want to leave our stuff here. But she goes, this is where I made the mistake. Don't worry about it. Just dance with me. I listened to a woman, and then I came back and my shit was jacked, and a black guy was walking away on his bike. So
did he take your whole wallet or just the money?
No, he took everything that I had there. Cards, wallet. It was a $400 wallet. It was my favorite thing.
Go through the money and then go.
If it was your favorite thing, why would you leave it in a shoe near a drum circle where there was all these people around? I mean, are you fucking stupid?
Maybe he needs his credit cards. I'm gonna be cool with this motherfucker and let him have his credit cards and ID and shit.
I'll leave with $20.
Yeah, it's like, oh, a medical card. Yeah, his kids might get sick tomorrow. He's like, leaving that one in the shoe.
Was that around here?
Yeah, up in Delray, Atlantic Avenue. You know, right the thing, and they jacked it, and it's like there was only one black guy standing around, and then someone's like, yeah, he went into your shoe and grabbed your stuff, and I was like, there was one in the whole group of like 100 people. And he stole my wallet last week. Isn't that Owen Benjamin? Someone stole his bike when he was 9. And he's still mad about it. At least I should be like Carmelo Anthony's dad and say, "I forgive you."
Oh,
yeah. What do you think about Carmelo Anthony's dad?
Enough of that. Crap.
What the?
Yeah.
fuck
Why
is
would?
We're still talking about Carmelo Anthony, are we? Okay. Before we go, 46 minutes. This is where Cumia gets offered to use some of the beef tallow, and he's going to reject it. So they try to do this little ad read, and they try to get Cumia in on the ad read, but Cumia, he don't want that beef tallow. He don't want his skin looking any fucking smoother than what it has to. He wants to keep it nice and chopped up and pocked with scars all around. Let's watch.
Like patriotic flute music going, hey, turn it down. It's like getting louder as you're trying to make a point. But anyway, I was going to say real fast, with Van Man, check out this.
Yeah, Happy Day says, I live around black folks my whole life. They never stole my shit. Yeah, I grew up with a lot of black people myself. And, like, if you give off that energy like you're scared of, like, it's not even just black people. It's just, like, any person. Like, you're going to get fucked with. People pick up on that. Black, white, Puerto Rican, Chinese. So, like, I guarantee, like, this is the type of guy who, like, when he's around black people, gives off the energy, like, don't rob me. They sniff that out. They're like, all right, you're a fucking, you're an easy fucking target, so we're going to fucking jack your shit. You know? Stop being a bitch.
This product we've been pushing.
And again, just hold on to your wallet, man. You don't have 4 pockets on your shorts.
Here, you got it right in front of you. Grab that little vial there, the little lube. See that?
So here, we get introduced to this guy, Tony, who's wearing a mask the entire time, trying to channel his inner Ye West, and they're going to do this whole product read, the beef tallow. Check this
Other
out.
one.
Lube.
There you go. See that?
Word.
All right, open it up. We haven't stuck anything in it. Smell it. Smell it. Smell it. Put
Thank
some on
God
your
we
lip.
put
Look at it.
cans on.
Put some on your forehead.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, it's literally beef tallow moisturizer that you can use like on your lips, whatever. It's not made
He
from.
didn't even rub it in. You could clearly still see it. Look at this. He's got first of all, a big ass wad of it on his finger.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah,
And it's just glistening off his fucking forehead.
it's literally beef tallow moisturizer that you can use like
Yeah, it's fine. That does the trick, man. My skin feels softer than ever. we could still see it. There's still some on that finger. By the way, what are you going to do with that finger? Is there any paper towels around?
On your lips,
Are you going to lick it off? I mean, your forehead is shining, dog. And watch, he passes over to Anthony. What did Anthony do?
It's not made
You
from
gotta try,
petroleum.
Anthony.
You can, yeah, you got to try it. I'm not joking.
No, I'm good. So during their whole ad read, you could save 10% by using promo code Elijah. Cumia gets offered, Anthony, here, use the beef. Use the tallow. Nah, I'm good. I'd rather look like shit.
That you can use it on your lips, whatever. It's not made
You
from
gotta
petroleum.
try it, Anthony.
You can, yeah, you got to try it. I'm not joking.
I'm good now with the beef tallow.
By the way, that is the right answer. If anyone is offering me beef tallow on a podcast or anywhere, for that matter, there's no shot in hell beef tallow is entering onto my surface of my body anytime soon. That's a fact.
I beef tallowed after I got out of the shower today.
Yeah, you can put it anywhere. No, but it's a beef tallow.
Tries a little joke and completely whiffs. I beef tallowed right after the shower today. Did you? That's good to know. 4740 Cumia goes full Alex Jones in the middle of an ad read. Okay, so Elijah's still going on this ad read. I mean, these guys do ad reads for like 7 minutes. And Cumia's had enough. So he decides to go full Alex Jones impression. And just completely derails the ad read. Let's watch.
So as a moisturizer there, you can put it on your face. You can do other things with it, as Anthony Cumia suggested. He Van Man out of the shower. It does work, right? And it does work. Trust me, it does work. But I will say their products, they have fluoride-free toothpaste, aluminum-free deodorant. So it's all natural products that you can use.
Mushroom-infused tea, bacon-infused egg whites made from a sheep. It's like, some of these products are insane. Van Man's Bison Tallow and Honey Balm. Van Man's Tallow and Honey. Van Man's Miracle Tooth Powder. Mint Bone. First of all, I'm not putting anything in my mouth that's Van Man's Miracle Tooth Powder, Mint Bone. That's almost $30, by the way. Van Man's Tallow and Honey, $14.
For your family.
For soap.
They have like tallow soap. This is all the natural crunchy mom shit that your wife wants and that you got
So watch Kumia. He's tired of this. He's tired of all the plugging.
to get for your family. Also, if you're a guy and you don't want to be gay, you can go to the website and just get everything you want, your shampoos, all the stuff that they have there, 10%
makes
off.
your kids gay.
Yeah, literally.
Swear to you.
It's
Makes your kids gay.
He has a point. He has a point, though. I drank atrazine water growing up.
Gay with nice teeth.
Yeah.
I'd rather have a gay
So
son
this is still the ad, by the way.
with good teeth than a straight son with
Really?
shitty teeth.
Like a real manly kid, but it's like he has scurvy or
Yeah, no thanks.
or a flaming fag.
It's all about
with-
the Christmas cards. And you want your kids' teeth to look good in the Christmas cards, so fag it up.
All right, vanman.shop.
I'm sure Van Man loves that shit from Gavin and Cumia doing Alex
You
Jones.
want your kids' teeth to look good in the Christmas cards, so fag it up.
All right, vanman.shop
Wow.
/Elijah. Thanks for using the F word twice during an ad read. Use promo code Elijah for 10% off.
Cut that out.
It's live.
Oh, right.
Yeah. All right, we're good.
Yeah, so it turns out Elijah Schaefer ain't getting that fucking ad read money on that one. Sorry, Elijah. Try again. All right, we'll go to the last one from here. 11740. Gavin's got to piss. Tony has to leave. Elijah wants to end. Gavin was pissing during the show. Cumia is asked if he's still into 19-year-olds. All right, so this is where it got good. I watched this entire fucking almost 2-hour show just basically for this clip at 1 hour and 17 minutes. So let's go to it and let's see what's happening at 11740. Check her out. Hot off the press. So the podcast going good. Everyone's in what is called flow state. They're vibing. They got the beef tallow. They're high as shit off of mint bone and crushed fucking rhinoceros nails. Everyone's feeling good, and then all of a sudden,
Benefited me because then I could get into things like the DNC where most right-wing media couldn't, because you have this credential that shows you're legitimate. Kind
And
of like
what
what
was your,
verification
was it
used
the
to be.
Blaze when you were getting it?
Yeah, it was Blaze.
I
So,
gotta piss.
what is those?
What? I have to piss? It's like a poo, but it's liquid.
What is that?
Ants don't
Oh,
piss.
that's piles of piss.
I gotta go to a function I'm late for. I'm so sorry.
That's where are you going?
Bailing.
I have to go pin my Green Beret buddy at a function.
Well,
So you see here, Gavin takes away 3 cups of liquid.
I have to go pin my green beret, buddy.
These 3 cups of liquid. You'll never be able to guess what this is. Some people might think it's lemonade, water, maybe a Smirnoff, maybe a White Claw. You're never gonna be able to guess what this was.
Well, I guess we could just wrap it up. I guess we could just wrap it up then. That's
Elijah's getting pissed. We have 2 people. He was talking about January 6th. I mean, basically a national holiday for a guy like Elijah Schaefer. And now you got Gavin who just gets up and derails the conversation. Says, I got to piss. And now you got this guy Tony who's wearing a mask with beef tallow over all his face. He's like, you know what? I got to go. I got to pin my green beret. It's like, you couldn't have told me that before you fucking hopped on or before we started this segment.
It's fine.
K-Murph says glue.
Fine. We'll just wrap it up.
Yeah,
We're
we
gonna
got a
sit
show
down.
tonight.
Yeah, we'll wrap it up, I guess. I guess that's how we ended this.
Man's edge.
What a weird way to end.
What a weird way. Just a exodus from the show. They fled. They're fleeing the show. They're fleeing the show.
What the fuck?
What
Okay.
happened?
Anyways, that was weird, right?
That was a little
I didn't
odd.
even get a hand job under the desk. I usually get one of those. He was peeing. He was pulling his dick out. I was laughing. He's pulling his cock out in the middle of the show, grabbing cups and just peeing.
Oh,
into
that
cups.
was his piss.
Yeah, 3 cups.
He's got
of
a
piss.
bladder like a hummingbird.
So Gavin, throughout the entire show, I mean, mind you, the show's only an hour and 18 minutes. This man filled up 3 cups of plastic cups with piss. I mean, so he's taking his dick out under the table while everyone's talking about January 6th and, we hate the blacks and beef tallow's good for your teeth. Gavin's like, yeah. Popping that cock out, putting it back in. This man, so my theory is correct. When you don't see a podcaster's hands at all times, chances are they're playing with their cocks. How disgusting. I mean, you think he got all of that liquid into every single cup? There's probably some ricochet under Elijah Schaefer's desk. Do you think they cleaned it? There's probably some ricochet on a seat somewhere. You think they wiped that up? Probably not. So now the next guest who goes to sit there is going to sit in Gavin McInnes's piss. Very, very good, man. That's amazing. Very good. We're going to get into Cumia side of things now. Elijah's going to ask about his preferences when it comes to women. Let's listen.
He really does have a weak little.
It happens when you
little
get older,
bladder.
I hear.
Nah, mine's like a fucking steel trap.
Do
I
you
don't
still find
piss-
19-year-old girls hot?
Out of nowhere, do you still find 19-year-old girls hot? This catches Cumia a little bit off guard. Well, I wasn't expecting to have to answer this.
Yeah, fuck yeah.
Fuck, and he's got to double down on the bit.
Okay.
19, even that old, I find him still to be. Come on, I do have a reputation.
So that's cool.
No,
You're still into below 19, 18-year-old chicks. Got it. 15 suits you well.
all of my girls.
And you're just going to laugh and go along with this and be complicit, you wig-wearing freak. But nobody says anything to this guy. It's amazing what Cumia is able to get away with.
Oh, we all have reputations. Unfortunately, we all do. But that's okay.
What the fuck?
How old's your girlfriend?
She's 35 now.
Hell yeah. So she's like 50 years younger than you.
Yeah, yeah.
That's sick. Now, what are you? You're in her 50s, right?
Came over and said, I do have a pedo rep, guys. Again, nobody even checks him on it.
Like 10 years ago, though. 11,
You're in your 50s
11
now?
Years. No, I just had my 64th.
Really?
Fucking nuts, man.
You still have a young personality, though.
I do. I think that keeps you. No, I think that keeps you young. That's what they say. I just don't give a shit about a lot of things. Like, I don't let a lot bother me. I've been blessed with the opportunity to live life without having to worry about things, bills and shit like that. I had a great run with the Opie and Anthony show. I saved money. I invested wisely. And a big part of it is not having to fucking worry all the time. The car payment, rent, this, that, the other. I don't have kids, which is a big thing too. It's like I had to make a decision there, but I didn't want to have kids. I just got a dog because I was afraid of fucking commitment and responsibility.
I know. I need to. Hey, this is getting.
Oh,
really
right.
hot.
I kind of got used to you having the wig on.
Yeah, I need to like. No, it's just getting like really hot. You know what I mean? I'm like,
Yeah, I don't know how Howard Stern does.
Yeah, no shit. It's a fucking wig. All right, so there's Cumia and Gavin on the Slightly Offensive show. We're going to do our last clip here today, and this we're going to stay on Slightly Offensive, but it was I think, or maybe it was 2 days after, and we have the boys from Revenge of the Sis, Moisen Wuss, Mersh and Royce on the program. We have a couple clips to show you here, and then we're going to get the fuck up out of here. Thank you so much for a great show here today, and everyone who checked out, stop by, hit the like button, and did your part to help the show. Like I said, it's going to be a big one. I'll save the spiel for later. Slightly Offensive, Elijah Schaefer, Mersh, and Royce. Let's see how this happened.
Well, maybe if you stopped acting like a dirty, rotten... No, I'm kidding. I'm not going to say it on the show today.
So this was right after this white chick, forget what her name was, like Sapphire or some shit, called this black child the N-word, and it caused a whole fucking stir. This chick's raised like $1 million over this. This was like last week's news. These guys are so infatuated because they wish, the amount of times they've said the N-word, they could get paid fucking $10. So they're kind of salty about it the entire time. And this is basically the whole show is about this chick and calling this little child, this little innocent child. Look, was the kid probably acting out of pocket? Sure. Does it warrant the name, the N-word calling? No. That's a little too extreme. Does she deserve $1 million? I don't know. Who am I to judge? But let's see. Mersh, Royce, Elijah. Check it out.
Right here on my screen is going viral today. Quite possibly.
Okay, so we're introduced with Mersh. And I was unaware of this. But Mersh, and I do have to applaud this, has gone bald, folks. Looking good, man. Looking very good. This is what I want Steel Toe to do. Just chop that shit off. It's at what point? It's like, what are you holding on to? Peach fuzz? And then here's his co-host, Royce, who, just disgusts me on every level. Every single fucking level.
For all the right reasons, or depending on who you ask, all the wrong reasons. She's a mother of a young kid, and the Stop Racism account posted a video of her calling a 5-year-old autistic black kid the N-word. Now,
that's horrible.
Well,
that's disgusting.
Okay, this is not a good start to the story because I'm going to seek to defend her later in the show. So this is not really a good start for my case here.
What did the kid do?
That's what you have to
Vince
ask.
Gridwald coming in, gifting a membership shout out. Thank you, Vince.
A very deep situation of
Thank you so much for that. This late here in the show. Mint, and that, look at that membership going to Mint fucking Diggity. He should probably abandon his post here this late in the afternoon. Thank you, Mint Diggity. We do appreciate that. Or I'm sorry, Vince Griswold, not Mint Diggity. Fuck you, Mint Diggity. K Murph says, Mersh looking slim, fit, and cool. I wouldn't go that far, but maybe not the slim part. Fit and cool, debatable.
This woman's life is being targeted. Now, is she in the right? Or is she in the wrong? This is the only show I know, except for maybe these.
I bet you're going to tell us.
Shows too, who would seek to defend a woman calling a disabled black kid the N-word. However, I think there is a defense here, but I want to hear your guys' opinion. Anyway, it's approximately 8-something p.m. Eastern time in the United States. Let's start the show.
Okay, we start with this dance segment. It's every show. Dancing. All right, let's see. Who did it better, Mersh and Royce or Gavin and Anthony?
Okay, let's go.
Mersh is like, I wish I had this much money to throw around like this. It was actually where I thought he was completely bald. Turns out there is still some peach fuzz up there. Gray peach fuzz, but peach fuzz nonetheless.
Woo! What does copy mean?
And during the middle of it, Royce goes, "What is he copying me?"
Qatar. It says Qatar on it.
You better. I'm Hispanic. I'll steal it. I'm sorry, but
This is a no talking segment. This is the dance segment. The talking happens after.
I'm suing for gimmick infringement. This is a Nightwave. You gotta get the money guns. You gotta get the money guns. This is a patented Nightwave radio bit.
So I guess Mersh and Royce used to do a bit where they put fake money into a money gun and shoot it after some donations. This guy Elijah Schaefer's also brought money onto the show. So now Mersh is like, I got you for copying, dog. It's like, you guys weren't the first to create, and use fake money. Haven't you seen any movie ever? So what? By your logic, then you're stealing from Hollywood flicks? Got it.
The Nightwave. You gotta get the money guns. You gotta get the money guns. This is a patented Nightwave radio bit.
This guy don't give a fuck.
That's how you do it.
That's how you do it. Wow. Well, it seems like one of you is really good at throwing money. I wonder if that has anything to do with. Yeah. Why are you so good at throwing dollar bills? What have you?
Yeah.
What have you been doing?
Strip clubs.
Okay.
Yeah, mostly that.
Well, at least you weren't calling an autistic black kid the N-word, because your life would be a little bit different today.
Well, not on camera. I mean, 15 years in the strip club business. I'm sure I've done it at some point. Yeah, I've played Call of Duty. I'm sure I've done it too.
Have you?
Okay, so Royce is letting us know that he's also called little kids black ends on Call of fucking Duty.
In the
Nonetheless,
strip club business. I'm sure I've done it at some point. Yeah, I've played Call of Duty. I'm sure I've done it too.
Have you called? Okay.
I mean, that dude fucking bad. That dude is bad. And one more time for us.
I'm sure I've done it at some point. Yeah, I've played Call of Duty. I'm sure I've done it too.
I mean, do you want a trophy? It's not cool to play Call of Duty when you're 50 with a gray beard, dog. It's not cool to play Call of Duty anymore. I hate to break it to you. Call of Duty is a thing of a past, really. It's for children. It's a children's game. By the way, these are the type of guys that are like leading, the culture war. They want to be the ones that, make big decisions. They want, Trump and all these people to listen to them. Meanwhile, they're sitting there playing Call of Duty, worrying about fake money bits. It's truly insane.
15 years in the strip club business. I'm sure I've done it at some point. Yeah, I've played Call of Duty. I'm sure I've done it too.
Have you called? Okay. Yeah. That's.
All right, let's go to 2320. Mersh. I think the boys are talking. They're having a nice little conversation, and Mersh spots a latte on the desk. And much like Anthony Cumia derailed the conversation when he went to derailed the ad read, went to full fucking Alex Jones mode, Mersh is going to derail this conversation and ask if anyone is drinking a latte. Before we do, Mutagrow says, rally up. Like Jalen Brunson. I agree with Mutagrow. Let's get a fucking last minute rally in this bitch. Come on, guys. We get fucking.
So come on, guys.
Thank you.
This is where we get in the last hour. It gets a little desperate. Let's go on a roll.
We're still 180 away. By the way, Steel Toe yesterday, he was like 150 away from hitting the goal. Thank you, Mutagrow, for the $1.99. He's like 150 away from hitting the goal. And out of nowhere, he gets a $185 donation on Streamlabs. First time he's ever gotten a Streamlabs donation ever. And it was almost $200. Okay, I mean, I guess.
Every day we have to fill time. Obviously, we do that.
Yeah,
That's how this works.
We each do 10 hours minimum a week of content. We gotta fill something here.
You got to get up there. I think I'm up there. I think I'm doing like.
You see Mersh starting to lick his lips.
It's a minimum a week of content. We gotta fill something here.
You got to get up there.
He sees that latte.
I think I'm up there. I think I'm doing like, what, 3 or 4
By the way,
a day.
What is this guy here?
That's a latte.
By the way, what is this guy here? He says.
It's just organic whole milk and fresh espresso.
Oh, he's like sniffing the latte now. He's never seen a latte ever a day in his life.
That
Pretty good.
That Henny made for you guys.
Pretty good.
Not
Digging
bad,
it?
right?
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, it's just to perk you up, get your nipples hard.
Mhm.
And you know what? I'm not gonna lie. I detest cold coffee. That's
Good,
really
right?
good.
It's
Yeah, that's
really
actually
good.
really
It's
good.
because it's espresso, not coffee. Because
No, it's because it's free and you don't have to pay for it.
No, I know, but
espresso
this
is
is-
much better than
yeah.
coffee. I don't.
Mersh is so down. He's the worst he's ever been. He's lost his PayPal. He's literally given up booze and sports gambling because he's so broke at the moment. So it's not because it's espresso, Elijah. It's because he's poor and can't afford to buy Starbucks every day. Otherwise, he would.
It's because it's espresso, not coffee. Because
No, I know, but
espresso
this
is
is-
much better than
yeah.
coffee. I don't drink any coffee anymore. Just espresso. That's why I'm telling you that the
Man, you
76
real
pound
got
coffee
real
is
bougie.
espresso.
You got real bougie now.
I know, we used to sit on the
know you're
floor,
just
remember that?
expressed. Yeah. Last time we were here, there were this place was just being built. So we were in the office.
They were building it around us.
They
as
were
we
building
arrived.
us around.
Okay, 3410. This is where Royce, Mersh's partner in love, misses badly. It says Royce misses badly.
They're just hanging out. They're balling. I mean, honestly.
Can I be honest? It'll be really funny if everyone just goes to heaven. Like, I feel like that
Oh,
would just be
man.
the funniest thing ever.
It's like
everyone
Mersh is-
gets
No, no,
in there. You're
Why
just
did
like,
I
what is
try?
happening?
Everyone goes to heaven except Ben Shapiro. No, that's it. That's the rule. Everyone's in heaven except Ben Shapiro. Then you go, Ben's not here? Guess it really is heaven.
You know what? Okay.
Oh boy, you missed, didn't you there, Roycey? Didn't you there, Royce? Royce.
Then you go
Watch the look on his face.
to heaven except Ben Shapiro. No, that's it. That's the rule.
By the way, what is it with the bags under this fool's eyes? Maybe this motherfucker needs some beef tallow.
Everyone's in heaven except Ben Shapiro. Then you go, Ben's not here? Guess it really is heaven.
And he looks around as if he just made a funny. Anyone gonna laugh at me? No one laughs, dog. Those are some soulless fucking eyes he has. I don't even see pupils.
Everyone's in heaven except Ben Shapiro.
Is Royce the Antichrist? I see literally zero pupils.
Then you go, Ben's not here? Guess it really is heaven.
You know
Oh, oofa.
what? Okay, let me tell you something.
He folds his hands. He folds his fucking hands in shame. Oh my
Ben's
god.
not here? Guess it really is heaven.
You know what? Look, okay.
Why is one hand like extremely white and the other hand is extremely red? What is going on with this guy? Does he have that pigment disease where you're like white and black, only he's white and red? Is anyone else picking up on that? Can you see it coming through the TV here? That's kind of scary.
Let me tell you something. This is what's crazy. This
That's what steroids will do to you, by the way. Steroids would turn one limb red and the other limb white.
count. Look at the comments under here. I wrote this. Take the hit. But look at this. Look at these people.
All right, let's go to 116.50. This is Royce is going to have, again, steroid fucking malfunction brain here. Check this out. This clip don't even need a setup. Royce is talking. Everything's going fine. He's explaining about how the right's always right and, you know, black should be called ends until the day they die or something along those lines. And then he's just going to have a fucking spaz attack. This is almost like Mersh's, female cop incident.
They shouldn't have it. I don't know if I've really done the math.
First of all, okay, we'll start there.
And they shouldn't have it. I don't know if I've really done the math. How would Israel survive without America? They wouldn't. It's impossible. All of their systems are ours. Everything they have is ours. They didn't pull themselves up by the bootstraps and do that. We are boots on.
What the fuck was that, man? Again, these are the type of people that are trying to lead in the culture war. They can't even speak properly, and they have zero soul in their eyes. This is bizarre.
Everything they have is ours. They didn't pull themselves. They
scan to the other cameras, some sort of professional style show. Look at me, I can scan too. We got multiple cameras. Scan and just nod, scan and nod, scan and nod. Mersh is still looking at that latte, by the way. Damn, it's been like 2 minutes since I had a sip of that latte. You think they'll notice if I down the whole thing?
Pull themselves up by the bootstraps and do that. They are boots on.
Oh, are we? Is that what we are? We are what? We are Wakanda.
By the bootstraps and do that. We are.
Like, you could literally see his wires being crossed in real time. Keep an eye on his eyes.
Pull themselves up by the bootstraps.
Watch
and
his
do
eyes.
That.
Here, we got to actually slow this down just a smidge. Deep boop, pop, beep, boop, 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 pop, beep, boop, 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 pop, pop, pop. I need that as a sound drop. Oh, fuck's sake, dude. This goddamn mouse today. You know, some days it's just not your day. Beep boop boop pop beep boop boop pop 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 beep boop boop pop 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 beep pop 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 pop.
We are boots on the.
Are we? Hold on, I gotta go back. Do this.
The bootstraps and do that. They build.
So look, his eyes are literally fucked right now. They're going crossed. He's lost it. His wires in his brain are twisted. He's looking over. He's scanning for help. He can't get out of it. He knows he entered a place where he cannot come back from.
Our boots on the ground.
One more time. I'm sorry. This is too funny.
And do that. We are boots on the ground are the reason they're safe. Their nukes are ours. Everything they have are ours. Everything they
They're
do.
literally surrounded by Zerg. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
And the minute we pull out, it's it. It's over. They're gonna be overwhelmed.
Right. So I do not believe. I believe that Matt Walsh knows that they could survive without it, but I don't think he'll say it out loud because, again.
Okay, let's go to 127.45. And Royce is going to do a little rap impression here. Check this shit out. This guy's on a roll here with me.
And to turn that down, I don't know, man. That's rough. You know what I mean?
I don't.
But
and also it's like you said earlier too. It's like people take the money.
Mersh don't look bad though. I will say. Who said that? Or K-Murph? He don't look all that bad.
And they can talk about 99% of things.
But it's just like, why hold on to the patch, dog? Like, there's so much gray fuzz. Why not just cut that off, Mersh? Go full American history Mersh. Seriously. Why hold on to this? It's kind of pathetic and weak.
And I think some of these guys
commit to the bit, bitch.
Can justify it morally. Like, look, I'm not going out and actually like waving pom-poms and supporting like the things that are going on.
Wait, what the fuck? 127.45. What the fuck? Here we go.
Music. It's just so.
But no, not even. They're
We
talking about
actually,
rap music.
Like we got to get out of this era of black music. It's just so.
But no, not even that. Forget that.
By the way, what? We got to get it out of this era of black music. I didn't even know we were in the era of black music, but okay. I mean, music is based on like what you prefer. So unless you're seeking out black music and then like making up that you're sick and tired of listening to the music that you listen to, because that would be kind of insane, right?
We got to get out of this era of black music. It's just so.
But no, not even that. Forget that. Put it to you this way: even the new music in general is bad. Like when you go to any places playing music and people are dancing, nobody's playing mumble rap. Like no.
This is gonna be a hot take. Check this out.
Nobody's like listening to that. They're listening to the old music we used to listen to, and like, and there's no one's listening to skirt.
What the fuck? Nobody's listening to like skirt, skirt. So that's what modern rap sounds to you? Actually, he's not that far off, I will say. That's pretty spot on. But the impression, you didn't need to do the whole impression. We get it. They mumble. They say, brr, brr, brr. You know, I get it. They do that. But you sound ridiculous when you do it seriously.
You listen to and like, and there's no one's listening to skirt at the club. No one's.
Or maybe he's just having another brain malfunction. I mean, I don't know what's happening with this guy. The roids have gone way too far in this guy's brain.
There's no one's listening to skirt at the club. No one's doing that.
I mean, I'd beg to differ. I'd say a lot of people listen to Skirt Bert at the clubs. 129.29. Elijah says, we got two more. 129.29. Elijah says, Mersh looks like a piece of shit. Okay, that's interesting. You always love it when you're doing an interview on someone else's show and they call you a piece of shit.
Yeah, that's exactly what you look like. Max Payne 3. That's the vibe.
You know what? I happen to agree. But I do like the idea of looking like you are not a real person. You know, there's something sort of beautiful about it, something sort of poetic, because it's like you look like you would be a piece of shit. You know what I'm saying? But you've got to look. But at the same time,
And he just did. He's talking to Mersh, by the way. By the way, prayers for _Mersh. And Kayne West says, well, Royce is satanic bleed. Well, I didn't know that. I didn't know that. If he is, well, that's not good. And he's like preaching conservatism, Christianity and shit. Or at least that's the side he's on. I'm not sure if he's preaching it.
you look like you would be a piece of shit. You know what I'm saying? But you've got to look. But at the same time, you either are a scammer or you're a rich strip club owner. And now I know which one it is. 'Cause
Yeah, I mean, I'm not.
You have a cool look.
I'm
That's
not-
my way of
You have a cool look. You look like a piece of shit. Either a scammer or a strip club owner, but I'm down with that.
Yeah, that's how you compliment.
I think
you look like a real piece of trash who would abuse women, and I fucking dig it.
The
Yeah,
word you're
you.
looking for is like sleazy. So
There
like
you go.
I'm not untrustworthy, and I'm not like, you know what I mean. I'm a stand-up guy, but I'm a little sleazy.
RoboCop henchman.
Like I'll put it this way: when I go to Texas, I hate Dallas. It's too sanitized. Everything closes early. It's just very like, ooh, Dallas. But I like to go to like
Dallas.
Austin.
It's like, ooh, Dallas.
Everything closes early. It's just very like, ooh, Dallas. But I like to go to like Austin or Houston. I like a city with a little bit of dirt to it. Like I don't like Orlando. I love Tampa.
What's your favorite strip club?
I'm not. But that's the thing. I worked in them. I don't really like. I'm not,
All right, we got one more.
Yeah, to work at.
Oh, to work at.
Yeah, yeah. I'm not.
This says Royce misses badly.
Yeah, he's like, you know what? Your sin is you didn't do more. You know,
Sing Hail Mary by Machiavelli and
your sin is that you didn't do more. What's Chicago? Chicago accent. What is it? Chicago?
more Midwest,
Chicago.
more Midwestern. Chicago's more Midwestern accent.
He's gonna go for a Chicago accent. Don't do it, Royce.
Like the Bears, you know, like that.
That was his best shot at a Chicago accent. He goes, the Bears. What? Oh, that's not Chicago enough for you?
Midwestern accent. You know, like the Bears, you know, like that.
And then he pauses and looks around again. No one answers him, by the way. Everyone's very confused. They're like, did you just have another stroke or what just happened?
More
In
Midwest,
Chicago.
more Midwestern. Chicago's more Midwestern accent. You know, like the
Midwestern.
Bears.
Midwestern. He just said too.
More
In
Midwest,
Chicago.
more Midwestern. Chicago's more Midwestern accent. You know, like the Bears, you know, like that. Remember the whole Bears?
Mersh is holding back a laugh so much. He just seems like fed up with Royce.
There's a fucking SNL
Or maybe he just doesn't give a shit at all and is just worried about the next latte.
skit. What was that? It was
Yeah, I remember.
This guy's trying to like solve a complex math problem in his head after hearing that fucking terrible fucking accent.
The
SNL.
90s?
Oh yeah, do you remember that shitty show that you weren't alive when that was out? Yeah.
You weren't alive during. Shut up! You're not that fucking.
You weren't
much younger
alive.
than
The
me.
show's been around for like 50 years.
Yeah, seriously.
No, I'm saying I was like a kid probably when that was out.
SNL's always been. Okay, whatever.
That kind of gives me flamer energy. I was like a kid when that was out.
Seriously.
And it's like guys like this that claim like they hate the blacks, they hate the gays, they hate the trans, they want things to go back the way they were. Typically, you know, are into some fruit baskety type shit.
No, I'm saying I was like a kid probably when that was out.
SNL's.
I know he's married, but again, when's that ever stopped? An undercover gay, just like Kate Meany's dad. He was married and had a kid, and then came out as gay. So it's not out of the realm of possibility, especially with guys like this. Trust me, mark my words. It wouldn't be shocking in 5 years Elijah Schaefer was sucking cock, and it came out all over fucking Alex Jones's show.
50 years.
Yeah, seriously.
No, I'm saying I was like a kid probably when that was out.
SNL's always been. Okay, whatever, man. I was a kid when I was a fucking young buck over here.
What? How old
young
are you?
buck. Me, I'm 42.
I'm 11.
You're 11?
Yeah.
That's weird.
I'm 41. I get to say that for a couple more days.
I'm 11 years old. You know what I mean? I identify as
Well,
such.
if you're black and autistic, I'm going to call you the N-word. I'll tell you that right now.
Oh, zinger! Royce crushed it, guys. The boys' Revenge of the Sith and the crossover with Slightly Offensive. Wow, amazing stuff. Hold on, sorry about that. One sec. Sorry. There it is. Okay, thank you so much. This has been fun. Fun show.
This has been a very fun show.
Very fun show, very fun tweak. Thank you for coming out and thank you for stopping by and saying hi and liking the buttons of hitting and subbing and everything else in between. I don't know why that turned into a musical at the end. Again, we'll be back all weekend basically with Hackamania coverage. Just keep an eye on the thumbnail. Let me drop, just in case, I'm going to drop my Rumble, my Rumbell link. If you'd like this, go ahead and give me a sub over there because that's pretty much what we'll be broadcasting mainly with all this Hackamania shit. So, yeah, go ahead and do that if you could, please. Am I not signed in on Rumbell? All right, here we go. Sorry. I got to sign in. I can't stand Rumble either. Here it is. Here we go. I was doing some cross streaming all last month, but anywho, where are we at here? Cross streaming meaning I was doing YouTube and Rumble. Yeah, if you want to go over there, this is where you'll be able to find the Hackamania coverage, definitely, and we might do it on YouTube. But nonetheless, it will be regardless on this Rumble channel. But again, thank you to everybody who came out and supported and did what they had to do and played their part here in today's show. We thank everyone. We thank our mods, Jay, Jeff, Chris, Kay, Coach Dayla, and everyone else. Thank you so much keeping the chat safe and keeping it nice and organized. Thank you, guys. And thank you to everyone else for stopping on by. Thank you to everyone who supported today's show. We'll give a quick rundown. Thank you to, we had Balls Deep, we had Bob Bank, A. Thompson, W-Man came in a few times, NJ Ranger, Skies Neighborhood, Jeff Closer, Nice Podcast, Stupid, POTUS Felonious, Beloved Chatter, Vince Griswold, Pointing It Back at him. Did I miss you? 999 says, thank you for the show, and fuck Super Tips and Map Mania. Thank you. Poigniet. And sorry if you are here. Sorry if I did miss that. But thank you for the 10. Mutic Growl and Vince Griswold. Thank you guys so much. It has been real here, but this is where we're going to have to depart. Again, just keep eyes. I'll try to keep everyone updated as to what we're doing. Keep an eye on the YouTube community tab going into this weekend. And Rumble is going to be the place where you want to be for Hackamania coverage. And again, if I could get it up on YouTube, I will do so. But thank you so much. We for the first time in a month, we could do Tom Chillstrom drop. Tom likes to take us out on every show, and we haven't had Tom around in about 2 months, actually. So, ladies and gentlemen, help me in welcoming the one and only great Red Man himself, Thomas L. Chillstrom. Tom?
No, hey, everybody. Thanks for hanging out with us. Thanks for being here. Pretty solid effort all around, I would say, mostly from Corey and I. Luke had some good points, but all in all, a good show. Thanks for everybody for being here. Let's call it a night.
Let's call it a night. Thank you. You've been a blast. You know what to do, my friends. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. Don't do anything I would do. Coast on by, and we'll see you over the weekend during Hackamania. Stay black, my friends. It's been real. Bye.